Bizzardo came in, didn't even make it out of an inning.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Hoppy didn't get the job done. Now, that's a difficult situation. You inherit a runner at second. They're just going to play some small ball. But the wild pitch gets the guy to third right off the bat. That's three guys that didn't get the job done last night. And yet we're going to praise them anyway rather than just be honest about it.
And that's what's so frustrating.
Just don't. I mean, I'm not saying you got to
berate them.
Yeah, I'm not saying you even have to be critical of them, but just don't dismiss it as like, well, the bullpen did great. Just going through the entire thing. Offense did the job. They just only came up with 3 runs. We hit in the clutch, but we didn't.
Yeah. It's like he's got a checklist.
Yeah.
Okay, did you compliment the starting pitcher? Right. Did you compliment the bullpen? Did you compliment at least one batter?
Right. Yes, you're right. That's how it comes across. And that's the way he's going to be.
Did you compliment the effort? That's the last one.
Yes. And was it a close game? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Did you fight till the end?
Did you fight to the end?
Yes, you did.
We just got to accept it. This is just what he's going to do. You're right. He's going to have his checklist. The bullpen did not execute last night. I don't think the manager managed the situation right last night. And let's face it, we scored just 3 runs against a starting pitcher who had a 7.5 ERA. Only 2 against him. So we didn't exactly rattle the bats, as my dad used to say. And you lose a game that really felt like in the 6th inning that you were going to win. And instead, it's a 4-3 loss to the Houston Astros. And the Mariners don't get back to 500, which they could have with a victory last night. But they can still take this 4-game series.
Yep.
They can take 3 out of 4 from Houston, which is certainly a step in the right direction. Luis Castillo will get the start today. He's been struggling. Mike Burrows will get the start for the Astros. He's not been struggling, but, man, he's had some really tough luck with the Houston Astros so far this year. But we can get to him. 11-10 first pitch today. Chance to win 3 out of 4. A split at this stage would feel crushing.
Yes, I'd be coming tomorrow angry, actually.
Yeah, to feel like, man, we're going to go up 3-0, aren't we? I know it was just 2-0, but it really felt like we're going to go up 3-0 in this series with a chance to sweep a 4-gamer and get over 500 tomorrow. And instead, now you're like, oh, we might end up splitting this thing.
Aggravating.
Yeah, that would be aggravating. And then I should mention in Mariners Morning After, Cal Raleigh left the game. Looks like something in the side again.
He kind of, was holding right above that hip, whereas he has oblique area.
Looks like a re-aggravation of some sort. Saw a lot, and I don't disagree with it, a lot of just put him on the 10-day IL. I think Greg was saying that yesterday on his show.
Yeah, well, and then when we did our Mill Creek Little League thing, one of the girls said, he's injured. I think he just needs to take some rest. So Greg actually came in and said, can I get that audio? Because I've been saying that. So I had to send him little 10-year-old Ella saying Cal needs rest.
Yeah, well, Ella has figured it out. Greg's figured it out. Softy was tweeting about it last night, and maybe that's what they have to do. He certainly didn't build off his successes from the night before, 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, and man took a beating again behind home plate.
Yeah.
And so it's a loss, 4-3. And so there's Mariners Morning After. And look, I'm not just going to hit and run on this thing. I'm going to examine the wreckage here. Dan Wilson, I thought, had 5 opportunities to take Bryce Miller out of the game last night and didn't. And I think that each 5 were a mistake. We'll talk about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. at the top of the hour, headlines plus Greg Bell here on NFL Schedule Release Day. We'll get the latest from our Seahawks insider, Greg Bell, in a little bit. We also have ABC's of the M's today. Rick Neuheisel's going to join us at 9 o'clock, the head coach of the Dallas Renegades. I don't know, maybe we'll talk some college football with him, but we'll see.
I'm excited to talk to him.
Yeah, it'll be good to check in with him today at 9 o'clock. So a lot of football coming up on the show today, and of course, we're talking about the Mariners' loss 4-3 last night to the Houston Astros, and it just felt to me like, man, Bryce Miller, it just felt like such a great, I'm in the fifth inning. He gets out of that jam after the fifth inning, after he looked sensational coming off the injury list. And I just had this great feeling about that moment, like, oh, man, we are going to win this game again. That's going to be 3 straight, back to 500, chance to sweep the Astros for a second time this year in a 4-game series. And then things sort of progressively started to fall apart. And I'm putting it on, some of it anyway, on Dan Wilson here. And look, they had a plan of 80 to 85 pitches for Bryce Miller last night. That was the organizational plan. We don't want to overuse him. His first game off the IL, 80 to 85 pitches. That seems like a good number.
Yeah, I would agree.
Do you have to marry yourself to it? Does it have to fall within 80 to 85 pitches before you think about taking him out? Because, and I'm not playing revisionist history talk show host here today. When that fifth inning ended and he got out of that jam, I'm like, what a great time to get him out. Right there. Got 5 innings. If he leaves now, you win the game. He gets the win. It's got to feel good. But started, he wasn't as dominant in that fifth inning, but he dug down and he got out of it. I mean, a lot of that traffic was not his fault, but he dug down, he got out of it. And this just seems like a really good time. Just 2 nights ago, you had a blowout the night before, so you didn't have to use any of your best guys out of the bullpen. And I realize you're down 3 of your best guys right now, but just 2 nights ago, Criswell and Davila, and then Bizardo and Munoz ended up getting the job done.
Right.
I think we need to repeat that. It just, to me, felt like this is a good time to do it. Now, when he went back out on the mound, I don't like it, but okay, whatever. I get it. You're trying to, see if he can pick up where he left off. And he faces Christian Walker, very first batter. Walker nearly got him the previous at-bat. I'm like, well, this is not the guy I think this is perfect matchup here right now. And then he hits the home run. And I'm like, okay, well, now you're going to take him out.
Right. Of course now.
Yeah, I mean, 72 pitches. That's not 80 to 85. I get that. I get math. I get numbers. That's not 80 to 85. But now, 2-1. Now we want him to leave tonight when he's up. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, because we want him to boost. We want him to have momentum going into his next start.
Yeah, and not to mention, 72 pitches coming back for the first time that year. You ride adrenaline early on, and that adrenaline leaves you. You get tired faster than what you do on a normal night when you're just part of a rotation and you pitch every 5th day during the course of the grind of a regular season. He's from Texas. He had family there. He's coming back. He wants to make sure he pitches. He had extra adrenaline in the first couple of innings, and that wears off. So you're going to get tired faster on a night like that. And I just felt 5 innings. All right, get him out. Then Walker hits the home run. You're still up 2-1. Okay, now we're going to get him out? No. DeZenzo bats 3 more pitches there. Now we're up to 75, and he does get him out. And then he faces Braden Shoemake, his old buddy from college.
Oh, yeah, they really like talking about that.
And Shoemake gets on base, and I'm like, okay, now we're going to, well, excuse me. No. Sorry. I skipped a really big part of this. Shoemake gets up, fouls the pitch off of the umpire's face.
Oh, yeah,
Then Bryce Miller has to go sit back on the bench for another, 15 minutes?
Yeah, well, which Dan mentioned in his postgame, that umpire delay.
So you have an umpire's delay there. So he's back on the bench for 15 minutes. That means he was on the bench when you were hitting. Then he threw 8 pitches and went back on the bench. This is his first game back off of an injury.
Yeah.
Back on the bench for 15, 20 more minutes when he's already looking like he's not the same pitcher as he was 2 innings ago. And that was another opportunity. Well, surely he's going to take him out now.
Because it makes no sense for him to sit 15 minutes to then go back out there.
They put him back out there.
It made no sense.
Then he gives up the hit to Braden Shoemake. I'm like, Okay, so certainly now he's got traffic on base. Now we go to Criswell. I guess there were 4. Then on the 5th opportunity to take him out, they do take him out, but you've given up yet another hit to Bryce Matthews. And now Cooper Criswell, who's not exactly used to being a reliever just yet. He just told us that himself 2 days ago. He certainly, you know that as the manager.
I would hope so.
Now Criswell's got to come in and with inherited runners on base, where if you'd have followed my plan, he comes in with a clean inning as a transitional relief pitcher, and he doesn't have to worry about inherited runners on base. And what does he do? He ends up walking Altuve after going up 0-2. Shame on Criswell. But nonetheless, I don't like the fact that he was even been put in that situation when you had 4 chances to take Miller out of the game and didn't do it. Next thing you know, you're tied at that point instead of having a lead going forward. And I just think it was mismanaged. I just really do. I know Bucky used to hate when I would question Dan Wilson because Dan Wilson knows more baseball than you know. You know, that was the gist of it. But I just think, I mean, and they took him out at how many pitches? 81. Because 81 is the first pitch between 80 and 85. 80's not between 81 and 85.
It is at the end of it, the very beginning of it.
81 is pitch between 80. It is as if he managed the game. Well, I got to wait until he's between 80 and 85 before I can take him out of here.
Seems like it.
That's what it felt like. I know it couldn't possibly be that, but that's what it felt like. But sure enough, takes him out. 2 guys on base after 81 pitches, and that's when we finally get a pitching change that I thought should have been made 4 times previously.
I think it's fair to criticize in this situation for sure, because I would have thought he would have come out when that umpire delay happened at the very least. And when he didn't, I was shocked by that as well.
Yeah. Criswell's ready to go.
Yep.
He was ready to go. He should have been ready to go to start the 6th inning. I think that's bad. I just think it's bad.
I would agree.
I know he does a lot of good things.
But that wasn't good.
This just isn't one of them. All right, headlines next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Here comes Christian Roldan. Left-hand side, Nuhu now. 10 yards from the end line. Whips it in with his right foot. Headed down! Ozazi! Is that the winning goal here in the 89th minute? Brilliant play by Nuhu. Just flicks the ball in. And it was Ozazi who heads the ball down. Finds the far corner. And the Sounders go up 3-2.
Yeah, Sounders played last night on a Wednesday night, just played on Saturday, and they won over one of our rivals, the Earthquakes.
Suck it, San Jose.
Yeah, 3-2, the final score right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. That'll start our headlines today, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light this hour. Also, the Storm lost to the Toronto Tempo, the expansion franchise, won its first ever game at the expense of the Storm, who have started the season at 1-2 on the year. NBA playoffs, the Cleveland Cavaliers got the job done in Detroit yesterday and now have a chance to close out the 1-seed Pistons on Friday in 6 games. Charles Barkley was going on about that's Game 7 for the Cleveland Cavaliers. We shall see. Detroit's had its back against the wall a few times here in the postseason and are still alive, but we've got a Game 6 in Cleveland coming up on Friday. Also Friday, it'll be a doubleheader. No NBA playoff games tonight. Spurs and Timberwolves will also play their 6th game, with the Spurs being up 3-2 on Friday. Stanley Cup playoffs, somehow, some way, the Colorado Avalanche closed out the Minnesota Wild. They were trailing by 2 goals with a minute and a half left in regulation play. Tied it up, sent it to overtime, where they won 4-3, and they win the series in 5 games and advance. Montreal and Buffalo play tonight. They're even at 2. Las Vegas and Anaheim play tonight in Anaheim, with the Golden Knights up 3-2. PGA Championship Day number 1 is today from Philadelphia. We'll get you some scoreboard updates on that as we go here this morning. Mariners lost in 10 innings to the Houston Astros 4-3. Bryce Miller was fantastic in his return. I would argue was kept in too long. And they ended up losing 4-3 in 10 innings, and it was a crusher. And to add more to that, insult to injury, literally, Cal Raleigh left the game, and it looked like he tweaked something in his right side, and so looks like maybe Cal could be headed to the IL. We'll find out more information as the day progresses. But it is also NFL schedule release day today, and it's time to find out what Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider, knows. Greg Bell with us here on the radio program. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah. You think you're going to finally get Cal on the IL?
Man, I've been saying since Monday. Just shut him down to protect himself. Watching him wince through a game in May makes no sense. I mean, none. They can win the division if he missed a month. Give him a break.
Yeah.
Just shut him down. Give him rest.
Yeah, but you're acting like somebody that thinks baseball's a long season. And there are a lot of people that think that's stupid, Greg.
That's true. 162 games. There's nothing to that. That's short.
All right.
If he goes on the 10-day IL, he'll come back and there's still 110-plus games left.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It might be the thing you have to do now if he has indeed aggravated it for sure.
Well, don't ask him. It's obvious they've been deferring to him. Just say, no, we're going to take care of you and save you from yourself and just shut you down.
What would Mike McDonald do? I think that's what we always have to ask ourselves in every situation.
Go through, not around. That's what he would say. So he'd probably keep him in there.
All right. Well, let's talk some schedule. It's NFL schedule release day, and I would imagine it was quite a thud to your heart and your life that you found out you're going to have to cover the Seahawks on Christmas Day. So what do you think of it as a person and as a professional that the Seahawks and Rams are going to meet on our holiest of holies?
No, I think it's great that it's Christmas night and it's at home. I'm okay with that. Okay. Once 5:15 Christmas comes around, good. I mean, great. Everybody, the kids, everybody's happy. The wife, we're good. Christmas night for us, we've decompressed. Christmas Eve is our huge thing in our family. So the fact I don't have to get on a plane Christmas Eve I've done that way too many times in my career. And so, yeah, the fact it's at home is a big deal. And This is part of the spoils of being a Super Bowl champion. You get the two most unique dates on the calendar: a Wednesday night opener in your home yard, and then a Christmas night game. It's on a Friday. I can't see the Seahawks and Rams having a bye on Christmas week before Christmas. So that means both teams are going to have a short rest week, maybe 4 days if they play on Sunday. That's peculiar for a game of that magnitude. But no, I guess I'll take it. Could have been worse because I've been in worse on Christmas.
Yeah. And speaking of worse, I mean, there was some talk out there a while that they might play the Rams, twice in the last 3 weeks of the regular season, maybe even twice in the span of a few days. But that seems to be getting dispelled. What do you know? What's the latest on whether or not you're going to have to go, Rams at the end of the season, maybe spread apart by no more than 2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah, I'm hearing it is twice in 3 weeks. That the chatter I'm getting is the league loves to have divisional showdowns to decide a division on the final week of the season. They often can put them on Sunday night as the final game. NBC will pick it. The 49ers Seahawks game was that way last January, week 18, in Santa Clara. That's the attractiveness of the NFL doing that. And the fact that they play on Christmas, Softy's reporting that he's been told they're going to play on Christmas, and again, they would play on week 18, tells you the league thinks the Seahawks and Rams are going to determine the NFC West again. Those Seahawks-Rams games, because of how great all three were last year, including the NFC Championship game, the Seahawks-Rams games are two of the best games in the league's inventory.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they are playing in Australia. That's why they're playing on Christmas and week 18. The networks have been bidding over those two games. It's obvious the league thinks those two teams are two of their best in the entire league again this season, and it's not unusual because of the league, the way they like to put their division games at the end. And if it goes as everyone thinks it will, those will be massive games in the most important times.
Yeah, Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider, of course, with the News Tribune. You can cover all his work at thenewstribune.com, and you can follow him at GBellSeattle on X, and, of course, hear him right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM every day during the week at 10 o'clock with Christopher Kidd. All right, so opening day against the New England Patriots. I'm shocked by that, frankly. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I just thought there was no way that you're going to start opening day against a team with this Vrabel-Rossini story being at the forefront of the conversations in the National Football League this offseason. So your thoughts on the matchup of the Patriots? Are you surprised at all that that's our opening day opponent?
I am surprised, but it tells you that the nature of the NFL is that once the games start, the games are king. And right now here in May, there's nothing else to talk about but drip, drip, drip of schedule leaks and who the New England Patriots coach may not have been sleeping with. There's nothing else to talk about. So while it's dominating right now, and while only Mike Vrabel knows what might happen next and gets leaks next, there's nothing else to talk about. So once training camp starts and guys get cut and rosters get formed and the games begin, it always takes over center stage. And that's what the NFL is banking on. Yes, there'll be some undue attention on that, but think about it. That's 4 months from now. If nothing else comes out, and the league and Vrabel sure hope nothing else comes out, then that'll be a 4-month-old story with the Patriots obviously keeping their coach in place. There's no indication that there's going to be any punishment of any kind about this on his end. So that's what the NFL is hoping for. Now, if this wildfire continues and TMZ and the New York Post keep getting pictures and videos sent to them and the story continues, the NFL will have a public relations mistake by making this game the first one. But the attractiveness of a Super Bowl rematch is what the league is banking on. But obviously that ignores the fact that outside of the 206, the 425, and the 360, the Super Bowl was a dud. It was boring. It was a punt fest. It was 9-0 for most of the game. It was not one that people want to rerun back, and that's what a lot of people are surprised about.
What would you have thought would have been an even better matchup to start the season?
No, the Bears are compelling. They're fun to watch. The way they play, a very attacking, risk-taking defense that led the league in takeaways last year. They have Caleb Williams. They have Ben Johnson, the genius offensive mind, against Mike McDonald, the genius defensive mind. There would have been more football storylines and maybe even better football on the field to put the Bears in the first game, I think. I thought the Cowboys were always, even though the Cowboys are already prime-timed all over in Brazil and everything else, I thought the Cowboys are always a potential factor of prime-time opening games. So those two were, to me, the leaders, and then Patriots were distant third or fourth, maybe fifth behind even the Chiefs, depending on Mahomes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really surprised by it. It's interesting, and I don't know if we've ever really asked you about it, but I heard Larry Stone get asked by Softy and Hugh last night about the Diana Rossini situation as obviously a legendary sports journalist here in town, and he had some really strong opinions about Diana Rossini and her role in all of this. Your thoughts on exactly what lines got crossed in this story?
Well, I am hesitant to comment on a fellow professional journalist and how they conduct their business. But as far as lines crossed, this is the Rubicon. This is the one and it's easy I don't say easy. It's easier for me as a male in a male-dominated sport in a locker room to talk about this. I will say that. The dynamic of a woman in a male locker room and a woman in a male-dominated sport is completely foreign to me, and I'd be ignorant to comment on any of that. Having said that, personal relationships, even just chumminess beyond romantic relationships, that absolutely undermines your credibility of everything you do. It goes in the face of everything I was ever taught about journalism and leadership and credibility and all of it. And having said all of that, Chuck, every single time another picture, another story comes out about this, I think about the spouses and the kids. And the kids in particular, they both have children. And imagine going to school and every single person, every single kid and teacher and administrator knows the story and knows that your mom and your dad were involved in this on both sides of this. That's who I think about every single time. And we get into the salaciousness of it all, but there's a human element to this too that I just can't get away from as a father and a husband, that this is hugely damaging to them. And it's not going to end as long as these stories, or as I said, pictures and videos keep getting sent to these outlets and they keep putting these things out. And that's a toll that nobody can understand. It's just unfortunate. But from the journalism of it, you just can't do it. Journalism is, a lot of people say a lot of things about journalism, but at its core, it's the opposite of this. It's making sure there is a wall between you and the people you report upon, so that when things go bad or that there's some tough stories or tough questions you have to ask, you have the credibility to ask them without having compromised that credibility before. That's like a foreign concept to a lot of people that just have thumbs and keyboards these days, but that's what true journalism is.
Right. Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider from the News Tribune. Again, the newstribune.com. All right, so it is NFL schedule release day. I'm glad you weighed in on it. I did want to ask you about that, but obviously the bigger story is what else is going to happen later on this afternoon. So what are you expecting? What are you hearing? What are you rooting for? However you want to answer that question, what's the day going to be like for the Seahawks here today?
Well, I'm hearing that there are going to be a lot of primetime games, which is what Super Bowl champions get. I'm hearing that the Seahawks are going to have another joint practice in the preseason. McDonald loves them. And I've been joking with him since we went to Green Bay. Hey, can you get it back to Nashville? That was a lot more fun than Green Bay for a week. Summer week in Nashville was a blast compared to Green Bay. And he kept laughing at me. He goes, I'll see what I can do. That's a good idea, actually. I'm hearing, yes, the Seahawks are going to go back to Nashville for a joint practice, and it's going to be a few days before August the 23rd. So maybe a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday joint practice with a weekend game in Tennessee against the Titans. Not a huge deal in the big grand scheme, but Personally, I like that one. That was a good piece. A lot of people have been asking me about Las Vegas. I've seen multiple leaks out there that the Seahawks will play at Las Vegas Week 10, November 15th. For those of you who may be inclined to go to that road game. A lot of Seahawks fans have been asking me when that game is. And an early Week 3 game at the Commanders, a Sunday morning 10 a.m. start, September 27th, has been leaked in a couple places from the East Coast, including D.C.
How do head coaches respond to the schedule coming out? I mean, I know how fans do, and they hand wring, and this is fair, and this isn't fair, and we weren't respected here, and we got to travel that many times, that many weeks in a row.
Right.
But how did Pete respond to schedule day? Mike respond, or are there things that truly bother them when they see an NFL schedule come out?
One thing, Chuck. Well, two things really, but one thing primarily: when's the bye? Coaches and players, all they care about is when to bye. The players, so they can get their bodies rested and plan their trip all over the world. Because when you get a bye week in the NFL these days, you're gone from Monday to Monday. It's a complete week off, and so you plan accordingly. And their wives and their families, they want to know when that bye week is so they can start planning their trips. And of course, the optimal bye week is around week 8 or 9, midway through the season. That rarely comes out that way. And the later buys, teams hate the later buys. They don't mind the earlier buys so much because they've still accumulated some dragging and grinding from training camp and into the first games of the season. And okay, if there's a week 6 or week 4 buy, at least they're getting a break. That gives you a lot on the back end, of course. But they hate the week 12, 13, 11 buys because that means you're grinding from training camp into the first 10 games of the regular season, the first couple months, and then you're not getting a break until late November, early December. Those are the latest you can get, and those are the least popular. If they have a gripe on the schedule, it would be if we find out today that the Seahawks bye is in week 12 or 13. Then that's going to be a tough challenge for a lot of players. And the other thing is when the division games are, because those are basically 2-game swings every time you play them. And the fact that the NFL likes to backload them, the fact that they didn't choose, the Seahawks to go to Australia, for instance, for multiple reasons to play the Rams, or that they're not playing the Cardinals in the opening game, which was a possibility up until a couple of days ago. That tells you that it's probably more backloaded, as the NFL often likes to do, and that gets the coaches and players' attention as well. They all say the games are the same, but it's true that there's a 2-game swing when they play those games. So when are those? And that's what they pay attention to.
All right. What's on the show today?
We're going to talk to Steve Weitz from the NFL Network about lots of the league stuff going on, some of what we talked about already today, about Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers and how ridiculous it is that the Steelers have put themselves in this situation 2 years in a row with 2 different coaching staffs. They probably hired Mike McCarthy to get Aaron Rodgers, and yet here they are in the middle of May, still don't have him. Stuff like that. We'll talk to Steve Weitz at 11 o'clock. I'll tell everything I know up to that moment about the schedule and what I've been told, and explain a little more about this training camp stuff, and we'll talk about Cal Raleigh, and I'll just bang on the table again that he should be just shut down and rested so they have him when they need him.
All right, man. Well, thank you for being with us. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Okay. Have a day. Thanks.
All right. Greg Bell, our Seahawks Insider. Again, follow him at G Bell Seattle there on X, and he'll be on the airwaves today at 10 o'clock with the latest schedule information, which we will keep you up to date on, up to speed on throughout the course of our show here as well. We also have PGA Championship. I've been lax in updating on PGA Championship
There's a lot going on.
information. There is a lot happening right now, including ABCs of the M's, which we'll get to next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Schedule release day, which we will certainly talk more about coming out later on this hour. We also have Rick Neuheisel today. We've got a round of sup today.
Sup, people?
We are going to talk about Cal whenever, kind of buying some time to see if we get an update at some point this morning. The team is playing this morning at 11 o'clock our time, and so we're less than 4 hours away from that. And we also have PGA Championship. I have not provided you any updates just in case you are driving around and you don't use your phone like a good person. You're like, would you please just update me on some of the scores? Well, we're going to have live updates for you at 20 after. Throughout the rest of our broadcast day here at KJR. It starts at 8:20, but I'll give you one right now.
Why not?
Why not?
Let's hear it.
Steven Yeager, not the former Dodger catcher. Steven Yeager is 4 under. He is leading right now. So if you put some money on him, you are excited.
At least for the first day.
The biggest name at the top of the leaderboard, 2 under, 2 strokes back, has got to be my guy Souffle. He's through 6 and 2 under at this point in the proceedings. Of course, like half the field is not even teed off at this point. Ricky Fowler, our guy Brady Cannon gave you a few, outside the box kind of thoughts, and he's got a lot of his guys doing well. Ricky Fowler, Dick Fame brought up Brooks Koepka. They're both at 1 under so far. Koepka's through 6, Fowler's through 7. And Rory McIlroy are even. McIlroy's through 6. Elbert is through 7. Jordan Spieth also through 6 is even. Are Rory and Jordan playing together?
I believe they are in the same group.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's good.
I believe they are.
That's a pretty good decision.
Yeah, not bad at all.
John Rahm 1 over. And I'm just trying to eyeball it. Try to give you some guys. DeChambeau's 2 over at this point, and then Tyrrell Hatton is 3 over. Ha ha, Fane.
Angry Elf's gonna be so angry.
Fane was part of our Green Jacket draft yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, we used him as our golf expert. What kind of expert would take Tyrrell Hatton?
He did say last night, we were texting back and forth because I was asking him how Dixon did yesterday, and he
That's
said,
nice of you.
Yeah, well, I'm a nice person sometimes. Sometimes.
Rarely.
I know, but I decided to be yesterday. And he said, I think our golf green jacket draft went really well. I think we have evenly matched teams.
Went really well.
Us, yeah.
It's a really good bit, Dick. It's we put some thought into it.
He's like, we've got some evenly matched teams. I thought that was good. I was like, yeah, well.
It's going to be fun.
6 to 10, Monday through Friday.
Yeah, believe me, you're going to be locked in for the next 4 days. We didn't even explain to him the rules, though.
No, he has no clue.
Yeah.
I said that, I was like, I don't get the scoring, but Chuck does, so you should ask him.
The scoring's very easy. We just take the top 3. Like, you get to eliminate your lowest golfer of the tournament.
Something, right? If you have 2 people who miss the cut or whatever, so one of your
Well, if you have 2, then you should lose anyway.
Right, you should. But there was something that's like an additional score that gets added on, right?
You get +3 of the person who makes the cuts, the worst person's score.
Okay.
So, but if you miss 2 of your 4, you shouldn't win anyway.
Yeah.
So that's a really harsh penalty, but frankly, I think you should be eliminated right then and there if you lose 2 golfers from the cut. So, so it's pretty easy. And then you get a +2 for winning it.
Yes, that's right.
You get or a -2.
-2.
-2 if you have the winner of the tournament.
Okay.
So it's not that difficult.
No, I know, but I'm dumb with numbers.
All right, let's go to the ABCs of the M's. We left off at the letter T yesterday. T is for Texas Tornado. My little Texas tornado.
I've never heard that song. Did you make it?
You're blowing me away again. Oh, no.
Oh, that's
Tracy
a real one.
Lawrence.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Remember how many Tracy Lawrence ads we had to listen to? I knew it shouldn't happen again.
I can't say I do remember how many Tracy Lawrence ads we had to
You're
listen to.
like a tumbleweed in a wild West Texas wind. You're blowing me away again.
I think I might have.
There you go.
Okay, maybe I've heard that part.
You're like, I'm just going to satisfy you, so you shut up.
Great song. And now that you've sang it so perfectly, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I didn't really hit the right pitch.
No, you did a great job.
I think I had a chia seed stuck in my throat.
Well, that's not surprising.
Bryce Miller, our little Texas tornado, playing in front of his family and friends there in Texas yesterday, makes his return. I thought he looked fantastic. I had big plans for Bryce Miller to have a great year from beginning to end this season. And, of course, he started the year getting injured. in spring training. And so we finally got to see him on May 13th, and he did not disappoint. I thought he looked fantastic. I think the 98, 99 mile per hour fastball, slider looked great. Location looked great. Command looked great. I thought for a first day out that he was fantastic. So I'm really excited. I know we lost the game and probably lost the war if we're going to lose Cal Raleigh for a little while. But if we did win a battle last night, it's that Bryce Miller made a successful return from the injury list. And I think he's going to build off of that. Keep in mind, and I mentioned this earlier in the show, I mean, even veterans, you get a little extra hyped for games. I mean, you're taking on a division rival. The team's has won 2 straight. You want to keep that going. All your friends and family are there. You've got all this 6-man rotation talk about whether you should be moved to the bullpen or somebody else. So you got all of that that's poured in. You finally get to join your teammates. You're going to have a little extra adrenaline rush in that situation. And so he probably benefited from that in the first couple of innings. But he also paid for it. You always pay for it when you just got too much adrenaline going early in a game. You see NBA teams all the time when they start like a house of fire and they go up 20 points in the first quarter, they're probably going to lose that game.
That's kind of how the Kraken would come out and play. And then by the second period, not this season, but the season before, they were all like, oh, we're so tired.
I think Bryce Miller had run out of gas far earlier than what Dan realized. I thought there were 4 chances to take him out of that game, that I would have taken him out of that game, and they just kept leaving him in so that he hit his 80 to 85 pitches that they'd predetermined they were going to use him for. And they end up getting back into the game 2-2, and you eventually lose it. But I don't think it takes away from how great I thought Bryce Miller looked last night.
I thought, it was a bright spot for sure, because there were some disappointing things, but he was the bright spot.
U is for umpire. The home plate umpire last night, man, he took one. You cannot underestimate what that does. That a foul ball at that close a range, coming off a 99 mile per hour pitch. I mean, he took one, and certainly we hope he's okay. Mm-hmm. Certainly we understand that he left the game. Certainly we understand why there was a delay in the game, but things went south, did they not? After that delay. I think, again, that was one of those opportunities to take Bryce out, but it's as if nothing worked.
It was like
for the
a rain
Mariners
delay.
The rest of the way. I mean, sloppy things started happening. It's like, how much could an umpire leaving a game affect a team? And I know that it's not directly, it's not in direct correlation with it, but it was like a tale of 2 games. Before the umpire got hurt, it felt like, 2-0. That's not that big of a lead, but it feels like 10 runs.
Right.
And then afterwards, it's as if nothing went well for the Mariners after that delay.
I always thought it was, just a rain delay that we had a problem with, but clearly it is any sort of delay in a game is a struggle for us.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So no more delays. I'm going to put my foot down.
If in the middle of the game, Josh Naylor's wife calls him and said, I was supposed to get a package from Amazon 30 minutes ago, but they told me it's delayed. We'll probably start playing pool.
Yeah, you can't. And also, I would have to talk to Mrs. Naylor and say, you know what? There are some things that aren't important to let Josh Naylor know.
This would be one of them.
Yes.
Finally, V is for Vasquez. And that's when I really knew, we're not winning this game. Because here's Christian Vasquez, who might be the slowest professional athlete on planet Earth. I usually think of professional athletes of having athleticism.
Some speed.
Yeah, he's more of a skill guy, but he has no speed. And he came to the plate, and I'm thinking to myself, if this is the guy, this guy's so slow, because it was bases loaded and nobody out. This guy is so slow. If you play the infield in, no matter where he hits it, no matter to which infielder he hits it to, you've got a chance for a double play. And that doesn't happen with a lot of baseball players. You can go 6-3, 6-2-3 double play, 4-2-3 double play, 5-2-3 double play. He is so slow. He is like my Aunt Shirley slow.
That's pretty slow.
Sorry,
Shirley.
I'm like, just get a ground ball to any fielder right now, and we will double this guy up. And sure enough, he hits the ground ball to JP, and Cal slips right in front of the plate. Otherwise, we get the double play.
Which is probably where he hurt himself again.
It didn't help.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if he was already hurt because the grimace had occurred before that.
Oh, yeah.
If he didn't trust even throwing the ball down the right field line, and then the slippage took place, and then all of a sudden, then he came out of the game.
Yeah.
So that was, I mean, it was almost like, Vasquez is at the plate. We might be able to get out of this. You just got to get a ground ball to one of your four guys. You get it, and then you don't get to execute the double play because Cal slips and falls. It was just that, I'm telling you, that umpire break. Like, everything seemed to be going really well before that, and nothing seemed to go well at all after that. It ended up being a disaster.
Like a
of
curse
night.
after the break. Like we all of a sudden, like the Astros got that Etsy witch came in and was like, okay, I'm going to help you now, and I'm going to put a curse on the Mariners because this break's too long.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it was that was a gross loss. That one did not feel good. All right, the latest on the NFL schedule. It is a schedule release day today. What do we know about the Seahawks, and what are we rooting for? We'll get into it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Let me tell you about some great entertainment at the Tulalip Resort Casino. You can see George Thorogood. You know him, Bad to the Bone guy.
Even I know him.
Yeah.
If you want to sing that song, I know that one.
I was bad to the bone.
Bad.
They knew right away.
Bad.
Bad to the bone.
Bad.
The Destroyers on August 6th. I don't do any Destroyers material.
I just destroy stuff.
They're not a part of my catalog. All of this at the Tulalip Amphitheater. Colin Ray plays the Orca Ballroom. Sometimes it's a brawl room.
Sometimes it is.
And with Colin Ray in town, it might be both.
That's true.
That's coming on June 4th. Lots of great country hits, it says. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. Details online at everythingtulalip.com. Coming up at the top of the hour, one more time, and maybe for the final time, there is a chance that I will lay to bed something that I have been doing for 35 years in my broadcasting career. It might be the final time, or it might unlock a revolution.
Oh, I'm nervous and excited all at the same
So we're
time.
going to do that at 8 o'clock today. And SUP coming up later as well. So your chance to like weigh in on stuff.
Yeah, sup.
All right. Let's talk first about the NFL schedule. There was something else that I was going to bring up here, and now I don't recall. But the NFL schedule release day today, Softy and Fane will take you through it later on today. I would imagine we're going to know everything by then. Adam Schefter he's leaking everywhere.
Oh, man, get the guy a diaper.
Yeah, he really could use one. The first Thanksgiving Day game this year will be the Bears at Detroit. So, not bad.
Yeah, that's all right. I like that.
I mean, there have been times in our lives where the Lions, a lot of times, were so bad that it was kind of hard to find something interesting. Now they're good. Now they're very compelling. I think they're as fun to watch as any team in the National Football League. And the Bears, who have been known for sort of being the opposite, they just want to bloody you. Kind of mentality, but now you've got those are two of the more exciting teams. So that's a heck of a Thanksgiving Day matchup. Plus, it's a rivalry, so not too bad. But all the pieces are coming together, and by this afternoon, we'll have them all in front of us, and we'll be able to dissect it. As you and I did yesterday, as a little bit of a practice, we kind of went through all the things that we are anticipating. We've talked about the primetime games and how many of those we'll need to feel satisfied. Looks like 6 will be the number for the Seahawks. We've talked about international games. We don't have a single international game. I love that. I know you do as well.
Yep, I really do, especially when you look at how the 49ers got hosed with 2 of them.
Check mark that one. We know the opener now, and that I don't like. We'll take on the New England Patriots. Not that that's not a compelling matchup, a Super Bowl rematch. But actually, because we've already talked about the Rossini Vrabel thing, but I don't even like a Super Bowl rematch. I don't like the last game and then of the previous year, and then you play the first game.
No,
of the
I don't like that
year.
either. I don't think that needs to happen.
I don't either. And certainly Seahawks-Patriots is going to be one of the better games this year on paper. I don't know if they're going to repeat what they did last year, but I think we're going to be really good. So I mean, that will be a compelling game, and maybe you do have it early in the season, but I don't like it for opening day. I don't like a Super Bowl rematch on opening day. And then you add the Rossini-Vrabel thing. This is just the last topic I want to discuss during my excitement for opening day. And you might say, well, then don't discuss it. I'm not sure we'll be able to avoid it. We don't even know what's going to change between now and then. So I don't think there's any avoiding it. And if the networks avoid it, then I think that
That'd be shocking.
I think they're tucking their tails and ducking their heads because this was as big an off-season story as we've had. And it might not be done unraveling right before our eyes.
Well, yeah, because we have to remember she's not even spoken yet. So what happens when she comes out and speaks?
The night before opening day.
Right, because she's going to do some sort of tell-all. You know it. Somebody's
Right.
going to pay her millions of dollars. She's going to come out on top of all this somehow, looking, well, at least being rich from it, which is ridiculous that you can be a turd and then make money off it. And so once that happens, it's all rekindled all over again.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if Mike Vrabel's going to make it to opening day.
And then there's that.
There's been an awful lot of talk about that. So far, it's not crossed that line with the Patriots or with him personally, or with the league, obviously.
Right.
But as I said, we don't know what we're going to hear next about it. And so I want to spend opening day talking about football.
I would like to, too. I want to just focus on football and first off, celebrating the Super Bowl champions, heading into the season following winning the Super Bowl. So they are defending champions. I want to talk about that and what season they're going to have, what a great season they had last year, and looking forward to this season. And that's it.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to face the Rams on Christmas Day. We know that. Ashley and I were no-go on Christmas Day
Correct.
games. Greg Bell actually kind of liked it. I was surprised. You can get your Christmas Day stuff done, and then it's a Christmas evening game, and it is at home. So that works well for him personally. And so we're going to play Christmas Day evening. I don't like playing football on Christmas Day, period.
Yeah, it'll be a Friday night at 5:15.
I'm sure a lot of you do. I'm sure a lot of you are excited. I'm sure a lot of you are excited about going to the game on Christmas Day as something you've never done before. Fine. Personally, I don't really like it. And then on top of it, looks like they're going to end the season with Seahawks-Rams. A projection that's going to be a really meaningful game at the end of the regular season. So if you're going to play on Christmas Day and then you're going to also play on Week 18, arguably the best team on your schedule, you're not going to face until the third to last week of the regular season, and then you will face them twice in 3 games. Do you like that?
I don't love facing them twice in 3 games, but it worked out pretty well for us when we had to do that with the 49ers. Didn't we have to play them?
Back-to-back.
Yeah, back-to-back.
Yeah, beat the hell out of them both times.
So it gives you a little extra time, I guess, to prepare versus the back-to-back. But, yeah, we'll be fine. And then whenever we have to play them, we just got to beat them, so it doesn't matter.
And then, Greg, I asked Greg about what is Mike McDonald when he looks at the schedule? What's the first thing? I mean, what would he be frustrated by? Because all fans usually get frustrated by something. Something's fair or unfair, or that doesn't work with my schedule. Why didn't they think about that? I have a boating expedition on that weekend. So, we talk show hosts invariably going to howl at the moon over this. But what might bother Mike McDonald, and Greg went straight to the bye week. When is the bye week? And we just did discuss this briefly yesterday. I want mine on the second half of the season. The middle of the year, that seems to balance the scales. I don't ever want it early. And I kind of I think it kind of gives you a boost to you go through the toils, and then when it really starts feeling like a long season, then you get your day off.
I like week 10 and later.
Yeah, and then that refreshes you for doesn't have to be like the last week of buys, but I want it past the midway point. That's my preference, but usually not what happens for the Seahawks.
It's usually not. I'm hopeful that because they're the defending Super Bowl champions, they get a little boost of, hey, yeah, you get to go second half of the season. That would be nice. As I said, week 10 or later, and I'm not going to complain.
All right, coming up next, maybe it's the final time that I ever discuss this. That's going to be left up to you, the listeners and the YouTube viewers. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. to you. It is Chuck and Ashley with you. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Great to have you aboard here on this Thursday. We have NFL schedule release day, which we'll get back to. Rick Neuheisel is going to join us today at 9 o'clock, talk a little college football and, of course, of his new project, the Dallas Renegades. So it'll be good to check in with Coach. A round of sup. We'll get you an update on Cal Raleigh, and here is the latest on Cal Raleigh. Not in the lineup today.
Well, and he definitely tweaked what we thought he tweaked.
Well, I think we shouldn't be surprised at all about that. The question now becomes, will we get an update later on today saying he's going on the IL?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
I kind of think that's what's going to happen. But that's just gut. I don't have any inside information.
I'm the same way as you. And I think they probably thought, okay, well, we didn't put him on the IL before, and then he didn't get enough rest. Yeah. And now, look, we don't want to deal with this all season. Yeah. Where you have to be worried about the toughest guy on your team.
Yeah, well, 10 full days rest where we can't be tempted to put him in the lineup, or he can't come to the park and convince us that he's ready to go and good to go. Let's just commit to it, bite the bullet, eat the 10 days, and then hopefully we can get the good Cal back in 11 days from now. So we'll see. Again, not put him on the IL, but he is not in the lineup today after what looked like a tweak of the side injury last night during the loss to the Houston Astros. Also, PGA Championship Day number 1 going on live. We'll get you an update from Philadelphia coming up at 8:20 and then again at 9:20 and throughout the course of our day together. We also have a cash word for you, Bills, 93.3KJR.com. If you're playing Grand Slam cash, if you want a shot at $1,000, enter the word Bills at 93.3KJR.com right now. All right, I have a project today that we're all going to work on together. And here is the headline. And I'm going to have you vote on this, and then it's going to determine my future, really. And the question's going to be, is it idiotic to be suspicious that the NBA draft lottery is rigged? That's going to be the question. And this might be the last time I ever give this speech on the airwaves, because for whatever so for 35 years, I've been in radio, 36 actually. I started when I was 19 years old. So 36 years. For better than half of that, I've done this. I think the NBA lottery is rigged. So the NBA lottery has been around for 40 years. I've been questioning it for more than half of its existence. I've been questioning it for more than half of my existence on the airwaves. Everywhere I've ever been, my coworkers have gotten a kick out of it, whether they agreed with me or not, because there's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, but very little. I do believe that they rigged the NBA lottery. That's fact. And so I've been doing this every year, and usually, whether you agree or disagree with me, people that I work with find it amusing. They laugh at it or like my passion about it or think it's interesting because it's not like I'm just throwing it out there without examples being given. But for whatever reason here at KJR, my coworkers have had a problem with it. I remember when Puck and I hosted, he did not like that topic and he thought it was silly. I think Bucky may have come around to like, I see your point of view. I just don't believe it. Ashley, I think I've won over.
Yes, you have.
But apparently I have not won over the afternoon guys, including our QB1, because they're now airing a promo about me being an idiot for believing that the NBA lottery is rigged. And they're laughing. They're having a grand old time about it. And it just keeps airing over and over and over. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to give my pitch, maybe for the last time. I'm going to tell you where I'm coming from on this. And then we're going to have you vote on that question I started the segment with. And if I get one more vote saying that I'm an idiot for thinking the NBA lottery is rigged, then I will never bring this topic back up again on our airwaves here at KJR.
Okay.
And if I find out that most people do find that they're suspicious about whether or not the NBA draft lottery is rigged, and they don't count themselves as idiots for thinking so, then I will refer to everybody that doesn't think the NBA lottery is rigged as a gullible, naive fool.
Okay.
From this day forward.
Okay.
All right. So we're just going to leave it to the viewers on YouTube, the listeners, whoever wants to vote. We're going to post that poll in a moment. But first, hear me out. because I do want to give the speech maybe for the last and final time, because I do think, and that's very important, I think the NBA lottery is rigged. I've never said that it is. There's no way that I could ever present to a radio audience or to my own radio station, try to play it off as fact. I just think that it is. I'm not saying that there isn't a great, sound, very rational argument against my admittedly bold take, which I usually only use in a segment called Reckless at Breakfast. Meaning I'm intentionally being bold and reckless in that segment more so than normal. But to me, the evidence for my argument is staggeringly suspicious over the years, which is why half the players believe it. More than half of the guys that were actually had the lottery rigged for them believe it. Like 50% of the people covered, and these are loose numbers. I don't have factual numbers. Like half the league, people that cover the league believe it. Certainly, I'm betting that more than half of fans of the NBA believe it. And let's take a look at the evidence. But before we get to the evidence, I want to point out two things, because people tend to think that I believe it's rigged to help big market clubs. No. We got plenty of evidence that suggests that is not true. I think the NBA does a great job of not making it about the large markets. Baseball makes it about the large markets. NBA, LeBron James in Cleveland and Tim Duncan in San Antonio and, Shaq in Orlando to start his career. He eventually went to the Lakers, but Shaq in Orlando to start his career. And so I don't think this is about big markets. I do believe, though, it is about transitional players, transcendent players, generational players, and then we have to support them with talent sooner than later. And our best way of doing that is to rig the lottery. So it's also not just about number one picks, because the ping pong balls historically have picked out the top three. And now we pick out the top four. So it gives you a chance to not necessarily rig it for number one, but where is it written that it's not rigged so that you get one of those top four picks that helps support a superstar player so that we can put him in more primetime games, so on and so forth. So let's run through it, because the history of this thing is just loaded with suspicion. Going back to the very first one, 1985, Patrick Ewing. The whole point of the NBA lottery system was because Ralph Sampson, prior to Patrick Ewing, was causing NBA teams to tank. And they were trying to get 7'4", the Wemby before Wemby, Ralph Sampson on their team. And so the NBA said, we don't want that. We don't want that look. So they created this lottery system, and everybody had the exact same chances. They put in one envelope per team that didn't make the playoffs. And back in those days, it was just 7 teams. So 7 teams in a ping pong ball hopper, and then they would rotate it right there live on the stage, and David Stern would reach his hand into the hopper, and he would pull out one of the envelopes, and then they would reveal them. Mm-hmm. Well, the story is that one of them was frozen. So David Stern would reach his hand in there, find the frozen one. I don't remember if they went 7-1 or 1-7. I think it was 1-7. He'd reach it in there, and he would feel around till he found the frozen one, and he would grab it out. And then that was the New York Knicks, because here was Patrick Ewing, and the NBA right out of the chute decided, if we use a lottery system, we can figure out where we want generational players to land. And so that's how it all started. That's where the suspicion started. And frankly, they've never died over the years. But I'm not going to go through the entire NBA lottery history, but I am going to go through the big names, the generational names, and then you determine at the end of this whether or not I'm crazy or an idiot, as the name callers have suggested. And then if I am, I'll wear the idiot crown forever, and I'll never bring this back up again. If not, maybe somebody else has to wear the idiot crown.
Fair enough.
Okay. So 1992, Shaquille O'Neal, the Orlando Magic had a 9% chance of getting the number one pick. And they ended up getting it. The theory being that they had 2 new franchises and they wanted to get them going because they were expanding quickly. and they wanted to get them going. So they ended up, Orlando got 1, Minnesota got 2. But Orlando only had a 9% chance of getting that. And then there's now the now famous story where Shaquille O'Neal believes David Stern had tipped him off as to where he was going to go before they even had. So Shaquille O'Neal believes that it was rigged for him to go to Orlando. So 9% chance they get it. But that's not even the one I'm suspicious about. The one I'm suspicious about is the very next year, the Magic with Shaquille O'Neal won the lottery again. This time with a 1.5% chance of winning the lottery. What did I say earlier? It's not just about the number one pick. You then have to get talent around him so that you can take advantage of the player's ascending popularity. And the only way to do that is to have him worthy of being put on big-time marquee games and making the playoffs, right? That's the only way to get eyeballs on the product. You got to marry the two together. So Chris Webber was the number one pick, and then they traded him for Penny Hardaway famously, but they had a 1.5% chance of winning the lottery again, and they did it again. All right? So now let's skip to 1997. Tim Duncan goes to the San Antonio Spurs. Spurs had a 22% chance of winning that. That's pretty significant chance. That's a 1-4 chance of winning the NBA lottery, right? Well, they won it. Boston that year had a 36% chance. So they didn't have the highest percentage chance of getting Tim Duncan, but they got him. And it just so happened that year that the San Antonio Spurs were up for a new stadium. And at that point, David Stern had not lost a franchise, and he was very proud of that. He hated franchise relocation, not on his watch. So there is a theory that, and this isn't my theory that I came up with, is that in order to push that vote over so San Antonio would get its stadium, that Tim Duncan and the Spurs needed to win, even though they had a 14% less chance of getting the number one pick than what the Boston Celtics had. Here's another thing about it. David Robinson, the Spurs were already good. The only reason they were in position to get the number one pick is because David Robinson was hurt the year before. So they only had a 6% chance. He only played 6 games that year. So you were adding Tim Duncan to David Robinson. Now I get a chance to put Tim Duncan. They get to be good immediately. David Robinson gets to be better immediately. And I get to showcase these two guys more regularly. And they became an instant hit, right?
Yeah.
And then went on to a dynastic run ultimately. At least Duncan did.
Right.
And so that was another suspicious one that occurred back in 1997. Now let's go forward to 2003. The ultimate player was coming out, LeBron James. Cavaliers had a 22.5% chance of getting the number one pick. That was the highest of any team out there. And they got the number one pick. But what gets lost is there was a 77.5% chance that he wasn't going to be to the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers weren't going to get him. So it was the field versus the Cavaliers. So even though the Cavaliers were the most likely, 77, it was far more likely that he was going to go. It was 3-1 more likely he was going to go to another team. LeBron leaves in 2010 after saving the Cavaliers franchise. Then in 2011, because Cleveland's beside itself, with a 2.8% chance, guess who wins the NBA lottery?
Oh, look at that.
The Cleveland Cavaliers. And so Kyrie Irving goes to the Cleveland Cavaliers with 2.8% chance. Top 5 picks again in 2013 and 2014. It's a 1,500 to 1 chance that with their odds, the Cleveland Cavaliers would have gotten the number one pick in the NBA lottery 3 out of 4 years. 1,500 to 1. And it just so happened that LeBron James was going to return to Cleveland, which many people believe was in the works before his final year at Miami, that it had already been decided. And lo and behold, in 2013, they get the number one pick with a 15% chance. And then they got it again in 2014 with a 14% chance. Then they took those 2 number one picks and traded them for Kevin Love, and who at that time was a star, maybe superstar. And now you had Kyrie, Kevin Love waiting for LeBron James on his return to Cleveland. individually, that might not be all that suspicious. But when you start putting all the pieces together, you start saying, man, what is going on here? Let's go to 2023. That's the Victor Wembanyama draft. 14% chance that he was going to San Antonio. That's tied for first. I mean, because they changed the rules. So 14% chance he was going to San Antonio. Just so happens this precious commodity coming over from France wanted to go to San Antonio. So what happens? He goes to San Antonio.
Who knew?
Still an 86% chance the field was going to win against San Antonio, and Victor being able to get married just because Victor wanted to. And yet, Wembanyama lands with the Spurs. But that's not the end. They ended up, the very next year, getting one of those top 4 picks. And then the year after that, got a second pick in the draft. So they defied the lottery odds 3 years in a row to surround Victor Wembanyama with the talent to make them what you now see before you. They also grabbed De'Aaron Fox in a very strange trade that nobody could believe Sacramento pulled. Then you go to 2025, and that was the Luka Doncic fallout. Why did the Dallas Mavericks just trade their best player to the Lakers with that weak of a return, without shopping him, without it being known that he was going to be traded, because they could have really driven up the price on a commodity like Luka Doncic?
$1 million question.
Once again, LeBron James is in Los Angeles. He's our biggest face. Put the two together. But when we got to scratch Dallas's back, still, people lived with that mystery. Why? Why would Dallas do this? And with a 1.8% chance, the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery. Are you at least suspicious that maybe they worked out a deal? We'll trade Luka to the Lakers so you can team him with LeBron in LA and give LeBron the hand-off baton carrier of the torch into the future. But you got to give us something special. Give us the Cooper Flag #1 pick. In 2019, last one, July of 2019, this wasn't the first time they'd done this. Anthony Davis was mysteriously traded to the Lakers to team with LeBron in his prime, and everybody at that point was like, why on earth would they consider that? Well, it just so happened that a month before that trade, the New Orleans Pelicans won the NBA lottery with a 6% chance, took Zion Williamson, and then traded Anthony Davis to the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it's rigged. I really am not. But after that, that's just a handful of players. How could you not be suspicious that it's rigged? So if I'm an idiot, which I've been accused of being, well, the argument that has been made against me is that why would the NBA risk so much to create this? I don't know. Why would politicians get involved in organized crime? Why would billionaire companies be found guilty of investing in terrible things? We have a Food and Drug Administration right now. There's an investigation going on that maybe we've been poisoned our entire lives by food companies in order for the drug companies to take care of us because they're making us sick and then trying to keep us sick with our food. And I don't know if that's true, but if our government rubber stamps that, then why wouldn't we think a multi-billion-dollar company like the NBA wouldn't try to get Wemby to the Spurs? I mean, that's not that outlandish. I don't think that's idiotic to be suspicious of that. As a matter of fact, I don't know. Maybe you should take your idiot arm and grab your idiot mirror and press your idiot face into the reflective part, the shiny part of the mirror, and tell me what you see. I have a feeling there's a team full of idiots somewhere at an idiot conference in an idiot city inside an idiot hotel, and they're having an idiot meeting while drinking idiot drinks and eating idiot food, and they're trying to determine what is a word stronger than idiot that we could call the person that's not suspicious of what the NBA lottery is doing. And once we find out what that word is, that's what that reflection in that mirror is looking at. That's what you are. if I'm an idiot. Let's vote. You want to vote?
Yeah.
All right, let's vote. So, again, you vote. Is it idiotic to be suspicious of the NBA draft? Yes or no? Ashley's going to post it up. If it's more than 50%, that's the last time I ever give that speech. And I will wear the idiot crown when it comes to the NBA lottery forever. If not, I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to keep preaching the gospel. All right. Coming up next on the radio program, a round of SUP. We need your questions at 49451. But right now, a PGA update from Philadelphia.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Nothing, B.
What's up with you? Nothing.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
So what's up, B?
It's time for SUP. 49451. Your questions for Ashley or myself, or both of us, at 49451. Direct your question, though. SUP, Chuck, what's going on? I'll start it off. I'm going to get started off. Sup, Ashley?
Oh.
How's your friend Derek faring today at the PGA Championship?
Well, I will say it was a little rough going on the front, on his, well, he started off on the back nine, but his first nine, understandable. First time in the PGA Championship. I imagine nerves played a part of it.
Most nervous day of his life.
Ever. And for great reason.
Yeah.
Went to the back nine, hole one, birdie.
Nice.
Par on hole two, and he just piped it straight down the middle on hole three. So let's go, Derek.
Getting his legs underneath him. No more knocking knees anymore. No longer intimidated by Scotty Scheffler. Who are you?
Yeah, he's like, I know this course.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing about Derek, too, his positioning where he's playing. He's got big groups in front of him and in back of him. So there's quite a crowd there to be watching.
Yeah. We could understand why he would be incredibly nervous.
I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing in it or even in the vicinity.
You've been nervous all morning long for him.
I have.
Well, good. All right. Well, let's get to the text line. What do people have today?
All right. We've got, sup, Chuck? Are you a dog or cat person, and why or why not?
I'm really turned a softy when it comes to just animals in general late in my life. I give the unicorn credit for that, kind of opening my eyes to some stuff. So I'm definitely a dog person. I'm more of a dog person now by 1,000 times than I ever was now that I've had a dog, and we have dogs right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm more of a dog person for sure, but I got to be honest, I think maybe a little kitty is even cuter than a puppy.
Oh, yeah, they are so cute.
They're so cute.
With their little nubbin paws.
Yeah. So I never really was a cat person at all, but I mean, there's room in this heart for all animals.
I love that. Good for you.
Including elk.
Including elk. Yeah, Bucky.
Yeah.
How about this one from the 253? Sup, idiots. After hearing Shaq's story, it would be malpractice not to be suspicious. Thanks from your number one idiot.
And one thing I didn't get into that was elaborate, I wanted to elaborate a little bit more, because the argument against me that was posed last year was, why would they risk that, in essence? There's no way that they could get away with that.
Right.
And if they didn't, I mean, it could undermine the entire league, certainly the commissioner, all of that sort of thing. And my response to that is, there are a lot of people with a lot at stake. We have politicians who are public servants that fed us a line to vote for them and that we put our trust in, and then we find out that they're involved in all sorts of illegalities. We've had presidents with mob ties, for goodness sake. And if we've got billionaires who are willing to risk it all because they've got good enough lawyers and they put enough distance between themselves and the crimes that make them an extra billion that year, and there are all sorts of billionaires out there with some really nasty rumors about them these days.
What?
If they're willing to risk it, then is it that out of the question that a multi-billion-dollar company would put enough distance between themselves and the actions of perhaps rigging some things about the lottery so they could get their most impactful players to the right situations in their eyes for them to flourish and for them to market around them? I just don't think that's crazy, much less idiotic.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Sub Ashley from the 253. What's your favorite food if you get to have dinner yourself with no one else around? Well,
Great question.
That's an easy question.
Oh, an easy one.
Yes. Every time 5 Iron goes out of town, I make one of two things: avocado toast with hollandaise or Indian food.
You make it?
Yes.
You know how to make Indian food?
Yeah. And because especially like I love chicken tikka masala, but I can't buy it in a restaurant because it has cream in it. But if I use my dairy-free cream. So my mom was staying with us this week because 5 Iron's in Philly, and we made that and had it for dinner last night or Monday night and Tuesday night because we had leftovers, and it is my favorite.
That is your favorite.
Oh my
what
God,
an
it's so
odd
good.
couple of favorite things to crave.
Well, because it's two things that Five Iron doesn't. He won't eat Indian food, and he doesn't
Probably
really
hates the
care
smell.
about. Yes, and he doesn't really care about avocado toast. So it's just one that's easy, and I like it. And Palmer the Great also likes it, which is helpful. And then the Indian food. It's just, he hates it. So I'm like, if he's gone and he's gone for multiple days, then I will cook it and then get the smell out of it.
What do you race to go eat out if he's gone?
What do I eat out? That's a good
That's
question.
my first thing. I'm not thinking about making something for myself.
Yeah.
I'm looking like, what gluten can I shove in my face?
I don't know what I eat out, honestly.
I'm always pizza because we found a couple of gluten-free pizzas because she's celiac, and so I don't put it in the house because I've seen her suffer from it. But when she's not there, it's like,
Where do you get pizza from?
Gluten-free pizza. Well, I'll just go with whatever's close around there because we have like a Ballard Pizza Company close to us.
I do love when someone else makes me a pasta dish.
Pasta. Yeah.
But, and then,
Yeah. All right. What else we got?
let's see. We've got Sup Chuck.
Yeah.
Given you've got Arizona ties, what are your thoughts on Tucson? I'm contemplating moving there in the not too distant future.
I didn't spend a lot of time in Tucson. What little time I spent there, it felt very dusty to me, far more than even Phoenix. Because I don't know if I ever, living in Phoenix for 15 years, ever felt like, man, I feel like dusty. Like you would go out and you feel like you were covered in dust. And I think that's just there's less infrastructure there, and more desert, and so you don't have the obstacles in your way. But that's kind of the way I felt. People that live in Phoenix don't really like Tucson too much. Now there's a rivalry that maybe that has to do with. Unicorn lived in Tucson. She liked it. So certainly I don't care where you go. Wherever you move to, if you can't find something you like about it, then I feel bad for you. So there's enough about Tucson that you should be able to gravitate toward. It's going to be hot. It's going to be dusty. Just warn you. But you're going to have the best Mexican food of your entire life.
Oh, I do love that.
Yeah.
I do love that. All right. Sup, Chuck and Ashley. When is an acceptable time to start tailgating on Christmas Day? I say anytime after noon.
What a phenomenal question. I should have thought of that myself.
You got to do Christmas morning with the family. That's the big thing. So
unless you do a first Christmas tailgate with the family, you can start in the morning. Like Christmas presents can be opened on the tailgate this year.
They could be, but if your family's not all going to the game, they might give you dirty looks.
But what if it's the theme for this? My family always has a theme to Christmas.
Oh, Five Iron does love a theme. Every time we go to a wedding, he goes, well, what's the theme? I said, 2 people getting married. That's the theme.
What if you put the Christmas tree in the back of a truck and then you all went to brought down the tailgate and you opened your gifts out there and started your party?
Well, it'll probably be raining, so I'll probably be angry.
What time should you start tailgating? Oh, boy.
I say on Christmas Day, it's got to be a little later. You can't, I'd say 1:30 at the earliest.
But if you don't have
But if you don't have family to worry about,
like
then why limit yourself? Go down there at 9.
I would go 9 the night before so you can wake up on Christmas Day tailgating.
I mean, there's a Christmas present to unwrap.
Yeah, see what Santa brought you.
Oh, look,
down
a
at
pack
Lumen.
of Miller Lite.
I love Santa.
Sup, Chuck, why do you care about the NFL schedule so much? Is it possible to go 1 week in the offseason without talking about the NFL? I don't think this is a Chuck problem.
That's not a me problem. I think the NFL schedule's way overdone, but my problem is because I go so hard on the draft, I can't neglect those who love NFL schedule week so much. So I prefer just to get the schedule, do a little half day of reacting on Friday, but there's such an appetite for it. I mean, my job is not necessarily to bring up things that I want to talk about. Mm-hmm. My job is to try to figure out what are good topics for the average person tuning in. So I can't neglect the fever that the football fan has for the schedule and all the nitty-gritty aspects of it. So whatever you hear me doing that you think is overdone, it is a service to those who are thirsty for it.
Well, and also the NFL makes sure that you could not go, because this text says, is it possible to go 1 week in the offseason without talking about the NFL? No, it is not possible. It is not possible to go a day usually without bringing up the NFL in some way, because especially it is so important to our listeners. You got to work it into one segment. Yeah. But the NFL makes it impossible to ignore it for a week. Are you kidding?
I think the only stretch we have is after OTAs.
Yeah.
until training camp. There's about a month where, we don't have to do
less
it every
important,
day. We
right.
don't have to do it every day, but if something pops up, we do it. It's the king. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. Last one here from the 253. Sup, Ash, tell us about water polo. Well, you swim and tread water for the entirety of the game and have people climbing on you, scratching you, punching you, and throw a ball. That's water polo in a nutshell.
I think we need to spend some time on this because that's in a nutshell, but I don't like soccer.
Mm-hmm.
I know, like soccer, if I grew up with it like I did with baseball and I understood all the nitty-gritty aspects of it. If I could come to get a good appreciation for some of the skill that's on display, because to me, it looks like you're just playing keep away.
Right.
And it's pretty boring. Actually, it's really boring. But for those that grew up with, I know people have said that about baseball, and I don't find baseball boring at all.
Right.
If I knew it better. But I have seen water polo at the Olympics. It is an event that I have attended in person, water polo at the Olympics.
Fun.
Wasn't even the U.S. It was Poland versus Italy.
Oh.
And
it's a good matchup.
I enjoyed my time there, and I kind of got the gist of how the game works and how difficult it is to play, but I don't understand any of the intricacies.
Right.
Maybe we should have like a study session.
I mean, I'd be happy to help. Happy to help. But
do different players have different roles?
Yes.
Do you have different positions?
Correct. Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yeah, you have whole set in the middle. You've got wings. You've got flats, and you've got point.
I don't know any of this.
Yeah, exactly. See, so everybody has positions. And then it all runs through the whole set in the middle, and you've got people on the flat and the point trying to drive down, and you're swapping, so you're trying to create the open position. I will say versus soccer, you get more goals scored in water polo than you do in soccer.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I didn't really know exactly what was happening, but I did enjoy it.
Good.
So maybe we should do it tomorrow because Bucky will crap all over it.
Yeah, well, probably.
When he comes back. All right, coming up next, thank you very much for your questions. Tomorrow, by the way, we'll play a round of Sup with you. So we'll do that on tomorrow's radio program. Coming up next, the latest on Cal Raleigh, as we've heard, and what the team should do going forward with number 29. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. check in with him. You know, we miss him in the off season.
Yeah.
And he's got a new job this summer, or spring, I should say. See how that's going. See his latest thoughts on college football. And so we're going to chat with Coach Neuheisel at 9 o'clock today. Plus your cash word. Of course, Mariners losing to the Houston Astros last night, 4-3. I'm watching the replay right now, Ashley, and the Mariners are up. It's the fourth inning, middle of the fourth inning. End of the fourth inning. Bryce just got through the fourth. He's throwing a shutout.
Ooh, do you think they're going to win?
Team's up 1-0. Cal just challenged a call and was right.
Got it right.
Like by the narrowest of margins.
Yes.
And then Cal his face, he looks healthy.
Yes.
His face so full of hope, like can't wait for his next at bat as opposed to dreading it. And then all of a sudden, at some point in the game yesterday, everything went south for the Mariners and for Cal Raleigh. Frankly, he missed a challenge later. He hurt his side again. He slipped on a really important moment in the game. He didn't get another hit the rest of the way.
Went to poop in a poop basket.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I wish I had an answer.
I
Frustrating.
do too. Wish I had an answer. Mariners playing again today, and they will play in a couple of hours. Try to make it 3 out of 4. Cal's not in the lineup. Mitch is getting the start behind the plate. Canzone's DHing today against the right-hander in Mike Burrows. Hard not to read into it. Could be just, hey, fourth day of a road trip. You don't have a day off this week. But when you saw the grimace last night to the side and then he removed himself from the game, has a little bit to do with that, right? And, maybe Greg's right. Maybe Softy last night was right. Maybe, what was it, Ellie?
Ella.
Maybe Ella from Palmer the Great softball team is right. Maybe it's just time to give him 10 days off.
Just needs a rest.
But you are so anxious to get him on track because it feels like that unlocks the season we were all waiting for. 21-23 right now. I don't know how that game got away from them last night, but it did. But it just, doesn't it not feel, correct me if I'm wrong, does it not feel that we're Cal being back to Cal away from being the team that we thought they were going to be this year?
That's absolutely how it feels. And so then, it was frustrating last night on so many different levels because you'd had that promising game and the offense just was awesome and Cal had a good game and things were looking up. And then we got Bryce Miller back. And so we're like, okay, here we go.
Until he wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. And then it was, as you said earlier, it was like a tale of two games. You had that delay, and then everything went down the crapper. Mm-hmm. We're going with a poop theme, if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah, a lot of. I get it though. I get why you would associate poop with what we watched last night. But even he had a night where it's like so full of promise, and we're like, all right, Cal's back. Oh, I know he went 0 for 1. Oh, I know he went 0 for 2, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. He's catching a shutout right now. Bryce is in control of this sucker. He looks great. He looks healthy, and then all of a sudden he didn't, and then he's missing challenges, and then he went 0 for 4, and then he comes out of the game and he slips on the near home plate. All it just unraveled last night. So maybe that is the better course. Just give him 10 days rest. Don't give him the opportunity to come and say that he's good to go and wants to play that day.
Because he's going to try to play through it all.
Yeah, but it's just been the whole year's been out of whack. I mean, going all the way back to the WBC, that was out of whack for him. Spring training was out of whack for him, and he obviously hasn't got on track this year as a hitter. And so, I don't know, maybe 10 days to get him on whack.
Yeah, let's get him on whack. I mean, especially they kind of were half in, half out with this oblique injury to start with. Like, we don't know what we're going to do. We'll see. We're just feeling it out. Well, okay, but do you want to keep doing that all year? Because clearly he wasn't okay last night when he's grimacing and touching his side. I mean, Cal is a tough MRFer.
Yes.
If he's grimacing and touching his side, there's some serious pain there. He's not just doing that for show.
And this is not a team that is only Cal Raleigh. I mean, let's face it. I mean, he hasn't really contributed much offensively so far this year, and we're hovering around 500. Julio's going a little bit. Josh has obviously come out of his early season funk. Randy's having a heck of a year. Luke's having a heck of a year. We have enough to support him not being out right now. I mean, it's not going to fall apart if Cal Raleigh and his 166 average is not in the lineup right now.
And this is the time to do it.
And you brought back Mitch Garver because he has such a good relationship. And it doesn't stand out to me that the pitchers struggle with Mitch behind the plate. I think that they have a really good working relationship with him. He's not as good at throwing out runners, that's for sure. But I mean, he's not. I mean, they're both hitting 160.
Right. I was going to say, we got to give him credit for his at bat in the ninth inning.
That's true.
Night.
That's true. So maybe that's just what you got to do. And even if that's overkill, just to protect him from himself.
We need full Cal.
10 days, he gets back. You still got over 100 games to prove you're the best team in the American League West. All right, coming up next, Rick Neuheisel joins us. We also have your cash word, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. listed by seconds. Cal Raleigh has officially been placed on the IL during our commercial break, and so he's going to miss the next 10 days. We know that much, and so something reoccurred last night. That's why he was removed from the game. He's not in the lineup today. Johnny Pereda has been brought up to take his place on the roster. Mitch Garver's in the starting lineup as the catcher for the fourth and final game in Houston of this series. And so Cal Raleigh officially on the IL, and hopefully it's just one of those, we need to preserve him. Let's just take the bite. 10 days. He doesn't need all of that. Hopefully it wasn't something worse that they diagnosed last night that's going to keep him out for even longer. But certainly it has not been the year of Cal to this point. Last year was the year of Cal. This has just not gone according to script this season.
It hasn't, but I hope that this 10-day rest and recovery will be just what he needs, and he'll get back to being Cal Raleigh.
All right. Let's talk some college football. Before we do that, do want to let you know Grand is your keyword this hour at 93.3KJR.com. Enter that for your shot at $1,000 of Grand Slam cash. And do know we'll talk more about the NFL schedule release coming up at 9:30, plus a PGA update at 9:20. Man, we got a lot to do. Rick Neuheisel's like, I have a football team. I'm a college football expert. I'm taking time to also be a guest on various shows, and I'm not nearly as busy as you guys sound at the radio station today. So let's say hello to our friend, Coach Neuheisel. We always check in with him in the off season. How are you, sir?
I am wonderful. How are my friends there in Seattle? Holding down the fort?
We're trying to hold down the fort. There's a lot going on, Coach. There's always something going on. The sports world is crazy. It gets crazier every single day, every single year.
It is wild and woolly, and the great Lane Kiffin is a fire starter if there ever was one. And he's back at it again in the world of college athletics.
Well, yeah, I do want to talk about that and a few other things from college football, but we wanted to check in with you. How are things going with your Renegades? How are you enjoying this spring being in the UFL?
I am loving it. Coaches love to coach, and I've created great relationships. We started out gangbusters, won our first 3 games. It has been tough sledding here of late, having lost the last 4, this last one in overtime. But we get a chance to be the first professional game on an Army base tomorrow night. We're going to play at Fort Hood, and in front of all the men and women who are serving on that base. And what an opportunity to hopefully provide some measure of entertainment and see what teams look like. Because when I went and visited the troops, Chuck, back in 2009, I went with a bunch of really cool guys: Mac Brown, Jim Tressel, Tommy Tuberville, Jim Grove, Houston Nutt. We had a bunch, Troy Calhoun. We had a bunch of really good guys to go. We were blown away about the concept of team when we got to places like Iraq and Turkey and Djibouti, Africa. You talk about teams and wounded veterans that wanted only to get back to their teams. So this is an honor to be able to go and play on this kind of setting, and looking forward to it.
Yeah. I'm glad you're having fun with it. And we were really excited for this adventure for you. And I tell you what, you talk about starting off like gangbusters. You set a record, passing record in your very first game with Austin Reed as your quarterback. And we were talking about it on the show off the air at the time. It's like, man, that Neuheisel, he hasn't lost his touch, just lighting up the scoreboard with the passing game.
Not so fast. I needed to leave right after week 1. Exactly.
But is it like riding a bike for you, for coaches? I mean, I watched John Gruden struggle pretty mightily being away from the game and how much it changed on him. And he caught up a little bit there with the Raiders as the season went along, but he seemed overwhelmed by how much the game had changed in a really short period of time. What was the experience like for you? You haven't been that far removed from coaching, but the game moves pretty fast.
The game moves very fast. And, to look at film and to kind of look where your advantages and your disadvantages are, that comes back pretty quickly. But, I've kept my radio program, and so I wasn't able to coordinate the offense like I had before. So this particular piece and trying to figure out when to insert myself into the offense, when to not, and make sure that it gets we're using on game day what we practiced. That's been a little bit of a finding the right balance. But I did this for the relationships. I did this because these kids wanted one more chance, and if I could create an opportunity and a platform for them to create, the best film possible, that would be worth it, and I'd make 50 new friends. So that's exactly what's happened.
Oh, good. Very good. Rick Neuheisel is with us. We're checking in on him. He's coaching the Dallas Renegades in the UFL, but also still keeping up with the college football offseason, as he said, still doing his show here in the offseason. Well, you seem to want to jump in on Lane Kiffin, and you're going to be...
I don't know that you have a choice if you're following college football.
Yeah, well,
you don't have a choice. You jump in on that one almost all the time.
Well, you're probably going to be a lot more careful and responsible. I mean, the guy's just always rubbed me the wrong way, and I just hate the way that he's handled his exit from Ole Miss. They gave him the chance again when he was considered kind of toxic by a lot of programs out there. They gave him the platform to get his career back on track. He found success. We all know that he's a bright guy, but ever since he's left unceremoniously to LSU, it's like he's trying to destroy. He's like Sherman going through Georgia. He's trying to just burn all the fields behind him, so if he loses the war, that nobody will have anything to claim. I find it kind of disgusting, but maybe I'm taking it too far. What is your reaction to what's going on with Lane Kiffin these days?
I know Lane, having competed against him, and there are some things that are, great characteristics. He's, like you said, he's a bright guy. He can be a lot of fun. He's got a, kind of a needle type sense of humor. And if you appreciate that, you can leave a conversation with him kind of entertained, but there is no reason to bite the hand that feeds you. And that's what he consistently does. And your listeners may not be old enough to remember the great character Eddie Haskell, but he's got a lot of Eddie Haskell in him.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, that just, and he must think this is a recruiting advantage he's gaining when recruiting against Ole Miss. Because not only did they give him a chance, but they gave him, Chuck, all the resources necessary to compete in a world now in college athletics where resources are everything. We see the rise of Indiana. We see the rise of Texas Tech. We see the rise of Miami. They did that because their boosters gave them the money to go out and buy the best talent. And Ole Miss was right there with them. Ole Miss spent lavishly to go get Lane a roster. And for him to now go to a place where he's now going to earn $91 million guaranteed, to look back at his former employer and to say something disparaging, true or not, about that place, just is bad form.
Yeah, I agree. And Sark jumped on Ole Miss this week too. It's like, so suddenly.
Yeah, what the basket weavers of America do to Sark? I mean, holy smokes! How do you pick on the fine artists that are basket weavers,
right,
in such a way? I don't get it.
Right. Well, I mean, where would we be without properly weaved baskets in decent society?
There is a Texas Basket Weaving Association.
Is there really?
100%. I looked this up, and they had a convention on January 22nd through the 25th. And I looked at all the fine artwork that was being done, and here they are being disparaged as if that's easy. That's just wrong.
I would love her if they just, with torches in hand, just stormed Austin.
Just storm the castle. It's just wrong.
Well, suddenly, I mean, they've turned me into Ole Miss fans. I want Ole Miss to win, if it's not going to be the Huskies.
September 19th.
Yeah.
September 19th, Chuck. LSU goes to Oxford. We had this kid. Do you remember the kerfuffle that happened when Lane was leaving Oxford? Mm-hmm. That there was a beat writer that basically called him a hoe.
Yes.
And Lane was ready to go,
yeah,
do the WWE with him, right?
Yep.
You just kind of go to blows with him. This guy was on our radio show today. Oh, classic content going after this deal. September 19th in Oxford is going to be Christmas morning. It is going to be the scene of scenes. It will look like you picked the riot gear that you like the most. It will be an absolute scene as those two SEC foes go at it.
I want a full suit of armor, but weaved around me like a finely made basket. That's how I want.
Weaver should be employed for that deal. There's no question. There's no question.
And Ole Miss is going to be good, right? I mean, they've got Chambliss back. I don't know why, Coach Trinidad Chambliss.
And Kewan Lacey.
And Kewan Lacey. Why was Chambliss fighting to stay at Ole Miss so badly when I'm watching an NFL draft where there's talking about there's not a good quarterback outside of Fernando Mendoza? I'm like, I realize Chambliss is a little bit undersized, but that guy's a wizard, and he was playing better than any football player in the country at the end of the season. Why was he fighting so hard to stay in college? It felt like it was the perfect time for him to jump in the pros.
I don't know that he'd gotten that kind of grade in terms of the NFL stuff, given his size. And there were probably 4 million other reasons, too. Maybe 4 to 5 million other reasons.
Understood.
But, I mean, he's a happy camper. You know, this kid that just came on our show, Ben, told us that he's got the audio of the taped conversation Lane trying to get both Trinidad and Kewan to come to LSU with him before he even signed the deal with LSU. But it's creating quite the furor in the southeastern portion of the country, which usually has no trouble starting a fire.
Yeah, no doubt. But do you have any of the funny anecdotes? Do you have one you can share of the conversation you had today of an example of how crazy it's getting already?
Oh, they just want this guy. I mean, listen, they gave him the olive branch of olive branches from Florida Atlantic. Right. Yep. And then remember, he was offered a chance to go to Auburn, and they upped the ante again. So he became one of the wealthiest coaches in the game, and resources plenty to go out and buy the best roster out there. And he made it to the college football playoff. And I think he's really miffed that they didn't let him continue. But when you're going to a sister school in the SEC, it probably was the prudent move by the athletic director there at Ole Miss to say, you know what, if you're moving on, so are we. Mm-hmm. And Pete Golding took over, won a couple of games in the college football playoff, and now we've just got, Peyton Place and then some, Southern fried football, if you will, and we are going to have our own barbecue on September 19th.
I think Golding might take him up on a fight. He seems scrappy to me. He might go ahead and square off with him at the 50-yard line. Who knows? Rick Neuheisel is with us, our college football insider. He's had a little spring project this year, but we wanted to check in on him, and there's certainly a lot of interesting things going on in college football. We're still a little bit away from it, but nonetheless, never a dull moment in the college football world. Speaking of Sark, speaking of quarterbacks, I mean, so much hype around Arch Manning a year ago, and he didn't live up to that. Do you think he does this year? Do you think with that experience under his belt that we'll see the hype that was meant for Arch Madness a year ago come to fruition in 2026?
I think that's probably fair. I mean, he played really well at the end of the year. He had a great game against Texas A&M, who had previously been unbeaten. He had a great game, I think it was against Michigan in the bowl game, that solidified his prowess as a top-notch quarterback, top-tier quarterback. And now he comes back with that confidence. Remember, with all this hype about him a year ago was really without any foundation other than against some lesser tier programs. So the opportunity to have that confidence and to have an off season again, I think will give him a leg up going into this year. And, plus his offensive line is a year better, and he'll have some receivers that he's been around rather than just the freshman that he kind of started with last year. So all signs pointing north for Arch Manning and having a big year for Texas.
You know Huskies football. You know the Dog fan base. You know quarterbacks. And yet you don't know coaching in this era where your quarterback tried to leave you. You had to convince him to stay, and then you had to convince your fan base to forgive him. Where do you think the fan base should be with Damon Williams Jr. right now here in Washington?
And listen, I love that Jed is working to rehabilitate his role as the leader of the program by using NFL analogies of, holding out for a contract and doing different things that kind of create a business reason for what Damon did. But I know Husky fans as well, and there will always be an asterisk around Damon's name unless he just has the year of years. If they win 10, 11 games, all will be forgiven. But if it falls less than that, there will always, and then for some, there will always be an asterisk regardless of what happens on the field, because he did something that didn't need to be done. He was being handsomely compensated prior to making the decision to go into the portal. The timing of his announcement in the portal was ill-fated, and it just, Husky fans are so deathly loyal that there are going to be a number of them that we'll never forget.
I'm with you. I think that was really well said. I'll close. Last question. NCAA tournament, the college basketball tournament expanded, even though no fan wanted that to happen. I don't think college football fans want any further expansion right now. Maybe to 16 teams, maybe. But is it inevitable? Are they going to expand soon, and where will it end in terms of when will they decide enough teams are in the tournament?
We play the song 76 Trombones as we talk about this expansion into 76 teams. And listen, the answer is money. Now, what was the question, right? The people who are stumping for this, are athletic directors who are, dying to find more revenue streams, and coaches who are dying to hang on to the money that they've been promised by keeping their jobs. And if you get to the college football playoff and or the NCAA tournament, it gives you a great chance to keep this lucrative opportunity you've earned and want to keep. So those people are always going to be for more, because they're gaining from it. Does the fan need more in terms of tournament games? Probably not. Do we need to get to 24 teams to be in the college football playoff? Probably not, because I don't think we have 24 teams that can win it. But right. The bottom line here is, until we get our arms around the economics, this is the easiest way to earn more, and that's why it's going to continue to happen.
It's sad. I mean, there's a lot to fix in college athletics right now, and why we are monkeying around with the one thing that works just drives me up a wall. It's like, the only thing solid I have in my life right now is my wife. She's always been by my side. I got to get me a girlfriend. That's how it feels. Like, though. Why are we messing with the stuff that works when we should be focused on making better everything that's not quite right? And it drives me up a wall, Coach.
Well, that's a wall that's being used by many right now.
We're all sticking our gum to it.
Yeah. Trying to head north on that wall with you, climbing right up it. Yes.
Well, it was great to hear your voice, and thank you very much for taking some time. I know you're a busy man these days, so we appreciate it, and we'll keep from bugging you through the summer. But
I'll leave you with this as we think about the health of the NCAA, who lost that House settlement. which cost to the tune of like $2.7 billion to be paid over 10 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they just lost another lawsuit to the Volunteer Coaches of America, who said that we were being told all we could do was volunteer when we should have been able to earn some money. That lawsuit just got settled at $303 million. Each of the plaintiffs in the class of the plaintiffs will earn between $5,000 and $26,000. But the attorneys in this case, Chuck, will make $91 million.
Man.
So if you're an attorney, just find out what the NCAA is doing and go after them. It seems to be a way to fortune.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Have a great summer.
All right, my friend. Take care.
All right,
Go
Rick
Renegades.
Neuheisel. There he is. Rick Neuheisel, Renegades this weekend. So exciting. All right, coming up next on our radio program, NFL schedule release. We'll give you the latest. It is that day. Coming up right now, though, an update from Philadelphia. It's the PGA Championship.
back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
PGA Championship, day number 1, live from Philly. And we do have Minwoo Lee, Steven Yeager, and Aldrich Poltergeist.
Poltergeist, yes.
Leading the way right now.
That's right.
That's right.
You nailed that pronunciation.
Something creepy going on.
That's right.
In Philly.
There's something
Newtown
strange
Square.
in the neighborhood.
That's right. There's a poltergeist leading the scoreboard in Newtown Square. All right, so that's the latest there. I mean, people are struggling on the course today. These leaders have been kind of stuck at 3 over, 2 over for most of the day. So obviously it's not playing. I haven't watched any of it. It's not playing real easy out there.
No, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, it is a hard course. There's a lot of all of a sudden I forgot the name of my dog. There's a lot of bunkers.
A lot of bunkers.
That's the one thing we watched, like a video of it.
What's my dog's name? Hazard?
What's his
Waterhole?
name? He's like an ottoman, so sometimes I call him that, or log dog. But yeah, there's a lot of bunkers. It's interesting to watch, though.
Well, your guy's playing better right now.
He is. His front, his back 9, but the front 9. He's gone birdie, par, 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 birdie, par.
Yeah, we're talking about the local
Derek
talent,
Berg.
Derek Berg.
Yes.
Playing in his first major today.
Yeah.
Ashley knows him quite well.
Yes.
Very
5
good
iron is there
friends.
cheering him on.
That's right. They're that close of buddies. And he was, for a little while this morning, last. But
Yes.
as we've talked about earlier, every reason to be nervous.
Oh my gosh!
Out there.
I'm nervous, and I'm not even there.
Yeah. And so he's made he's not there anymore.
No, he's doing well.
He's doing well.
Yes, let's keep it up.
He's doing a good job, and we
Keep it
certainly
up.
understand why you might have had some nerves there. He's just 3 strokes back of Bryson DeChambeau at this point.
See, there you go. You got this. Catch him.
Yeah. Track him down, buddy.
Yeah, tackle him.
Let's go. We call you the iceberg.
I love
Yeah.
it. Ice in your veins.
That's right. NFL schedule release day, big show, big doings. A little bit later on this afternoon, the official announcement comes at 5 o'clock our time. We might have the whole thing. I think Softy usually does get it before their show even starts, and so they're going to have plenty of analysis. They do it every year, and they do a great job with it. And so he's monitoring it. He's reacting to everything out there, including news that they're going to have a 7th primetime game added. According to Ryan Fowler, the Eagles will host the Seahawks Week 15 on a Saturday. That's not technically a primetime game.
No, because that competes with college football, and you've got to.
Well, no, it's primetime has to be during the evening.
Oh yeah, because it's a Saturday day.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I was
Maybe
thinking
it's
Saturday,
not.
yeah.
But I think what we're counting now, because that's up to 7. Philadelphia technically had 6 primetime games last year, but they had 7 standalone
That's
games.
where I think they're combining them.
Yeah, they're combining them. And so I think that maybe it is 7 primetime games, but it might be just 7 standalone games for that, which means that that's the only game being played at that moment. All eyeballs of football fans are on you. And so it looks like the Seahawks are going to have 7 of those and not 6 of those for this upcoming season. So no disrespect shown the world champions by the National Football League schedule this year. Then again, we seem to be playing every single day now in the National Football League, so there are going to be a lot more standalone games than ever before this year in NFL history.
Yeah, it sure seems like it. And I remember when it was the COVID season, we had games on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday because they were trying to fit them all in and make things work. It seems like they thought, oh, you know what? That actually could be the way we go.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start pulling more from that model. I don't like that. I like my football on certain days of the week. I got to get other stuff done on other days.
It needs to be what you anticipate. It needs to be some anticipation to it.
Yes, you can't just have it ready. I mean, you got to build that. Yeah,
Well-
it's got to have a build-up. You can't just have it every single day or people get sick of it.
I don't know if they will, though. I agree with you. I agree with you in general. I think you do run the risk of oversaturating your product, but I'm not sure the NFL can be on too much. I mean, it comes at the expense of other sports, unfortunately, but other sports are always going to lose, to the masses that not just NFL fans, let's face it, fantasy football fans, gamblers, things of that in nature. They're the ones that tune in for every single game. And so
yes. Degenerates. Just kidding.
I'm with you. I want it to be preserved. The Thursday night thing I've had a little bit of trouble with. I like that they wait till the end of the year to go Saturdays for a couple of weeks. I want Sunday to remain sacred. I want the bulk of the action to take place on Sunday. Obviously, Monday night is part of our routine as football fans. That's been established for 50 years now. But I'm with you. I tend to agree with you personally. I don't think that they could oversaturate it. That's just how much demand there is for this stuff right now.
And I get that. It's just unfortunate. And I will say there's nothing worse in my mind than when you're watching NFL Red Zone and they're in like a long commercial because there's only 2 games being played and they're both in halftime at the same time.
Which happened a few times in the late games.
I hate that.
Yeah, I hear you. So I'm reading this right off of Softy's, his Twitter handle here. And this was 5 minutes ago. So this is sort of updated for the Seahawks week 1 versus the Patriots. And that's going to be Wednesday night football. I don't know if you like I don't think you like the idea of Wednesday. I don't mind it. I get why they're doing it. And I don't like the Patriots. I don't like starting with the Patriots.
Me neither.
Week 6 at Denver for Thursday night football. Week 7, Kansas City, Sunday night football. Week 8, Chicago at home, Monday night football. Week 13, Dallas at home, Monday night football. So some really attractive matchups right there.
Yeah.
Week 15 at Philadelphia. We just added that to the list, and that will be on a Saturday. I don't know if that'll be a night game or a day game. And then Week 16, Rams on Christmas night, which we've talked a lot about today. And I'm also hearing, we heard from Greg, that even though it doesn't look like it's official, a pretty good feeling that the last game of the regular season will also be against the Rams.
Yes.
Which, if the Christmas night game is at home, which is what we're hearing, then that means Week 18, possibly with division on the line. Who knows what's all going to be on the line? I mean, these are the 2 favorites to win the Super Bowl right now. That would mean you would face the other favorite to win the Super Bowl twice in the last 3 games of the year, probably to decide something or other.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure in that last 3 weeks of the season.
Right.
Lots of nerves.
Well, I hope Softy has a few surprises for you this afternoon. I hope we don't have all the puzzle pieces solved before they take the air today at 3 o'clock. But, we're getting him one piece at a time, and we'll continue to update you, even though it is driving at least one texter mad. With rage.
Anger.
Yes. Why are you making such a big deal out of the NFL schedule release?
No one cares is my favorite when people write that. No one cares about whatever it is you're talking about.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of people care. And so we do have to update the masses, do we not? All right, one last thing to close out our Thursday show. Next, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. geez. Dial up the heat, people. Swing into action. Bet on baseball all season long at the Tulalip Resort Casino DraftKings Sportsbook, one of the largest sportsbooks in the state. Such a great place to watch games. There are restaurants all over the place. Maybe you get a little tired of watching the game, which I rarely do. You can head on over. You got slots. You got table games. You got a lot of entertainment options.
You do.
But at the DraftKings Sportsbook, a massive wall of video, so you can watch all the big games at the same time. If that's something that interests you, Tulalip Resort Casino is the place to head when all you want is everything. Details online at everythingtulalip.com. All right. So one last thing to close out the show today. And I can start. So we put out our poll, and I'm really surprised. I can't believe, I didn't exactly put the, I don't know. I know I don't do a lot of Twitter or social media, but this KJR does.
Yeah.
And we haven't gotten much response to our question today, so it's too small of a sample size to celebrate anything. But is it idiotic to be suspicious that the NBA draft lottery is rigged? Only like 30 votes so far. I don't know why.
I don't either. I can't figure that out.
But it is 70% no. So I am winning that so far.
So far, you are not idiotic.
I am not idiotic. And not that the NBA lottery is rigged. I'm not going that far. I'm just saying I don't think I'm an idiot for being suspicious. And there is a mountain of suspicious activity. And if you want to look at that as just coincidence, you can make a case for any of those things that happened.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I know. Clever person could argue for any team that wins the lottery, could come up with some narrative that the NBA, that somebody that could use against the NBA to say, I know you rigged it for this. But I just went through the superstars, like the generational, like the once in every 10 years kind of guys that were in the draft. And they were all just shrouded with the most suspicious activity. Like, it is just hard for me to overlook that. So, again, I'm not saying that it is. I would ever even do that from a legal standpoint. I mean, we want the Sonics.
Right. Yeah, we're not trying to piss anyone off.
Right, exactly. So I'm not saying it is. And I get the rational arguments on the other side. It's far more rational to be on the other side of it. I just had a conversation with Chris Kidd, very rational, likable young man. And he told me, I don't believe it's rigged either. I hear your arguments. I see where you're coming from, but I just can't believe it. Fine. That's your response. Fine. But I don't think I'm an idiot for being suspicious, especially since I have been following this thing for its 40 years of existence and been talking about it every year for 25 years. And I'm telling you, the Cooper flag thing didn't do anything to throw me off of my suspicions. It only fed them a year ago. How could that not look suspicious?
I was going to say, the one that really had me suspicious was the Dallas situation. That's where I was like, okay, you're not even trying to hide it with this.
We just went through weeks of like, why would Dallas do that? And then all of a sudden, with a 1.8% chance they win the lottery, you're like, oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I understand. I finally understand why Dallas made this trade of Luka Doncic in the middle of the year.
Yes.
They obviously had some sort of agreement that this was going to occur. And how could you not? I really don't know. How could you not be suspicious of that after 30 years of not just me, of a lot of people that follow the NBA closely, that cover the NBA closely, writing stories about how suspicious the whole thing has looked. For the people that the draft that I believe were rigged for, Shaquille O'Neal's and LeBron James of the world, to come out and say, yeah, I think it was rigged.
Yeah. That's it.
They sent me there because I needed to save Cavaliers basketball. Like, that was rigged.
I think so.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, have your own opinion about it. Like I did say at 8 o'clock, the result of this will determine a really big part of my future.
I hope it works out in your favor.
All right, Ashley, what do you got for one last thing?
Earlier, I did bring up that Dick Fain had talked about our golf draft, but I didn't give the info on how his son did in districts. Didn't win districts, but Very exciting for Mount Rainier Golf. They are headed to the state tournament for the first time in their school's history. So I know that Dixon and Dick and the whole Fain family are very excited about heading to the state tournament. So I wanted to say congratulations to them, and I hope they do well.
Man, when I moved to Seattle, I knew I was in for an adventure. I knew I was going to meet some interesting people and coworkers. You know what surprises me the most? Two things that surprised me the most about Seattleites that I would have never guessed. Number one, that patios close for eating out like for 9 months of the year.
Yeah.
Like no one will open a patio unless there's zero chance of one raindrop falling. I kind of pictured in my head that you guys just ate in the rain. Like you just like, hey, it's rain.
We do a lot of stuff in the rain. But you have to remember, too, there's a lot of people that have moved here from California, and they don't like rain, so.
It's just rain. It's getting in my soup. Big deal. It was watery to begin with.
Yeah.
It
is liquid.
I figured you did everything in the rain. I didn't think that you would shut down patios 9 months out of the year.
Fair assumption.
And then the second thing is I had no idea how big a golf fans that you were up here.
Oh, yeah.
No clue.
Well, because it goes back with the rain thing, right? You think, well, it rains, and when do they have time to play golf? They only can play 3 months out of the year.
Yeah.
No, we play year round.
Yeah, I mean, I moved from Arizona.
Yeah.
We hardly ever talked about golf on the airways. There's a golf course every 15 feet in Arizona.
There are a lot.
And then I moved here. I didn't even think that would be that big of a deal. But between you and Dick and Mitch and Puck and my gosh, I can't believe what huge golf fans there are. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But it's charming. It's very charming. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Greg Bell and Chris Kidd coming your way next. Thanks for being with us. We do appreciate it. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. Headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light. Choose chilled. Patriots at Seahawks in a Super Bowl rematch to begin the NFL season. That's what our Dave Softy Mahler here at 93.3 KJR FM has been told. He's also been told the Seahawks will play the Rams on Christmas night in Seattle. As long as it's home, man. As long as I don't have to be at an airport on Christmas. I've done that too much. He's also hearing that 7 primetime games for the Seahawks. Schedule will be released officially at 5 p.m. today on Dave Softy Mahler and Dick Fane's show. I'll be writing it at thenewstribune.com. I have a story up this morning on what we know so far about the Seahawks schedule. Yes, you text liners and Tacoma Dodge text line, I've got word on where I'm being told the Las Vegas game falls in the schedule. I know a lot of you want to know that. More of what I know, the latest of what I know coming up. Seahawks signed their rookie second-round pick, Bud Clark, to a 4-year deal. What's noteworthy about that, Aaron Wilson of KPRC Television Houston, he's got connections in the agent world, been writing about contracts for years. He said Clark's deal is fully guaranteed for this year and next, with a $1.15 million fully guaranteed in 2028. That means 69% of the second-round draft pick's contract is fully guaranteed. That's up from 59% of where Clark's draft spot was last year. Now the only one remaining of the 8 rookie draft picks for the Seahawks yet to sign rookie first-rounder Jadarian Price. That's a fait accompli, of course. It's slotted by the CBA. Kyle Raleigh hurt again, yes. Aggravating, re-aggravating, still hurt from last week on his side. He's now onto the injured list. The Mariners announcing that in the last hour on the injured list for the first time in his career. We'll talk about that in a minute. Mariners last night lost a consistently winnable game at the Trash Cans in Houston. Bryce Miller, great in his season debut off the injured list, throwing fastest pitch of his career, 98, 99 miles an hour. Then Dan Wilson kept him in too long through a 10-minute delay for an umpire getting hurt. Bang, bang, 2 hits. That starts the Trash Cans rally to a 2-run sixth. Eventually, the Mariners lost 4-3 in 10 innings. Finale of the 4-game series is today, early afternoon Houston time. Luis Castillo, what may be a telling start in the Mariners' 6-man rotation. Then the M's fly home after today's game, play the San Diego Dads in a weekend series at the Yard in Soto starting tomorrow night. Last night in Soto, a couple cool things happened on the pitch.
Ferreira cuts the ball to his right foot, strikes it. Oh, what a goal! What an individual goal by Ferreira! He took the ball from the own half of the field. He drew forward. He cut it to the left, cut it to the right, and then he found the back of the net. Here comes Christian Roldan, left-hand side Nuhu now, 10 yards from the end line, whips it in with his right foot, headed down! Ozzy! Is that the winning goal here in the 89th minute?
Jesus Ferreira's traffic cone run, 75 yards through the team, gave the Sounders their second goal, then tied 2-2 in the 89th minute. That was Di Rosario on a grounded header past the goalkeeper. Sounders 3, Western leading Earthquakes 2. That's the Heritage Cup for the Rave Green, a trophy they brought over for me and old rivals with San Jose in the North American Soccer League. The Storm faded late in the game and lost that expansion Toronto last night. Seattle's now 1-2 on the new WNBA season. Stanley Cup playoffs, Minnesota led Toronto 3-0 in Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinals, and at the time the Wild were 21-0 when leading a playoff game by 3 goals. The Avalanche had been 2-50, is that what I wrote? Yeah, 2-50 when trailing by 3 goals in a playoff game. The Avs scored 1 goal in the second, 2 goals in the final 4 minutes of regulation, won it 4 minutes in overtime with a goal. Colorado wins the series into the West Finals for the first time since they won the Cup in 2022. Tonight, Montreal is at Buffalo in Game 5 of the Eastern semifinals, tied at 2 each. Vegas at Anaheim for Game 6 of the other Western semifinal. Vegas leads that series 3-2. The NHL's winner of the Calder Trophy as the Rookie of the Year is Islanders defenseman Matthew Schaefer. First unanimous Rookie of the Year since Teemu Selanne way back in 1993, back when I was in college. The 18-year-old Schaefer scored 23 goals to tie a record for most by a rookie defenseman. Edmonton this morning fired coach Chris Knobloch after the Oilers' first-round playoff exit. Knobloch had led Edmonton to the Stanley Cup Finals in each of the previous 2 seasons. NBA playoffs last night. Cavaliers won in overtime at Detroit to take a 3-2 series lead on the top-seeded Pistons. Here go the Pistons again, trailing in a series of elimination games coming up. Game 6 is tomorrow in Cleveland. No NBA games tonight. And the PGA Championship is underway outside Philadelphia. They're already an eventful first round. They had a guy get penalized for missing a tee time. How does that happen in a major? He was still on the practice green. We're going to have highlights and updates live from just outside Philadelphia from Westwood One, starting in about 15 minutes and carrying throughout the day here on 93.3 KJR FM. And now with today's show. Good morning. Happy Thursday to you across the Pacific Northwest or wherever you might be listening in the iHeartRadio app or at 933KJR.com. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Greg. Happy Thursday. I was going to say hump day, but that was yesterday. My bad.
Happy Thursday, May the 14th. 6 days until First Class Cadet Sarah Bell becomes the newest ensign in the Coast Guard. Graduate from the Coast Guard Academy next week. I'll be gone next week to attend her graduation in New London, Connecticut. Ashley Ryan is going to guest host for me on a couple of the days. We might have Mike Benton in here, kind of potpourri.
Nice.
Yeah, we have a little all-star crew for you, Chris. You have to
Let's
guide
have
them
some
through.
fun.
Yeah, have to
talk some hockey with Mike Benton,
the captain. That's right. He'll be on. Give Ashley breaks. He's usually up at 4 a.m., so she'll be staying up past noon.
Man, I do not miss those days. Can I say that again?
Yes, you can.
Sheesh.
Well-deserved, well-earned, sir.
Hey, Chris, welcome to the team. We're going to put you as the assistant producer for the morning show. What do you say?
What time's the morning show?
Yeah, 6 a.m. there, bud. Be there probably around 5:15. Oh, all right.
At least it wasn't 6 a.m. Eastern, so that's okay.
Oh, hey, I'll take that any day.
On the show today, I'm going to tell you everything I'm hearing about the Seahawks schedule up to now. The official schedule to be released at 5 p.m. Story this morning up at thenewstribune.com on what I'd heard up to this point. Of course, headlined by Christmas Day, first Christmas game in Seahawks history.
Wow. That's what happens when you win a Super Bowl.
Also, the first Friday game since 1985.
Well, the NFL is just putting games on every day.
Oh,
so,
I know.
Yeah.
We're going to have weekly Wednesday night football. And the Seahawks have one of those, of course, Wednesday, the opener, September 9th. It's reportedly, going to be against the New England Patriots, which is a surprise. I guess they think the Vrabel story will just vanish into thin air.
They're probably going to trade for A.J. Brown. We're going to have a busy offseason.
Yeah, busy to say the least. It surprised me. I thought it was going to be the Bears. It's going to be the Patriots, apparently, and then the Rams twice in the last 3 weeks is what I'm being told. The Rams hosting the Seahawks in Week 18. The NFL loves to do that, to put division matchup they think will determine a division on the final week of the season with the potential of it being the final game of the season on Sunday Night Football. So while Dave Softy Mahler is saying he's hearing 7 primetime games, it could be 8 if they flexed Rams hosting Seahawks Week 18 if it's for the NFC West. Chris, those 2 games, Rams-Seahawks, were by far the most attractive in the inventory of games this season, regular season. It's why one of the reasons why the Seahawks did not go to are not going to Australia to play the Rams in the first game. And then, of course, once the Seahawks won the Super Bowl, they weren't going to open in Australia. But the networks have been haggling, fighting, and circled those Rams-Seahawks games after the 3 epic ones last year, including the NFC Championship game. That's why it's on Christmas. That's why it's going to apparently end the season. Twice in the last 3 weeks, Rams-Seahawks, it appears. That's what I'm being told. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line right off top of the show. Season ticket holders, Seahawks, I'd like to hear from you. Are you going to go to the Christmas game? Some of you don't live next to Lumen Field, and perhaps it's an inconvenience, to say the least, to break up your family and leave 2, 3 o'clock on Christmas afternoon for a 5:15 kickoff on Christmas evening. Not eve, but evening, Christmas night. I'll be there. I have no choice, but at least I'm not at an airport. I've done that enough.
Right.
I mentioned yesterday. 10:45, we're going to talk about the best baseball player, not in the game today, ever. The best baseball player ever. At 10:45, we'll talk about that. 11 o'clock, we're going to talk live with Steve White, friend of Chris's NFL Network. Got a lot to talk about in the NFL, of course, with him. Steve White. I'm going to ask about Aaron Rodgers' tired saga making Pittsburgh wait, the Mike Vrabel situation in New England. Lots to talk about with Steve White at 11 o'clock. We'll read back your text off the Tacoma Dodge text line at 49451 at 11:30 like we do every day at that time. One thing we're not going to talk about today, the NBA draft being rigged. I see the text line is just blowing up with people going, Chuck, could we please quit talking about this? You apparently, the glue is out of the horse on that subject. So, no, we're not going to talk about that. We just aren't.
Yeah, Chuck asked me, kid, do you think that's rigged? And we had a brief discussion before we went back on air.
What's the fascination with that? Like I said, fingers tilted on the scales every once in a while to get the Knicks or to get certain teams. But, okay, on to the next. All right, Cal Raleigh. Man, we've been talking about this for a week, more than a week. Let's put him on the injured list already so he can just save himself from himself. We don't need to see him wincing in pain in a game in May, which is what we saw last night in the 8th inning when he was trying to complete a double play, a shortstop to home to first double play that would have prevented the Astros go-ahead run in the bottom of the 8th, and he just didn't throw the ball. It looked like he might have slipped, but to me it looked more like he was pained in his side and didn't want to throw the ball because he hurt too much to do it. He didn't want to throw it into right field, so he held onto the ball. It led to a sacrifice fly by Jose Altuve on the next at bat. And then after the game, the writers in Houston covering the Mariners, asking Dan Wilson. He's like, well, we'll have to see tomorrow. Well, they did see tomorrow. Tomorrow's today. Mariners have a day game today. And in the pregame in Houston, the Mariners announced, yes, for the first time in Cal Raleigh's career, he's heading to the injured list. Right oblique strain. Johnny Pereda, who had already been up, backfilling when Raleigh had been sitting out for 3 games about a week and a half ago. Paredes back up from AAA. Tacoma, he's going to have a timeshare of the time being from Mitch Garver. Jose Ferrer is also back, the reliever, back to the bullpen after his paternity leave. That was quick, by the way. Baby must have been born like a day that he left. He's already back. I think he get up to a week or something by MLB rules. Dan Wilson on Cal Raleigh this morning in Houston, quote, the good news here is that he's got a chance to get himself back, to get himself healthy, and to come back with a lot of the season left. And I think that's really the silver lining here. How much did we say that, Chris? Put him on a 10-game IL. He's still going to be 110 games left in this Mariners season. They are not going to win or lose the American League West while he's on the injured list. They aren't. And we keep saying it. The West is not going anywhere. 2 games over 500 is first place. The Mariners are 2 games under 500 after losing last night. That's the first time in 10 meetings with the Trash Cans, by the way, that they lost to Houston. But Raleigh could miss a month and the division's not going anywhere. Raleigh could miss a month and a half. Raleigh could miss to the All-Star break, and I think they're still winning the division. Their pitching is that good, and the rest of the division is that bad. Which, man, all this we said a week ago just shut him down. And now he obviously aggravated it to the point of having to go on the injured list. He should have been playing in the first place. But they were deferring to him, saying, well, how you feeling? And, of course, I want to go. He's a grinder. He's a catcher. He's a team leader. He's not going to beg out of that, Chris.
No, not too many players will really take the route of sitting out to get healthier. That's just not in their DNA. They believe that they can play through it, and a lot of them can, and some of them will. You can go back and look at all the injuries in baseball, hockey. Guys play through stuff. Even in the NBA, Tyrese Halliburton.
Even in the NBA? Really?
Tyrese Halliburton tore his Achilles, trying to be a...
All right, that's one good example. He played... That was in the finals, but yeah.
Yeah, he saw the opportunity, could care less about the repercussions, anything that happens. And unfortunately, tore his Achilles.
If this was the NBA, Chris, if this was the NBA, Cal Raleigh would be off for 4 months. He'd be he'd be in Tahiti.
If he, like Paulo, who completely tore his oblique, he missed, I think, 4 months. And that season, Orlando stunk. This year, they were healthy, and you saw what they were able to do. So, yeah, not too many players are going to sit there and be like, I'm not sitting out.
Right.
I'm sorry. Like, this game means a lot to me. My teammates, like I understand I'm hurt, but give me a shot. Let's go. And usually when a player says that, you kind of fold to that. Now, if you're an elite trainer, you're probably going to be like, nah, man, I'm not putting my name on this. You can sit out or figure something else out. But I don't blame Cal for wanting to fight it out every night. It's just unfortunate that it popped up again and they had to take this measure of putting him down and saying, hey, not putting him down, letting him rest. Wow, that sounded really bad. Letting him rest. And to your point, Greg, it's 10 games. He'll be back before you know it, and this won't change much unless the Mariners do something astronomically horrible.
Even if in 10 games.
If they lose 10 games
They're not going to lose 10 games in the standings, though. Even if they lost 10 games straight, the A's will go 5-5, and they'll still be 5 or 6 games
You know what?
back.
I'm not going to even put that in the atmosphere. All I'm saying is solid move. Now you can get him healthy. He can get back to the swing of things, literally.
I bet it was Raleigh's move. I bet Cal Raleigh.
That's even better. That just ruins my entire.
I'm just saying.
Bill.
No, I bet because he couldn't throw the ball to first base to complete the double play last night, that led to the run. The next batter, Altuve, hits a fly ball to center that would have been third out.
I forgot a Super Bowl champion, Sam Darnold. He played through a little something.
Yeah.
You know? I'm sure they shot him up and he made it. So I get it. But to your point about Cal, yeah, maybe he did was like, it's a wrap, y'all. I can't even do my job effectively.
Once it affected the team to the point, 0 for 38 affected the team too, but not to the point that, last night it directly contributed to the loss that he couldn't finish that double play. And so, that's why the Astros, the trash cans, took the lead in the bottom of the 8th. So I think that's what a tipping point was where he said, that's it. And then he was pinch hit for by Brendan Donovan in the 9th inning. And that wasn't his choice.
Yeah, probably not. No.
So, that's when I said, oh, he's going on the injured list because there's no way. And they've deferred to him to this point. I'm sure they said, he's like, I can't do this anymore. I can't even throw to first base. I'm not going to swing. I'm out. Even if it's 2 weeks, even if it's 20 months, 20 weeks, I should say, I still think they'll win the division. They need him for September, October. They don't need him in May. And it's unfortunate that the Mariners let him go on his own accord for as long as they did, and apparently it's re-injured him to the point that he now is on the injured list for the first time in his career. But again, May 14th, so what? Give him the mental break will be as big as the physical break. And this was the only way to get him to have a mental break is to put him on the injured list. Last night, a day after he had reached base 3 times and ended that 0 for 38 skid, Raleigh went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts last night. He's back down to 161, so he's going to have to see that for the next 10 days on the injured list. Nothing you can do about that. But he will get the mental break as well as the physical, and I think this is a week and a half too late, but I've already been banging that drum for a while. I saw Softy last night saying that, and I'm like, welcome to the show, Softy. You and I have been talking about this, Chris, for a week and a half. 49451, it's coming out. It's text line. As I said, the question at the top of the hour that I posed, what are you going to do on Christmas Day as a season ticket holder for the Seahawks? You're going to go? You're going to sell your tickets, which is a vogue thing to do around here. I think this is the latest one, isn't it, Chris?
You're all set.
RICH. Your keyword this hour to win $1,000 in the Grand Slam cash giveaway on 93.3 KJR FM. Go to 933KJR.com and Rich, RICH, which with gas being $9 a gallon, you might not be rich to get $1,000. That's like 2 tanks of gas now. But anyway, Rich, RICH, enter that at 933KJR.com for your chance to win $1,000. What else going on, Chris? We got the NBA playoffs. Took a hiatus tonight because the Knicks have already swept their way out of the playoffs, and so have the Thunder. Detroit, your man Cade Cunningham, they're just back to where they always are.
Yep, not looking good.
Elimination games. They won 3 in a row the last round to even get this far, and here's Cleveland winning in Detroit last night in overtime, and now Detroit is up against it again. You think they do this again?
I don't know if they go. They haven't won a road game against the Cavs yet, so I don't know if that changes. Good luck to them. I think Cavs could close this out and get their shot at going to the East. Well, go to the Eastern Conference Finals versus your New York Knicks.
My New York Knicks, the renewed New York Knicks from back in the West Point days. What's with Cleveland? Is it? What makes them so good?
Well, that guy James Harden, he's finally
He's playing.
Yeah, he's playing well. I think he's playing some of his best basketball. Obviously, Donovan Mitchell, he's had some really great
Mitchell
games.
has revived that franchise.
Evan Mobley, they got some players, man. That's a good team over there. So it's about time, but now it's about closing it out at home. Because if it goes to Game 7, I think a lot of people would take the Pistons to rebound, especially if they won on the road. You get to play back at home with your fans.
Yeah.
This is a Cleveland obviously this is their Game 7. You can't envision going back to Detroit and trying to get another win.
Game 6 in Cleveland tomorrow night with the Cavs up 3-2 on the top seeded Pistons. Up next, all I know and have heard so far in the Seahawks schedule for the 2026 season. The text line 49451. Are you going to go to the Seahawks Christmas Day game as a season ticket holder? Up now from outside Philadelphia and from Westwood One, an update on the PGA Championship.
93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back to a Thursday show, the Greg Bell Show with Christopher Kidd. We're here every 10 a.m. to noon every weekday on 93.3 KJR FM. 11 o'clock, Steve White from NFL Network will join us to talk about all things around the league on schedule release day. 5 p.m. today, Dave Softy Muller, Dick Fan will be live on the air, revealing what the Seahawks schedule is. Some of it already leaked out. You know about the Patriots, going to be the season opening game on Wednesday, September 9th at Lumen Field in a rematch of Super Bowl 60. This Christmas Day game, Dave Softy Muller, our own Dave Softy Muller. The first report last night, the Rams-Seahawks Christmas night, 5:15 kickoff on Fox television. When I saw that, the first thing I thought of, we're going to have a short week for both teams on one of the marquee games of the season that could likely will help determine the NFC West title. Well, the NFL is apparently throwing the Seahawks a bone on that. I'm hearing, and Dave Softy Muller also hearing, the Seahawks are going to play the previous Saturday before Christmas instead of Sunday. So instead of 4 days between games, it's going to be 5. So, I mean, it's incremental, but it matters. Trust me, on a normal Sunday game, guys can't walk until about Thursday. You go around the locker room and dudes are barely getting up out of their seated. So a 5th rest day is helpful. And it looks like the NFL is going to schedule the Seahawks, I'm hearing, at Philadelphia on Saturday. It'll be a 2 p.m. local time start, 5 p.m. back in Philly on Saturday, the December the 19th, 6 days before the Christmas Day game against the Rams here in Seattle. That's the first Christmas Day game in Seahawks history, the second Friday game, the other one being in 1985 against the Broncos at the Old Kingdom. Softy's been saying it could be as many as 7 primetime games. That includes 3 in a row at Denver on a Thursday night in Week 6. Kansas City at home, Week 7 on a Sunday night NBC game with Patrick Mahomes, assuredly, they think, maybe, fully recovered from his ACL by Week 7. Then the Seahawks would host Chicago at home on a Monday night in Week 8 for the 3rd consecutive primetime game. And then at Week 13, Monday night at home against the Cowboys. And as I said in the last segment, if that Week 18 game is indeed Seahawks at Rams, is what I'm hearing, 2 of the last 3 being Seahawks-Rams meetings, 2 of the last 3 games. If that Week 18 game is Seahawks at Rams, it very well could get flexed to the last game of the season Sunday night. So the Seahawks could open the season with the very first game on Wednesday, September the 9th on NBC, and also finish it with the last game of the regular season for the NFC West title at the Rams in Inglewood in Week 18. Bears should have been the open night opponent at Lumen Field, in my opinion. They're going with the Patriots in the Super Bowl rematch. And there's on the text line, someone from the 206 saying, of course the NFL is going to put the Patriots because they want as many eyes and people talking about that game and variable and the whole thing as possible. More the better. People are going to watch anyway.
I was going to say.
First game of the season.
I think that would be the case, but what if it was the Bears? Like, how many eyes would be on that? With Caleb Williams and that offense and Ben Johnson and that story, as you mentioned, with Ben being a candidate for the head coaching job, and now he's going up against this defensive-minded guy. They faced each other before, but now these two obviously are better teams and they're better coaches now. So I thought that was just written for itself. I really didn't see the Patriots getting that nod, but
maybe 6-3 on that Thursday night at Christmas time a couple seasons ago, McDonald's first season.
Yeah.
Seahawks at
that
Bears.
was quite the game, wasn't
maybe
it?
Maybe that turned them off.
But it was, if you're a defensive guy,
yeah,
you loved it. Like, that was just a masterclass. Poor Caleb, he was running for his life, running backwards at that. Not running forward. He was running backwards and trying to make just impossible throws.
Including in the last play of the game for the Bears when Rick Woolen intercepted it on 4th down. And that was an all-out blitz by Mike McDonald.
Yeah, he sent everybody.
10.5 guys.
Yeah, that was
he
crazy.
never does that. I remember talking to Leonard Williams after that game in Chicago, and he said, I couldn't believe he called it. It was something that, like, they ran in minicamp. And they
Engage 8 for all my Madden folks. That's what Coach McDonald called.
And it worked. It won that game in Chicago that night. A lot of folks in the text line this week have been asking me about the Las Vegas game. I'm hearing it's going to be Week 10, November 15th, Seahawks at Raiders.
Ooh.
For those of you who want to travel to Las Vegas to see more than just football probably, or do more than just football. I'm also hearing Week 3 at Washington, a 10 a.m. game Sunday, September 27th. That's one of 3 trips east. They also play at Carolina. We haven't heard a leak on that. And at Philadelphia, which I mentioned the Saturday before Christmas at 2 p.m. local Seattle time start in Philadelphia. That's the 3 East Coast games, probably 2 of which are going to be 10 a.m. starts. The Panthers one, I'm assuming, would be a 1 p.m. East Coast early window one. So the Seahawks may catch a break with playing Saturday before Christmas instead of Sunday. That's to be determined, but that's the word is that Philadelphia game. That's the significance of that. There are leaks all over the internet and the country about the week 1 schedule being complete now. We've already mentioned Patriots at Seahawks on Wednesday night, 49ers at Rams in Australia on Thursday night. The Sunday slate, the most attractive to me of the early 10 a.m. Seattle time games on Sunday, week 1, Bills at Texans, Bears at Panthers. And the defense for the Texans against Josh Allen and the Bills, and then Caleb Williams and the Bears going in to an upstart Carolina team. It was really improved by the end of last season. Also, the Jets are at the Titans. That's the NFL's way of saying, yeah, we know Robert Saleh used to coach the Jets. Now he's the Titans head coach. He's going to play his former team in Nashville first week of the season. I'm also hearing, Chris, that I've been teasing Mike McDonald off camera and off record all off season about, hey, can you get that Nashville trip for the preseason and do joint practices in Nashville again? Because that week in Nashville in August a couple of years ago was pretty fun. Sure, a hell of a lot better than that week in Green Bay we had last summer for joint practices. And he keeps going, that's a good idea. Maybe that's a good idea. He's been saying this for months. It's a running joke between us. Well, I'm hearing, sure enough, McDonald pulled it off, and that they're going to go back to Nashville for the second preseason game, the weekend of August 22nd and 23rd, and do joint practices before that in Nashville, which would be okay by me. I told my wife that this morning. She goes, hey, I might come on that trip.
Honey, he agrees. That's where we're going.
I bought her a cowgirl hat on Broadway last time I was in Nashville, and she'll get a chance to wear it apparently in August. So I'm also hearing that's not confirmed. I haven't written it in the News Tribune. I should probably realize that I am speculating live on the radio, but I'm hearing the Seahawks preseason schedule will include joint practices again because McDonald loves them, and the Titans are all for it, and it will be back in Nashville for the second time in 3 summers for the second week of the preseason and joint practice. The other road game in the preseason, two of the three games going to be on the road. And the second one is at Kansas City, and Andy Reid wants nothing to do with joint practices. So
I'll pass.
It's not going to be, if they're going to have joint practice, it's going to be in Nashville, not in Kansas City or in St. Joseph, Missouri, where the Chiefs practice. I'm hearing the first preseason game is going to be at home, maybe against Dallas.
Oh, dang.
Because
so
Dallas,
all their preseason games are teams that they played this season.
Right. And Dallas plays its first preseason game typically on the West Coast. Why? Because they start training camp in Oxnard, California, because it's 5,000 degrees in Texas in late July.
Yeah.
So they do it on the coast. It's a beautiful setup. It's right on the water in Oxnard. And so they often stay in either the Bay Area or they play in Los Angeles or then, in this case, Seattle for their first preseason game since they can just come up the coast from.
How do they pick the Hall of Fame game?
That often has to do with who's being inducted into the Hall of Fame that year.
Ah.
If a team has a legend that.
So Cardinals and Panthers, who are those guys? Let's see.
Yeah, I don't think this year it does that. Often it does, but not this year.
Okay. Well, fair point.
I didn't even know until you just said that.
Well, I was curious. I was like, hey, I never figured that out. Like, what is the process? Okay, so that's
usually, that's a tip, but it's not.
Doesn't always
happen, right?
Yes.
They do ask teams, would you be willing to do it? Because that means you have to start training camp earlier.
Yes.
So they don't just shoehorn or strong arm teams into that one.
Got it. So whoever wants to do it, if you do it, cool. If not, okay.
They approach teams. It's not an open bidding on it, but yeah, they do run it by teams and say, hey, we're thinking of putting you in the Hall of Fame game. It means you have to do training camp obviously a week earlier. Okay, sure. In general, when you see the schedule come out today, it'll have the 18 games, but then it'll have the 3 preseason games as a footnote, maybe after the initial wave of excitement and announcement over the schedule. The standard NFL math is go minus 15 days from the first preseason game, and that's when training camp starts. The collective bargaining agreement says you cannot start a training camp earlier than 15 days before the first preseason game, so all teams go on that. They don't give them any extra. They want all the days they can get, and the league allows you up to no earlier than 15 days before the first preseason game. So that's the tip-off of when training camp will begin in Renton at Seahawks headquarters. Again, anticipating it'll be open to fans. Again, anticipating it won't be as many as in the past. Again, anticipating that you'll have to go to Seahawks.com and register with the team to get a bus from Renton Landing and come up and watch the Seahawks sit on the berm by sitting on the berm and then getting the autographs afterwards. More to come on that. But if you're doing some planning, and those of us who cover this industry for a living, I always say, okay, what day's my summer going to end? I go 15 days back from the first preseason game. We've already asked a couple times this week in the text line, 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line, what game you're most excited about. I've seen Vegas on. And your thoughts about the Patriots. As a lot of you have said, bring on the Patriots because I want to see a boat race again. I don't know if it's a guarantee they're going to drum Drake May and that offensive line like they did in Super Bowl 60. Mike Cadlick, we had on this week, saying that the Patriots have addressed their offensive line. Their left tackle's healthier than he was in the Super Bowl. The Seahawks must have been tipped off by watching film that Will Johnson was hurt, the left tackle, because they went after him with stunts, X games, blitzes. Eamon Worry blitzed off that end a couple times for pressures and sacks. They knew something was amiss with the left tackle. Of course, he'll be healthier. The first-round pick is a tackle. We'll see what different Patriot team shows up apparently on September 9th for week 1. What do you think about that? 49451. And we'll read back at 11:30 your text about that. You're okay with the Patriots?
And what am I going to do? Yell and scream, and guess what's going to happen?
You can say that about all this stuff, right?
Yeah, and then they can care less. I'll have to watch the game, so it is what it is.
And you will, right?
Yep.
We all will. That's true.
I didn't like it. I thought the Bears would be a great fit, but I was told otherwise. So there you have it.
So they're going to get the Bears in a primetime game, apparently, on a Monday night instead.
Oh, look at that. 7 weeks later. Woo!
Your dad's Cowboys are on primetime like 22 times in 16 games.
Who is shocked about that, Greg? You know, they can go 0-18, 0-17, and they're going to get at least one primetime game at minimum.
They used to be bad in the early 90s before Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman, all those guys.
Coach Jimmy Johnson and all that, yeah.
Yeah, well, he did it. Up next, the best baseball player ever. Oh, by the way, before we go to up next, people ask me all the time, what are the teams, what do they really care about with this schedule release? There's two things they look at. When is the bye week? That's important. Optimally, they, of course, want it in weeks 8 or 9, midway point of the season. Not every team can have that, of course. They would rather have it earlier than later. Why? If they go later, like week 12 or 13, for instance, into early December, which is the latest you can have it, then you've done the entire training camp and the first dozen or so games without a break. And that takes a toll. Guys just are gassed and they're beaten up for the biggest stretch of games of the season in December into January. So if they had to have it slanted to one side or the other, they'd rather go too early than too late. Okay, yeah, you get a break September, late September, early October. You got a long stretch, yes, afterwards, but sure better than the alternative. The other thing the players keep attention about the bye week is it's their only week to be completely gone. The bye week these days is Monday to Monday. So the wives, the families, they want to know when that date is so they can book their travel plans and get the hell out of Dodge. That is a big, big deal to those players. I mean, it's like day out of school, the last day of school, that last game before the bye week, they're running out of the locker room of the stadiums before the bye begins because the coaches give them the entire week off until the following Monday. So Sunday night, actually, for meetings. But, yeah, the bye week's a big deal. And the other thing is, when are the division games? Because those really are two-game swings every time you play them. The NFL loves to push them back later in the season to determine division races. As we just mentioned with the Rams and Seahawks potentially playing 2 of the last 3 weeks. The fact that there are no division games leaking early in the season, Cardinals could have been the first game, although that was a long shot, suggests that, again, the league is backloading the Seahawks division games till later in the season. And that's another thing the coaches and players look at. Up next, the best player ever. We're going to talk about that. I'm going to ask Chris who he thinks the best baseball player is, and I'm going to submit it. It's right before our very eyes. 11 o'clock, Steve White of NFL Network talking about everything around the league on schedule release day live on 93.3 KJR FM. Kid on 93.3 KJR FM. Abby always sounds so pleasant doing the weather, doesn't she? She's just happy. It's going to rain for 25 straight days. She's just very upbeat, no matter the weather. You hear her every day at this time giving us a weather update. Weather's pretty good outside. I can actually see Elliott Bay, which is not always the case in early May here in Seattle. Hopefully it's nice wherever you are and listening in the iHeartRadio app for free or 933kjr.com or just on your radio, driving around or biking around town, as some of you may be doing that I know. You probably know, unless you're not really inclined to football of any kind, that the World Cup is coming to Seattle next month. The first game is June 15th at Lumen Field. The entire city is going to be, downtown is going. Some of it's going to be closed off. I don't know if we're ready for the traffic Armageddon that's going to happen in downtown Seattle and around it, but even light rail is going to be packed. They're going to have a floating barge off of one of the piers down off in Elliott Bay to a watch party in a smaller turf field. You going to be in on that, Chris? You just skipping all this?
I'll be here for work, and that's about it, but that is it.
The World Cup final is Sunday, July 19th in the Meadowlands outside New York City. And the FIFA folks announced today that Madonna, Shakira, and the South Korean band BTS are going to be playing at a halftime show, the first ever FIFA World Cup final halftime show. Madonna, Shakira, and BTS. That's a pretty headlining group.
All old as hell, though. I don't know who BTS is, so they might be young. But
isn't that a K-pop thing?
I have no clue. But the first two names, Shakira and Madonna, aren't they 50 each?
I think Madonna's 70, isn't she?
My point
Madonna
exactly.
was when I was in high school. Madonna was.
Yeah, why are we bringing her out of retirement to do anything?
Because she's Madonna, man.
Does she want to do this, or are they just hey, here's a couple million? She's like, fine. Maybe she's been doing shows and I just didn't know about it, but you couldn't get anyone else that, I don't know, maybe younger?
Wow.
Okay, I'm done.
I thought you were going to be impressed.
No, I'm impressed that she's still doing it, but at what point do you just be bro, I'm 70. I don't care to go out there and do a 15-minute.
Okay, you want to get younger? They're going to have characters from Sesame Street and the Muppets performing.
Are you joking?
No.
Well,
this is the release I just got from FIFA.
Why would they do that?
I'm accredited to cover the World Cup for the News Tribune. I'm going to be a part of it, so they put me on their media list.
I guess for the kids, sure.
That's right. Characters from Sesame Street and the Muppets, who for generations have brought joyful learning to children around the world, will be part of the show. Their inclusion reinforces the purpose of the FIFA World Cup 2026 final halftime show to ensure children around the world have access to quality education.
All righty then. This is quite the news cycle there. Sesame Street, Madonna, and Shakira. I can't wait.
July the 19th at the Meadowlands, the World Cup final, where tickets are $75,000 a piece.
Oh, yeah. And guess who your halftime performance is? Christopher and Greg Bell. Can't wait.
I'm not sure too many World Cup fans are going to be attending based on the halftime show between. We'll see. I doubt it. All right, Chris, on the spot, who's the best baseball player ever?
Ever?
Ever. Forever, ever?
That's a great question.
What's that, by the way?
Okay.
Forever? Thank you.
Come on now.
Chris Webber threw that in the middle of an NBA game.
Yeah, he's thrown a lot of stuff in, and it didn't work out well for him.
I liked it when he said forever, ever.
I think a lot of people, that might be the only thing they did, the greatest player.
Greatest baseball player ever.
I can't say
49451.
That's
to come on Chad's line.
I'll go with the great Bambino. That's the one thing that I remember from the Sandlot and doing my own research. It was okay.
The Sultan of SWAT?
Yeah,
The Sultan.
I would say him. I'm trying to think.
Willie Mays.
Sure, Willie Mays, another elite, great.
Joe DiMaggio.
I think that's where I'm kind of I don't. Yeah.
So what did you say? Mine's not even close. It's not even close. It's Shohei Ohtani. How did you say you can't say that? Because it's today?
He hasn't finished.
All right.
I would wait till he's done and has won whatever it is, captured all these.
Let me state my case as to why I think he's already the best player ever. Last night, baseball's best hitter threw 7 scoreless innings to lead the Dodgers over the San Francisco Giants. You know what Ohtani's ERA this season is? 7 starts, 0.82. Less than 1. That's the lowest through a guy's first 7 starts in 32 years. You got to go back to before the wild card came into Major League Baseball in 1994 to find a pitcher starting pitcher who through 7 starts has an ERA of .82. Ohtani's about to turn 32 years old. He debuted in the major leagues in 2018. Codify, if you're a baseball fan, you probably follow Codify, a baseball statistics site, pointed out last night that since Ohtani debuted 8 years ago, only 2 dudes, Aaron Judge and Kyle Schwarber, have hit more home runs in the majors than Shohei Ohtani. Only one pitcher who has thrown more than 500 innings in that span, Jacob deGrom, has a lower ERA than Shohei Ohtani since Ohtani's MLB debut. Chris's point, he's won the Rookie of the Year award. He's won the League MVP award already 4 times in his first 7 years in baseball. 4 times in his first 7 years he's won MVP. He's won 2 World Series. The one award he is yet to win, though, Chris, is the Cy Young Award. He hasn't even finished in the top 4 in any voting, yet his career ERA is under 3. Well, this year he's on a path to do that. His walks and hits per innings pitch is a stupid .82. One is considered elite. He's .82. That would, get this, Chris, that .82 walks, hits per innings pitch, whip, that would tie Satchel Paige for the 14th best ever in an entire major league season. Satchel frickin' Paige, dude. Among active players, the lowest career whip, walks and hits per innings pitched, among active players is DeGrom's .98, and Ohtani this season is at .82. That's how good he is. And he's just picking this up again after, remember, he had the arm trouble, and he didn't pitch for about a season and a half. And he still won a World Series and was MVP just by hitting. And now he's becoming the best, reestablishing himself as the best pitcher on the planet. Shohei Ohtani, for me, is the best baseball player ever. 49451, who's yours? The best baseball player ever. We'll read your text back at 11:30. Up next, Steve Weitz of NFL Network is going to join us to talk about everything around the league on schedule release day on 93.3 KJR FM. There you go, Chris. That is not BTS, by the way. People on the text line are wondering how you not know that. Who BTS is. K-pop. I don't know. I'm not sure I would pick out a BTS song if I heard it, but this is not it.
This is BTS. Shout out to the text line. They said, play Dynamite. You've heard of it.
Exactly.
And
when they said Dynamite, I said, there's BTS.
And I'm going to keep it a beam with y'all. I ain't never heard this song in my life. But it's a little groovy. Maybe Steve Weiss has some words on it. He might agree. He might like it. So, you know.
I bet Steve White, as hip as he is, as into pop culture and the pulse of our country, I bet Steve Weiss knew who this was as soon as he heard it, as he's waiting on hold on the Beacon Plumbing hotline. He joins us live on NFL schedule release day. Hello, Steve. Good to talk to you again.
I'm good, and I hope you didn't wager any money because you would have lost that bet.
That makes three of us.
That would have been a big. I have no clue.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I feel better about it.
One of the largest pop acts in the world, and three of us have no idea who it is.
Well, one, I don't have teenagers, so I can cross that off my list.
Yep.
Two, I don't listen to K-pop. And three, I don't know what my third one would be, but I think those two stand out ahead of the pack.
Steve, what have you been doing, man? You go disappear until training camp, and then people like me come in and unearth you and out of your break, or what have you been doing?
Absolutely. If you watch the Insiders on NFL Network, you'll see me on Insiders. We're talking schedule, we're talking draft, all that good stuff. Yeah, no, we're still busy, man. We're still busy doing a little transitioning.
Yes,
but
is that
good.
How does that affect you, the ESPN purchasing the NFL Network?
We'll see. I'm still employed. They brought me over, but there's just a lot of wait and see. ESPN they've done the NFL for a long time, very, very well, and now they're taking on a lot of new people. So they just got to figure that out. We're going to be, from all indications, run like how there's the SEC Network and ESPN, where they do a lot of SEC coverage. So there's still going to be the NFL Network. We'll see if there's any crossover with ESPN. But we're still going to be kind of a separate, not fully independent entity, but run by ESPN and no longer run by the NFL.
Does that mean most of you will still remain based in Los Angeles, right outside SoFi there in Inglewood?
Well, the majority, yeah. I mean, they're going to, like I'm based in L.A. We'll still be there. A lot of our production team, newsroom team, and all that will still be in Los Angeles. But the majority of our on-air talent is spread out across the country.
Right.
So, that's going to continue to remain the same unless, directives are given otherwise. Right now, we're still just kind of waiting to see. But I will say this, everything has been incredibly encouraging. The communication has been very, very strong and encouraging. And it really looks like as a tandem, the full court press is on to dominate NFL coverage and kind of make the ESPN family, the NFL Network properties, the go-to place.
Well, we wish you all the best in that. You deserve the highest and widest platform you can get. So good luck to you on all of that.
Thank you. Excited.
Yes,
yeah, excited for that.
I bet it is. All right. First of all, let me ask you, what in the Hades is going on in Pittsburgh that they have to wait on Aaron Rodgers again? And are you just thinking this is just Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers, or is there actually a possibility the Steelers will free Will Howard and give him a chance at quarterback or something? What's going on in Pittsburgh, you think?
Well, I mean, I think everything you just said is true. And look, there's nobody, if there's any blame of anything, it's on the Steelers. I mean, they decided to go this route and not go after some of these other quarterbacks. They could have had Kyler Murray, right? They could have had some of these other players, but they basically said, okay, look, we're good. We're comfortable with Aaron. Mike McCarthy's coached Aaron. We made this coaching change. Let's go ahead and wait for him. So now he's kind of like, okay, well, if you're waiting for me, I know who's got the leverage here. You didn't draft a quarterback, so I'll take my time and do what I'm going to do. And if at some point one side gets frustrated with the other, which there's no indication that that's going to happen, they'll have to move on to Will Howard or whomever else, Drew Aller. If that's what they want to do, or maybe make a play for one of these other veteran quarterbacks on another team. But, the Steelers decided this is what they're going to take. They've been through it before, not with this coaching staff, but, look, it's the bed they jumped into and made.
Sure did. Do you think they hired Mike McCarthy on the assumption or the hope that Aaron Rodgers would come back?
No.
Too short term.
No, I don't. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, Aaron's probably, this is, he's year to year. I think they're hoping, based on the Steelers, that Mike McCarthy is there for, 10 years, whatever.
That's the curious
whatever
thing.
it is, that's just how they do.
That's the curious thing, right, Steve? I mean, I've said this, man. I grew up outside Pittsburgh, and I've said this so many times. I'm 55 years old, and the Steelers have had 3 coaches in 55 years, and you wouldn't think Mike McCarthy would be in that mold of being a 20-year guy. Is that what you think the Steelers' plan is?
Well, if look, we could say what we want about Mike McCarthy. The guy's won, right? He's been a very successful head coach, and I've got a lot of respect for Mike McCarthy, the staffs he put together. If he can coach there for 10 years, sure, they'll take that. I mean, because who knows if the ownership will continue a certain way, So there's a lot of variables that could happen. You can't say, hey, we're going to hire this coach and he's going to last 10 years. Maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe this whole thing blows up. Aaron Rodgers doesn't play well if he comes back, and J.J. McCarthy and all the guys that they gave money to on defense fizzle out. They blow the whole thing. I mean, they could do that. Mm-hmm. So a lot of variables here, but I think the plan is for Mike McCarthy to be there as long as possible because, the guy's won everywhere he's gone.
Pittsburgh native. He's 62 years old, by the way. This is Steve Weiss of NFL Network talking to us live on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline on 93.3 KJR FM.
With the NFL schedule coming out, Greg and I had wagered a lot of money that the Seahawks would be playing the Bears. Boy, were we wrong. What went into that decision, you think, to have the Patriots and Seahawks on a rematch, not to mention everything going on with Vrabel? And do you think, part 2 of this, do you think the smoke will clear by week 1? Maybe they get A.J. Brown for the Patriots.
Well, I have not heard the official, I have not seen the official schedule release if that's going to happen. I know there's some reports out there that does happen. But, look, I mean, this is if that's the game, I mean, look, every game's going to draw eyeballs. Right. But that'll be a huge, huge game, especially if A.J. Brown gets traded, and, Patriots say, hey, Will Campbell's, healthy. Let's see if Seattle can get to our quarterback like it did in the Super Bowl. Like, I think that's a huge draw, and Seahawks fans should want something like that because the Patriots fan base, the national fan base, is significant. Seattle's fan base is significant. I mean, a nice clash of the Titans, and let's get it out of the gate. Like you said, especially if A.J. Brown is back, because I think a lot of folks feel that Seattle is the team to beat in the NFC. They've got a brutal schedule based on the caliber of opponents coming up. But let's kick it off with a Super Bowl rematch. I would love to see that game.
Steve, the talk of the offseason, of course, the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation. Do you anticipate any sanction, anything at all to come of Mike Vrabel and what his job is in New England, knowing that we don't know exactly what all might come out still? We haven't heard from Diana Rossini's side of it. How consuming is this?
I mean, to me, I mean, the only thing that could really come out of it would hinge on Mike Vrabel. I mean, if this is something he wants to continue to deal with publicly, because it clearly has legs. It hasn't gone away. So if it's something he feels he can face down and stare down, and it doesn't impact his coaching and his ability to relate to players and his coaching staff, I don't think anything will change. But if there's something going on personal with him where he's just like, look, I need to stand down, he'll stand down. I don't think ownership or anybody is going to say, hey, look, this is too much of a distraction. I mean, come on, it's the Patriots. They live in the world of distraction.
Right.
And so, I don't think, again, if anything comes of this, I think it would be a personal decision for Mike Vrabel and nothing from the league or the club itself.
Back here close to home, Steve White, NFL Network, joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline here on 93.3 KJR FM. If you had to give a reason or 2 or 10 why the Seahawks are going to repeat as Super Bowl champions, what would it or they be? And if you had to give a reason why they won't, what do you think is going to happen to keep them from doing it again?
Well, in order to repeat, I mean, look, this is a young football team.
Right.
And they've got a taste of it, right? You talk to players and coaches who get a taste of it early in their careers, and they're like, man, we've got to have it. There is a different type of hunger than a team where guys have been on there for 6 or 7 years and they finally get it, and they're like, oh man, we've reached the mountaintop. When you win out of the gate, like so many of these guys, Nicky Manwaris and guys like this, or even Sam Darnold on the redemption tour, who's still very young. Hey man, you're gonna put into it. And they didn't change the roster that much, but they changed it at some key spots. But again, it's very young. It's a talented roster. That's another reason and they've only added pieces to it. A nice young running back. Added some nice young players on defense. The reason why they won't, it's hard, right? We can sit here and talk about the hunter being the hunted. It's hard. You're going to get every team's best shot. It does not. It's a cliche, but it is true. Every team is coming for you. Their schedule is brutal, right? Their division is tough. Some of their non-conference opponents, like the Chiefs, are going to be back. The Chargers should be good. The Bears should be good. Teams like New England should be good. They play Denver, like Philly. These are tough teams. So, there's that. And there's always, injuries. Injuries are probably the number one reason why, our champions can't repeat, because they just get derailed. And usually the team that's the championship team is the healthiest team every year.
You're right about that. It does take luck. The Seahawks, by the way, tied for the most games against last year's playoff teams, 10. Season. 10 of the 17. Chris?
Steve, we've seen offense, defense evolve constantly over the last few seasons. I mean, you look at Mike McDonald, what he's done with the defense. It's been very incredible.
Yep.
Where do you think the major shift is for the NFL coming from moving forward?
Well, based on how a lot of teams drafted and how they moved in free agency, it looks like more and more teams are kind of following what the Rams did last year, and that's going with the 2 and 3 tight end sets. I mean, look at how many teams now have stacked tight ends. Like, not just, it's the Chargers. They've already got 2 really good tight ends, and they go and they sign David Njoku, right? So you're seeing, to me, more and more teams add a blocking tight end and then another kind of combo tight end to go with the receiving tight end. So I think that's part of it. And part of that's to combat what Seattle did last year. You had Nicky Manwari and Devin Witherspoon. These are 2 hybrid defensive backs, not just one. A lot of teams, not a lot of teams, but some teams have that one Derwin James type, Kyle Hamilton type. Seattle had 2. And then you look at the draft, and everyone's trying to get a combo type player. Washington gets Sonny Styles, a former safety who's a linebacker who you can put on the edge. So I think that's kind of the guessing game. Okay, you're going to get these defenders now, or we don't get a tell because they're not switching to a sub package. They're not bringing in a nickel back because he's already on the field. Okay, well, let's go with 3 tight ends. We'll use one of them as an H-back on one play, one of them as a wide receiver on one play. Oh, let's just line all 3 of them up tight and see if they can stop us. So I think that's kind of the chess match that's being played based on how teams adjusted their personnel this offseason.
You mentioned the tight ends, and something just popped in my head regarding the tush push, because the Eagles, they do it with Jalen Hurts, and it works. He hasn't been hurt yet doing it, so give them a check. But the Seahawks have done it their own unique way. They bring in the tight end. Do you think teams are going to realize, you know what, we don't have to put our quarterback in that situation. We can grab a 300-pound lineman. We can do a tight end. Are teams going to get creative, and the tush push is going to continue on, you think?
Yeah, tush push is not going anywhere. I mean, you saw at this year's league meetings, there was no opposition to it. There was no, rule change suggestion to eliminate it. So that's going to continue. Teams will they'll put running backs back there, tight ends. Who's the pusher for the Eagles? It's Dallas Goedert, their tight end, right? So there's different ways that teams will continue to do it, but it's until guys can stop it. Like, some teams don't do it well. Like, you have to have a team that practices that. That's not easy to practice during the week when there's not a lot of contact. And there's other teams that do it great. And I love the way that Seattle kind of put its spin on it. So every team is always looking for the advantage, and a lot of it depends on your coaching and your team personnel to gain that advantage.
Steve Weiss, friend of the show, joining us here on 93.3 KJR FM. Steve, who's surprised you, made the most, maybe not surprised, but you think has gained the most this offseason through the draft, through signings, trades? Who's made up the most ground to challenge?
Oh, wow. That's made up the most ground. It's interesting because, you see teams like the Jets and the Giants and the Raiders who had a lot of money. They got a lot of growing to do, who added a lot of players. And then you see some teams like Houston, which is already good, that didn't maybe make a big splash that added. So it's hard. It's hard for me to say because, when I look at what some of these teams did, like, okay, it looks good on paper, but these teams look good on paper every year. Like the Chargers look good on paper every year, but injuries tend to derail them every season. The one thing I'll say about the Raiders is it looks like they finally have a plan. Like, okay, we're drafting this quarterback number 1, so we go out and get 2 free agent linemen. We draft some depth. We've got a good young running back there, and then they load it up with free agents on defense. Like, okay, let's keep the score close in a division where we might be able to give ourselves a chance in by field goals and things like that. So it's really hard. Like, hey, there was a winner, or hey, the Rams lost because they drafted Ty Simpson and blah blah blah. When there's just so many variables once teams get in pads and knowing how good coaches are and certain coaches are and how not good other coaches are, to really say, like, okay, this team looks like it's going to be a lot better right now.
What do you make of what the 49ers have done? And they are re-upping with Trent Williams, who's about 92 years old, but still one of the best left tackles ever. And then Christian McCaffrey's getting old at a position where the drop-off after 30 years old is precipitous. Yet then they draft people that are counterintuitive to almost everybody but John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. What do you make of their offseason?
Look, they've done nothing to show me that they don't know what they're doing. Right. They have a plan. There are certain teams that run certain schemes that require certain attributes from players. And even though they're like, oh, this guy's there, why they draft this wide receiver from Ole Miss when they could have had this guy? Well, the Niners asked their receivers to win 50-50 balls, to scoop out guys in the run game, and to be physical. So maybe he fits those specs. Right. And so re-signing Trent Williams, no brainer. I mean, you do that. He's still one of the best players in the NFL. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's still playing at a high level. So you get him in there, because look at the games. Look at their one-loss record when he's not in there.
Right.
Like, that's a big difference. They're getting George Kittle back. So, they know their roster better than everyone. And, again, you see how certain teams have moved, right? You see, like, again, I'm going to go to the Chargers. This is a team that ran like a power run game and this and that with Greg Roman as the OC. Okay, well, now Mike McDaniels comes over from Miami, which is that outside zone stretch scheme. Look at the personnel changes they made. Like, they had 2 good tackles. They signed, a center and a guard in free agency, and go out and draft 4 offensive linemen who fit the scheme. So, again, a lot of this stuff, let's be smart. Let's just not look at the talent, what guys produced in college or in free agency with certain teams, and let's look at the scheme fit. And I think that's what the 49ers did, and now it's wait and see.
The World Cup, of course, coming to NFL stadiums across the country, including in Seattle, and grass fields are the requirement by FIFA. And now the NFL Players Association is using this again as an opportunity to speak up that their players want grass, and it is far better on their bodies and long-term health. J.C. Tretter, the Players Union president, speaking out again recently. Do you see this as an issue that's going to be collectively bargained, Steve, and that the players stand up and make this a sticking point? Hey, you want 18 games regular season? Put grass in on every field, because they can afford it. The owners are just choosing not to.
No, I don't think that's the hill that will be, that the players will die on. Like, hey, we're not going to agree to this if you don't give us grass fields, because almost every team's got grass fields to practice on and things like that. And we know these owners, you're seeing more and more covered stadiums because they want to have Final Fours. They want to have Super Bowls in potential bad weather cities. Like, look what's Nashville's building a beautiful stadium to do that. Cleveland's building a stadium to do that. So I just don't think you're going to see natural grass on all these stadiums, because they have concerts there,
right,
and things like that year round. And I think that's why. You can have this argument all you want, and we all know the players prefer grass, and they've made this argument before, but when push comes to shove, and when it comes to dollars, which is what collective bargaining does, usually the money supersedes the desire for natural grass and other things.
Steve, great to hear from you. Thanks for all you do and joining us, and you do great work all season long. As you said, you don't really go anywhere. You'll be on ESPN and the NFL Network. We'll talk to you down the line. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Steve White from Los Angeles, NFL Network transitioning to ESPN. He talked about that. He's sure right about the money part of it. And so far, the money has trumped everything. And as long as they keep making revenue, I said it before, the NFL players could just say, we want more of the overall league revenue if you want to go 18 games. Or then they could bring up this issue about grass if they wanted to. They have bullets to use in negotiations with the owners. Let's see if they actually do it. Up next, Westwood One's going to bring you an update from the PGA Championship just outside Philadelphia. Then we'll read back your text at 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line on 93.3 KJR FM. Man, you're going well. You've been bumping the Boogie Nights song for the text for BTS here.
Yeah, we're going to have to. I haven't heard this one either, but it's okay.
Steve Weich hasn't heard it either.
I feel, hey, you know,
I haven't heard this one either.
You know, let's.
Apparently on a commercial, the texter said.
Yes. And with that being said, I'm 0 for 2, and that's okay, but everybody knows this song. So, with that being said, Greg, take it away.
You know what time it is when you hear Boogie Nights on the radio. It's time to go to the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451, where I have heard from a fair number of high school coaches around the state since we talked yesterday to Craig Bartle, the Nooksack Valley head football coach and the president of the Washington State Football Coaches Association. Again, a really cool event this weekend. They have a head coach mentor program for 0 to 3 year high school football and middle school football coaches. Going to be at Seahawks headquarters. Mike McDonald's going to talk to the coaches. Kurt Warner, Seahawks legend, of course, running back from the early 80s into the mid 80s. He's going to be talking to the coaches as well. That's at Sunday, as well as the Hall of Fame induction ceremony for the latest class of the Washington State Football Coaches Association. So our thanks to them and all Craig and what they do, coaches around the state. 1,100 strong coaches in Washington are part of the Washington State Football Coaches Association.
From the 206, this is an interesting theory. Maybe the Super Bowl rematch is a punishment for Vrabel. Think about it. The network gets great ratings, and Vrabel is thrown into the fire in week 1 and has to deal with all the scrutiny on primetime.
Yeah. Well, one thing is for sure, people will talk about it.
Yes.
Will it make more people tune in? Nah. Maybe the NFL's going that way, huh? More the better.
Another one from the 206, Greg. The biggest negative for putting grass on Lumen is that it was built on landfill over tide flats, and that didn't build the foundation as concrete bathtub like T-Mobile Park has. The water table is about 5 feet below ground level.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
I don't know if this is,
Sounds like a hydrologist is talking to us,
Right.
and that's great. And that is interesting if that's in fact what has happened. And if they didn't do that, it would tell me that they never intended to do anything but turf so that they could have tractor pools and concerts and the like that wouldn't have to replace a grass field and spend the money on doing it. Again, NFL owners let's be honest. NFL owners have the ability to rip up whoever buys the Seahawks for $10 billion or $8 billion have the ability to rip up the underneath the field and put in a concrete bathtub if that's what it takes. They just choose not to because they keep their revenues. And yeah, I disagree with Steve saying that the players couldn't go to bat and make this a collective bargaining issue. They absolutely could. And FIFA does it. World Cup and international soccer tournaments must be grass. That's why we're having grass trade in over top of the turf at Lumen Field this coming next month. That's why grass is on the field right now. The Sounders played on it last night.
From the 253, Michael. 10-game win streak starts at first pitch.
Uh-oh.
A definite M's thing to do with Cal getting some much-needed rest. All right. I mean, hell, I thought they were going to sweep the Astros. You saw how that went. But it's okay.
A 10-game winning streak, they'd be up like 6 games in the division if that happened.
Sign me up.
That's how close they are I really don't think. I think Cal Raleigh could miss 2 months and they still win the division. The division is BAD bad. All right, we asked the question, who's the greatest baseball player ever? And we've gotten some great answers. And the best one was from the 206. I think it was 206 saying Roberto Clemente. Yes, he is so good. I mean, on and off the field, what he did, of course, he died in a plane crash while on a humanitarian mission from people who were suffering earthquakes in his home country. The Puerto Ricans, to this day, love him down there. And I was a big fan of his when I was growing up in the 70s in Pittsburgh. That's a great one, Roberto Clemente. I still say it's Shohei Ohtani because Roberto Clemente did not pitch and hit at the same time. But Clemente was amazing. His arm, he was like Ichiro in the 70s. He was really that good.
In case you missed it earlier.
Jackie Robinson, by the way, 360. 360 says Jackie Robinson. You can't argue with that either. But Jackie Robinson didn't pitch either. Sorry.
The game advances. What more could you ask for?
Shohei Ohtani. He's the only one doing what he's done ever.
Yeah, that's crazy. Being the first of your MLB great to do that.
Right.
You put yourself in a different tier.
Right.
That's for sure. from the 206. Greg, earlier talking about the halftime show for the World Cup. And you said Madonna, Shakira, Sesame Street, and what was the other show? Muppets. That will be performing at halftime, and someone from the 206. Hell no. Why are they bringing Madonna out? With her, well, we'll just leave that up. Well, I'm not going to be mean, but yes. Why bring Madonna out? I don't know, man. And Madonna, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Madonna's 67, so.
67. Someone said that 206, thanks for saying 67. Dustin, the 253, our coach buddy, said Madonna showed up at Coachella a few weeks ago on stage with Sabrina Carpenter and killed it.
I bet she did, but I mean, for me, I'm just like, if I'm a soccer fan, do I really care about some 7-year-old woman up there singing and dancing? Unless I know her history.
My wife, well, most people know Madonna's history, I would think. No?
I don't know. I'm not going to be, I would say probably.
But maybe not.
Maybe in the soccer world,
I
don't know what the soccer world, what music is their trend, if that makes sense.
True.
Like you look at.
But she's worldwide, and that's so Shakira.
That's exactly what I was thinking. She's worldwide, so they would definitely know, but she's also like, is she not in her prime anymore? I would say.
She's definitely not in her prime anymore, and you're right. Some people don't know. I guess some people don't know Madonna because it's that era of music that people like you and younger don't know those people. Like, I'll never forget that I told you this. I mentioned on the air before. We were in Arizona, and they were playing a Kiss Cam Madonna song. And I turned to Dugar, sitting next to Michael Sean Dugar in the press box, and I said, Mike, who's this?
I don't know.
And then I did it again, I think a different stadium. I can't remember which one. Might have been Nashville. And it was Whitney Houston was playing. And I thought, well, sure, he'll get this. And he didn't know who Whitney Houston was.
Dugar didn't know who Whitney Houston was?
No. Sorry, Mike. We're just outing you right here live on the radio.
Nah, he knows who Whitney Houston is.
I'm pretty sure it was in Nashville and Whitney. It might have been actually in Arizona again and Whitney Houston, and he didn't know.
Was his first year on the beat?
It might have been his first year on Earth. I was like, are you serious?
I would put money down that there's something missing in this story here because there's no way he don't know about Whitney Houston. His parents brought him up and probably was playing Whitney.
I totally agree with you. I was floored.
We're going to have to get Mike on at some point.
I know.
I'm
just outing him live on the radio. He's a friend of mine, and I'm just killing him. But I was so shocked. I think I called my wife from the press box.
Okay, if you called your wife, then maybe he really did not know. And I'm like, bro, our friendship has now been revoked.
Like I said, I don't want to just tarnish him in public radio, but that's how I remember the story. 253 says, are we 100% sure that Madonna is not actually a Muppet at this point?
Hey, be nice. All right. That's why I didn't read the second part of mine, because of that, she still carries a tune. We all definitely tune in to hear about Madonna. Look, we're sorry. We got carried away. I got one for you. From the 585. Where the hell is that, Greg?
I'm guessing Southern California, Inland Empire. Right. That's my guess. Totally random guess.
Bills versus Seahawks Super Bowl. Give me your thoughts on why the Bills will make the big game.
I've been thinking Bills forever. It's Rochester, New York, so that's why he said both. I just looked it up.
Oh, thank you.
That's why I said Bills. First of all, the people of Western New York I've mentioned it 1,000 times. The best man at my wedding is from Western New York. The most quality people maybe in the country. I love you. 585, I love you. I know if you're from Western New York, quality people. I've been thinking the Bills are going to make the playoffs for years.
Or Super Bowl.
I'm sorry, Super Bowl for years. I think it's going to be Bills. That's if you had to say today, Greg, who's going to be in the Super Bowl? Bills, Seahawks.
Damn, Lamar still ain't make it? Jesus, man. No. Poor guy.
I think the John Harbaugh exit of Baltimore is going to hurt them.
Probably.
Culture, all the intangibles like Mike McDonald's brought, Baltimore just lost that. Let it go right out the door.
Damn. Well, Lamar, it's been a great run, man.
I like Bills, Seahawks as a Super Bowl. Tell me that wouldn't be an entertaining game.
Are you serious? Josh Allen, the bazooka thrower.
That would be
physical, and Mike McDonald's defense. Like that's must-see TV.
That would be better than Patriots, Seahawks.
Better? I was hoping it would happen last season.
Yeah, I did
and
too.
And then they lost to Denver because guys dropping passes.
Exactly.
Josh Allen didn't play his best game. We all understand.
206, because we're an equal opportunity show. Don't talk about the NBA draft being rigged. Got it. Check. No one cares. Don't talk about high school sports. No one cares. We know that's not true. That's just factually incorrect to say no one cares about high school sports. 3/4 of our listeners have kids in high school sports. That's just false. Don't talk about the NFL schedule. No one cares. So what is it that you people care about? Oh, he's being contrarian here. He or she. Thank you. You're right. If nobody cared about any of that stuff, we wouldn't have a sports radio from about February to September when there weren't any NFL games going on. People care about things, or else we wouldn't be talking about it.
Last
and
one
you wouldn't be listening to it, I would think.
Last
but I
one
get the
for
point.
me.
Everyone says, who cares? It was what Ashley brought up earlier in her show.
Last one for me before we throw to the mayor. This will put the smile on Greg's face. From the 425. No pop culture references until someone sees Gladiator.
Oh, man. That's just going to be that's like a go-to. That's always, you can just come back to that one, right?
Yes, until he sees it. Someone could always text something in and be like, something Gladiator.
I've
Greg.
lived 55 years, a pretty full life, pretty happy, proud of what I've accomplished in my family and love them, and still been okay and gotten by without watching Gladiator.
2 years later, by the way, 2024 is when we started this show,
Yes,
and 2 years later, people are like, what's up with this guy, Greg?
Yeah.
I get DMs like, so kid, are you ever going to just sit Greg down and put the movie on for him? Maybe.
Of anything and everything I've tried to accomplish in my life, West Point degree, Army career, 2 degrees, Berkeley master's degree, 25 years of covering the NFL. The fact that I'm judged by whether I've seen Gladiator.
I say it's fair. We got to burn his feet, guys. Do something.
They do it. They do a good job of that. 206 says Bucky Jacobson is the GOAT.
Shout out, Bucky. Hope all is well. We'll see you soon, big guy.
That's right. Yes, sir. We had to put that in. Ian Furness, the mayor of Maple Valley, joins us next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back to the Greg Bell Show with Christopher Kidd. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, 93.3 KJR, you can see that Anderson Hurst has joined us.
Hi.
And he's got a cap that the Mariners are going to be giving away this weekend when they play the San Diego Dads at the Yard in Soto. How'd you get the military advance
You want
cap?
one? We got one. in
Yeah,
the
I do.
office. Okay.
Military?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to get that. They just came by and kind of dropped off some goodies.
Oh, who's they?
The Mariners.
Who?
Just their promotions team. So
Come on in.
Yeah.
You could open the door.
all right.
had a minute.
You were on the air. I didn't want to interrupt anything. I know you're a professional out here.
Except we just talked about the Muppets, Sesame Street, and Madonna.
Nice.
And BTS.
Okay, the halftime show.
Chris and I did not know anything about BTS. We played two songs and had never heard either one. Well, Dynamite we'd heard.
Are they that?
Chris had never heard.
Are they that Korean?
Yes.
Okay.
K-pop.
Yeah.
Boy band.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Steve Weitz didn't know who it was.
I've heard a few of their songs just because they're kind of, I mean, it's a global game. You're going to have all different types of, you got Madonna, Shakira, and BTS, I think, are the three headliners.
Chris thinks Madonna needs to be retired.
I probably agree with that.
She's like 70. What is she out there doing?
I know. I
She
don't
might
know.
look great, but I don't want to see her looking great.
All depends on how she sounds. Although Shakira is close to 60 and she sounds great.
Shakira?
Yeah.
She's still doing that one song, Body Like That.
She did the World Cup.
Hips Don't Lie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do her hips lie now? No, I'm kidding.
No, hips.
Do her hips lie now?
Oh, no, they do not.
Oh, Anderson.
Absolutely not.
All right.
Look her up, bro.
Chris, when you get close to 60, you don't stop functioning as a person.
She's 49. Sorry, but
Jesus, man, you aged the hell out of her.
I remember just thinking that she was older than
Madonna.
Thinking she was younger than
by the
She
way.
did the World Cup anthem when they were in South Africa.
Yes, they did.
Which was like 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's the Waka Waka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're wearing your military Mariners cap. Are you concerned? Should Mariners be concerned that when they give away games like last night, eminently winnable? How many times did we talk about they should have won that game?
Yeah.
That this will catch up to them by the season's end, or I'm of the belief they're going to win a division.
Yeah, they are. I think they are. You could see how bad the Astros are. They might be the worst team in the league, by the way. But they're not all losses are created equal, right? It's one thing if you just don't have it that day. Your pitcher doesn't have it. We have Castillo on the mound today. We'll see how that kind of plays out. He's not been good lately. Your offense doesn't look great. Fine. Like even the best teams in the league lose at least 60 games in a season, right? But it's last night where, like you said, it's winnable. And you have this amazing comeback. How about that at bat from Julio Rodriguez in the bottom of the ninth inning with the bases loaded? How many times in his previous 4 years do you see him chase about three times there? And he did
the high fastball
exactly.
with 2 strikes. He just spat at it.
3 times. And I thought that was such a moment of growth from him. So I took a huge positive there. Obviously, the whole Cal Raleigh situation, you guys talked about it yesterday, too. He shouldn't be playing.
Should have happened a week and a half
He shouldn't
ago.
be playing. And, I kind of would get it if there is a trade-off in terms of, okay, he still gives us the best chance to win right now. If that was the case, then it's like, okay, these games matter, and you can kind of deal with the pain and move on with it. But that isn't even the case. Mitch Garver right now gives you a better chance to win than Cal Raleigh does because of what he is the worst everyday player offensively on the Mariners right now.
And not only that, his side hurting is why he didn't complete the double play in the 8th inning.
100%.
Which is why the trash cans took the lead.
Yeah.
In the bottom of the 8th.
You almost said the wrong name there.
I caught myself.
No, but it's like, and I get it, like he still is providing value defensively, and I know people like to trash on Mitch Garver in this town, and I'm not a huge fan of him either, but right now Mitch Garver gives you a better chance to win baseball games if he's playing every day as opposed to Cal Raleigh. This is even setting aside the fact that you want to get Cal Raleigh healthy for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
so that's where I stand on this thing. We'll definitely touch on that a little bit today as well.
I was negligent not giving you a keyword for this hour, and now the hour's also over. Media, MEDIA. Enter that at 933kjr.com to win $1,000. What do you guys, Ian, have going on?
Ian's out today.
I thought I saw him.
No, he's out today. He's taking a couple days off. The mayor. He's
Again?
Yeah, of course. Us in the media, the true professionals, they got to take their days off when they get them. So he's using those ones. It's me and Jackson Feltz today.
Oh, right.
So I'm excited.
Right off a Sounders win.
Exactly. We're scheduled to have Christian Roldan join the show today. We're gonna talk to him about the game last night. Possibly. Some World Cup talk as well.
Yeah.
Heard you guys talk about that a little bit. It's getting close, less than a month away. We're going to talk to Corbin Smith as well, talk some Seahawks schedule. And, of course, Eno Saris from The Athletic at 2 o'clock. Hopefully that's right around when the Mariners game is finishing. So a little post-game show / nerding out Mariners wise with Enos Harris.
That's Anderson Hurst, Jackson Feltz, not Ian Furness, from 12 until 3. 5 o'clock today, the NFL schedule being released officially right at top of the hour. They don't mess around with them. It just goes. At 5 o'clock, the Seahawks will put it out, and that'll be Dave Softy Muller and Dick Fain bringing that to you. Greg Bell, Christopher Kidd, thanks for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow, 10 to noon on 93.3 KJR FM.
got Jackson Feltz with me today.
Hey.
Welcome in. I got
great.
Jessamine McIntyre with us today. Super excited. I think this is the big three of KJR. If
Hey, now.
I'm being completely honest.
Let's go.
Are
we in Miami?
Yeah, no, we're not. I'm not LeBron James. You are not Dwayne Wade, and you are not Chris Bosh. I'm sorry.
I want to be Chris Bosh if I could be any of them.
I wish we were that good at what we do, but you guys settle for us here on 93.3
I am sitting in Dick
KJR.
Fane's chair, so I should be the LeBron.
Okay.
LeBron.
Okay.
Have you guys heard of LeBron James? LeBron James is pretty great, guys.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about how great he is.
Just holding teams hostage.
Yeah.
All the time.
Oh, God. Yeah. We're not going to get into that much today, but thank you for bringing that up, Dick Fane, Jackson Feltz. So, yeah, Ian's taking a couple days off. We're going to kind of fill the gaps for him here. I'm super excited to have Jackson with me today because coming off a huge Sounders win, I want to talk some World Cup with him. We got to talk Seahawks schedule. We got to talk Mariners a little bit. I know, they're playing a game right now, but at the same time, I want to talk a little bit about the Cal Raleigh situation, how that's going to affect the team moving forward. We're going to talk to Christian Roldan a little bit later on today in the show. I'm excited to, ask him about the game last night. And then, of course, Eno Saris, you guys are used to hearing from him on Thursdays right at 2 o'clock. Pushed him back a little bit, so hopefully we have a game to talk about. Jackson, what's going on, man? How was that Sounders game last night?
Oh, man, dude, that was exciting. I tell you what, that's the game of the year, the win of the year.
Yeah.
It's not fun when you, and I'm not even joking about this, we literally gave the other team a goal in the first 2 minutes of the game. We basically kicked it to the other team and said, you want to score? Here, take it. And we had to fight back from that, but I tell you what, it was an exciting dub. And as you said, excited to talk to Christian Roldan, the likely United States men's national team World Cup player to be.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun conversation. I struggle sometimes with, especially in soccer, because, in other sports, you have one goal. Usually it's like it's your team's season and then you get to the playoffs and that's what you're focused on. But in soccer, you have, your main season, obviously, with MLS, and then you have, other competitions in that season, whether it's Champions League, U.S. Open Cup, stuff like that. Yeah. And then you have the international competitions. And this is, in some cases, like the World Cup, bigger than everything. So how do they compartmentalize all of their focus and everything? You got still 2 more games before the World Cup break starts in MLS. So I'm sure there's some angst in the Sounders locker room. I'm curious to hear his thoughts about that, a big leader in that spot. But first, I want to get to, you were doing Sounders last night.
Yeah.
I was, unfortunately watching the Mariners game and struggling through that whole situation. We'll talk about the game itself a little bit later on, but I want to kind of talk about the Cal Raleigh situation and what's been going on because, Ian, whenever he's in, he likes to discuss sometimes there's some questionable decision-making process with the Mariners medical staff. I think this also falls into that category because Cal Raleigh about a week ago was taken out of a couple games, and you obviously in the midst of a huge slump, and then he comes back and he continues that slump and doesn't look healthy, doesn't look right. It said it was side discomfort at that time. He does get the 2 hits 2 nights ago to kind of break the slump, the largest slump of his career and in MLB this year, by the way, of any player. So, it was great to see him break out of the offer at that point in time, but he still didn't look healthy last night. And then there was the play where Edward Bizardo threw the ball into center field, and that's where the Houston took their lead. They showed Cal Raleigh kind of grimacing in pain while he was moving to cover behind the third baseman. And it's just one of those situations where you got to protect the player from the player. And I realize they now have put him on IL, as I mentioned in headlines, but it should have happened like 10 days ago when it originally happened. So I don't know. Jackson, I know you were following Sounders last night.
I watched. I caught up on this morning. I would say that I think you can pinpoint the moment last night where everything flipped, and it's when the umpire gets hit in the face.
Yeah.
Literally everything from that point on, it was just downhill, right? Because you get the Cal, you get the loss, and it feels like 2 losses, right?
It does.
Where you lose your best and then you lose the game, and it's one of those things where Cal needed this. He, as you said, he needed it earlier, but I'm just glad that they finally did it because if you keep trotting him out there expecting, the general sore. I mean, they listed it as an oblique strain. Okay, great. But at the end of the day, like this needed to happen to break him and give him some time, because you can take a full uniform shower and then you can get 2 hits. But, it's one of the, as we always say, and Yogi Berra said, 90% of the game is half mental.
Yeah.
And I only think a full uniform shower can do so much.
Yeah.
The dude just needs some time off. He needs some mental time off, and he'll get that. And, the hope is that it is just 15 days.
Yeah.
The hope is that he returns rejuvenated.
Yeah.
And, Johnny comes up here, Johnny Pareda, and doesn't crap the bed that much. And we can have ultimately a platoon system at catcher and be completely fine. And frankly, I mean, as terrible as this is to say, Anders, like, they're probably not going to do much worse than Cal Raleigh was over the last couple weeks.
And that's the biggest thing for me is, like, I can sort of understand wanting to leave him in your lineup if the trade-off for him not getting 100% healthy is, okay, he's still giving us the best chance to win right now. These games matter, 100%. They matter. So, like, if you're able to play through the pain and, Cal Raleigh's still doing Cal Raleigh things, I understand the thought to, okay, maybe you can play through this. And I know I'm sure Cal is like, hey, I'm good. I can play through it. It's all good. Yeah. It's just knowing who he is as a person.
Which probably what's been happening.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So I can understand that if that is the trade-off and he gives you the better chance to win. I don't think that's the case right now. Mitch Garver playing every day. I said this to Greg in Tross Talk. Mitch Garver playing every day gives you a better chance to win than Cal Raleigh does right now.
At this moment.
This version of Cal Raleigh that we've been watching for the past 2.5 weeks, Mitch Garver gives you a better chance to win. I know that sounds weird to say because I know a lot of people like to crap on Mitch Garver a lot.
I do. Yeah.
But, and like, fine, like, he's a backup catcher. You shouldn't expect him to play every single day. The other thing that I noticed, and then when they put out the lineup, Julio's not in center field today.
That was a last second. Like, the deadline is you have to change positions right before the lineup card comes out.
Yeah.
That change happened instantaneously before the lineup card came out. So, and then what does he do? I mean, ultimately, we're looking at a Julio where don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
If you're at all in any sort of discomfort or pain, we don't need another star going on the IL.
Well, and it's something that I've also noticed earlier in this season, and I've mentioned a couple times both in my postgame show and on the air here on KJR, is like his defense doesn't look the same as in years past. He's hitting the ball in early May, which is a huge positive for him. It's great to see that aspect of his game be better than in years past, but we're used to seeing him be a Gold Glove caliber center fielder, and that just hasn't been the case so far. So that's another kind of red flag to me. Like, oh, is he playing through something right now? I really hope he's not. But and this is just kind of a day to get him some rest from playing in the field. But like you said, it was a last-second decision, so that doesn't tell me that that's exactly what's going on. Then when you throw on the fact of last night, when you talked about it with the umpire getting hit in the face with Bryce Miller's making his season debut, looked great last night. Thank goodness. To see him do Bryce Miller things.
My king of I-5.
Yeah, see, just tell that story really quick, because you're someone who goes to the clubhouse quite a bit, and you have these relationships with these players. Tell the backstory of the king of I-5 with Bryce Miller.
Okay, if you guys don't know, when a pitcher has rehab assignments, they have to go to both Everett and Tacoma. And obviously, if you're a smart manager of a team, you do those oppositely.
Right.
And so
whoever's playing at home, right? So they don't have to travel.
Playing at home, right. So he has been down and up and down and up, if you're talking geographically.
Yep.
And so I jokingly called him the king of I-5, and he liked that. But then I found out he has a diesel truck.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
The gas.
It's like $8 a gallon right now.
Oh, my God.
I even said jokingly to him, I was like, you got a gas card? And he goes, no. They should give me one. And I'm like, what? Well, first of all, I had to clarify the fact that where is he going to shop for gas if he's paying $7.99 a gallon?
Yeah.
But
that's a $100 fill right there.
He had at least.
Depending on how big the tank is. Yeah.
He has been working. My point is, after talking to him, I realized how far, because he even had to figure out his schedule. Like, me and Kate were talking to him and going, hey, where are you? And he's like, I don't know. Because that's how hard he was working on getting back.
Yep.
And I want people to know that about him. He's like the nicest dude you could ever talk to in the clubhouse. Super cool with us joking around and everything. But that's why I call him the king of high five, is because he was constantly going between Everett and Tacoma just to get himself right. And I think he proved it last night.
Can he stay? Can he just, it would be great if he can just stay in one stadium for a while, because he was awesome. The velocity was there.
Excellent.
I know, Anders, I know you watched the whole thing.
Yep.
Like, just for me, quickly watching through it this morning, it looked like Bryce is back.
Yeah, and probably obviously the most obvious truck owner that I've ever seen in my life. In Bryce Miller.
I did not get that from
Are you
him.
kidding me?
He's a Texan.
100%. He's from Texas. He got the twang a little bit too. Bryce Miller.
I know. He's just so nice.
He is very nice. No, I'm not saying it's not nice. It's just, you could tell by the vibe of someone. Like, I picture Cal Raleigh driving a minivan to work every single day. You know what I mean?
I could see him driving a beat-up old car and not giving any bleeps about what he drove.
Yeah.
So Bryce Miller's from Mount Pleasant, Texas. It's just about about a half hour to the east of Dallas.
Mount Pleasant, Texas.
That is truck territory right there.
100% truck territory. And great for him. He could totally pull it off.
I didn't picture him in a Tesla. But
No.
Just,
like if it was San Antonio or Austin, no. But
fair.
right next to Dallas, that's truck territory.
No, I agree. But
it is. But I'm just saying, from my conversations with him being this like, sweet dude who is really cool at talking to a nobody like me all the time in the clubhouse, then I didn't just immediately think truck.
Sure, that's fair. But Jackson, to answer your question regarding how he looked last night, yes, especially in the first few innings, he was throwing 99, which he had never done before. You could tell there was a little adrenaline, first time pitching. But we're in this discussion regarding Cal and now Julio. I did kind of remember, thank you, text line, for pointing it out. He did hit a foul ball off his foot last night late in the game, so it looks like it's more of a precautionary situation with him. I hope that's why.
Well, and he did it on the first pitch of today. So.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Again? Okay. Yeah, of course. Anywho, but regarding the medical situation and some questionable decision making, I would point to Bryce Miller once again last night too, because he gets through 5 innings, kind of works through in the 5th inning a little bit of a jam to get out of the inning, and it's like, okay, they had stated before the game, Dan Wilson said that they were looking at 80 to 85 pitches from him in his debut. It's pretty normal. You want to limit, a guy making the first MLB start of his season, in which Bryce Miller is in this game. And then, he gets through 5 innings. I forget exactly how many pitches he had after 5 innings, but he kind of worked through a jam. I would have been totally fine with taking him out right after the 5th inning. I would have been, before the game, signed up for 5 innings of Bryce Miller, no runs, every single day of the week. I get it. He was more efficient than maybe you expected him to be. Okay, throw him out there for, a couple. Maybe you can get one more inning out of him. He gives up the home run to Christian Walker. Okay, now Bryce Miller's done. Nope. They keep him in there for the next batter, and he gets him out, thankfully. So he gets one out of the 6th inning. And then that's when the ump gets hit in the face. And you're talking like a 10-minute delay at least.
Everything goes downhill from that moment.
Exactly. And you're at 79 pitches for Bryce Miller at that point. I'm thinking, okay, obviously he's done now, right? You're right around the 80 to 85 pitch mark that you stated yourself that's the limit that you're giving him. And you're sitting him down for at least. He literally went back into the dugout while they were doing this. So I'm like, okay, Bryce is done. All right, who's going to come out now? Cooper Criswell, whatever. They don't. They put him back out there. He gives up a hit to the next batter. Okay, then I'm thinking, okay, well, now he's done. Nope, they keep him out there, and he gives up another hit. So now Cooper Criswell is coming into the game with multiple guys on base. That's when everything starts to blow up. As you mentioned, it's kind of the sliding moment of the game where the momentum turns into Houston's favor. But I'm not even thinking about, let alone the fact that that's not the best decision to win the game. Again, for his health. He's making the first start of his season. He had gotten to 79 pitches, already given up a run in that inning, sort of looked like he was laboring at that point, and you still leave him out there after a 10-plus minute delay. I think that's a little bit of malpractice, in my opinion.
I think that's fair. I also kind of look at the bullpen situation currently right now and just the way things stand. I know Ferreira's back. Brash is starting his rehab in Tacoma today. So the bullpen should be getting better, but right now it's definitely, just trying to put Band-Aids over what is a rough situation right now. And not to mention, you look at today and okay, we're going to look at Luis Castillo. We might need our bullpen the way Luis Castillo's been pitching. So I think Dan probably looked at those both yesterday and today kind of combined and said, nah, I need a little more out of Bryce because it's just a little bit less on the bullpen taking today that I may need to use tomorrow in what could be a deciding game of this series. So I understood it in that context, but yeah, in the moment when you look at, just isolated, you want to make sure Bryce stays healthy. Yeah, what you're saying makes sense.
Yeah, and I can also understand a little bit because now you're in a 6-man rotation. We talked about this a lot.
Right.
That means one less bullpen arm. So you have to try and squeeze every single out of your starting pitchers as much as possible. But again, this is his first start. I think a special case scenario is in place for a guy making his first start off an injury. Make sure he's good. It's made a ton of sense to take him out after 5 innings at that point, but even after the home run, and even after the delay, there's multiple instances where it felt like he could have been taken out of the game, but he wasn't. So that's one of the reasons you lose last night. But again, we'll talk kind of more Mariners a little bit later on in the show because they are playing a game right now. They are up 5-1 at this point, which is great to see. But the other kind of big news.
So they're good. Keep
listening
to
it's a
us.
blowout. It's boring.
Yeah, you're chilling. Yeah. We're
that.
chilling. Yeah, it's all good. The other big piece of news yesterday was the Seahawks schedule. So I'm curious. We kind of talked a little bit about Ian's show yesterday. I know you guys touched on it on Softy's show because he is all in on that stuff. If you look at his Twitter timeline, by the way, all of a sudden, do you guys get the vibe that now it's like reporter Softy?
It is.
I've never seen him have this sort of a vibe. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, I'm hearing from my sources that thank you, Chopper 7.
It is. I'm not sure if you guys were. Chopper 950 was a thing once in the day here.
I wasn't present.
As I started here at the station, Chopper 950 was just ending.
Okay.
And this very much has shades of that.
Okay.
But Softy is a reporter one time a year, and that is right now.
Look at his Twitter timeline.
Man.
I'm telling you, he's always like Take Central, where it's just like giving his opinions all the time, which is great. That's why we love him. But now all of a sudden, it's like, all right, he's giving us information all of a sudden. I'm hearing from my sources that these are the primetime games, and this is the listening a lot. Where it's like Adam Schefter in Seattle here. What's going on?
I mean, that's Softy is listen, if he's listening right now, I hope he's not because I'm going to say something nice about him.
He's not.
He's definitely listening.
I hope I'm going to say something nice about him. So make sure this doesn't get recorded. Okay. Make sure this never gets back to him.
Take it out of the podcast.
Should I delete it?
Yeah, please. Just don't let anybody ever hear this
clip
again.
It and send it to him directly.
He, on top of being a generally great dude, he is really extremely well connected in this city. And when it comes to these sorts of things where, hey, it's coming out anyway, he has information up the wahoo on 1,000 different elements on frankly all of our teams.
Yeah.
And this is one where I honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen Softy miss when it comes to this.
Really?
When it comes to the schedule release stuff.
Okay.
He is, I would say, 99.9 accurate when it comes to schedule release stuff, and I am a subscriber to everything he puts out there.
Great.
I think he does an amazing job with schedule release.
Well, on that note, I want to kind of talk about everything that he has reported so that we can be 99% sure that everything that he's putting out there is good to go. So he's saying there's up to 7 primetime games now for the Seattle Seahawks, which is crazy. I know everyone has a 5 game minimum at this point, but seeing the Seahawks get up to 7 is pretty dang cool.
Well, 7 is the max that any team can have.
Yeah.
And the Seahawks are at that.
Yeah. And to me, we talked about this last week. I thought they would have kind of low-ended the Seahawks in the primetime games, not because, I don't think they're like slighting the Seahawks or don't think they're good. It's just for whatever reason, everyone's drinking the Rams Kool-Aid in terms of, being the Super Bowl favorites and all that stuff. I know the Seahawks are Super Bowl champs and they beat them twice last year. But it seems like they're kind of the ones that they're hyping up a little bit. But I'm happy to see that the Seahawks are getting some love on a national scale. So let's talk about that on the other side of this break. And we have a keyword for you, Jessamine McIntyre. What is our keyword for the hour?
Yes, let me take that off your guys' shoulders.
Of course, thank you.
Let me give one of you $1,000 out there. Our Grand Slam Cash Contest is currently going on right now. All you have to do is go to 933kjr.com, and I do that multiple times a day. It pops right up. Just enter the word coin for the 12 o'clock hour coin. I really trust you to know how to spell the word coin.
Yeah, we don't have to spell it out.
It's 4 letters. COIN.
Okay, you did spell it out for us. Okay.
I know, but I was a substitute teacher at some point in my life.
You were.
So I was. I had to do that and bartend my way through college and ESPN.
Jeez, all right.
So anyway, coin. And you get $1,000 if you are the random person that gets elected. If you enter it correctly, which is why I like to spell it out. COIN.
Well, thank you for that. Substitute teacher Jess, also bartender Jess, also sideline reporter Jess, also APD Jess. Also, there's so many different hats that you wear. I love it. Let's come back and talk schedules. Anderson Hurst, Jackson Phelps, Jessamine McIntyre filling in for Ian Furness, 93.3 KJR FM.
93.3 KJR FM.
All right.
Some people are going to be mad about this.
I know. I was going to say, we kind of are getting people excited for no reason, but I'm going to play into the joke here. All right, we have Steve Softy Muller reporting on site. If you follow his Twitter timeline, you can see that he is following this story very closely, developing story here with the Seahawks schedule. Don't worry, guys, it's not actually breaking news.
I was going to say, yeah, a lot of people are going to be angry and thinking,
I know.
Sorry, what just happened?
What just happened?
You know what?
Schedule
Maybe
release,
they don't
folks.
know yet.
Yeah, it's a good point. If you don't know, there's a lot of rumblings out there and reports, and not even rumblings, reports from our guy, Dave Reporter Softy Baller, saying that the Seahawks are now going to be in 7 primetime games in 2026. First of all, before we get into all the games and kind of go through everything, what do you guys think the Seahawks should do for their schedule release thing? Because everyone does something.
Ooh.
I still remember the one from maybe 2 or 3 years ago when the Tennessee Titans did they go around
in Nashville.
That
Yes.
was amazing.
That was the
incredible.
one of the best
can't top
social.
it, though.
No, you can't.
The Chargers are regularly really, really good
Okay.
at various, graphics of some kind. I mean, you always think about what's in the zeitgeist right now,
Yeah.
like what's going through, overall people's topics and
Yeah.
whatnot and stuff. AI is a big deal, so
Sure.
you could do something along the lines of AI. And what would be interesting, I'm just creating off the top of my head,
Yeah.
is if the Seahawks have a thing, and it shows the graphic of them typing into the AI system,
Yeah.
show us the logo of New
Blank.
England Patriots,
Yeah.
and and just have it just be an absurd logo of the New England Patriots.
It's not
that
even
is-
the
that
right
isn't
one.
anything like their actual logo.
That's great. Oh, I really like that, actually. That's a good idea, Jack. You should
You
be
should
on
be
a social
marketing.
team. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on here? You should do that for our station. What's going on?
Yeah, well, does that come with a paycheck?
Yeah, it should, but,
Yeah, more work, same pay. That's our logo.
Ah, yeah.
That is our motto, by the way. Yeah, it really is. Okay, so we hear yesterday from Softy that it's actually week 1. Everyone was expecting Bears, it seemed like. I think most people were under the assumption that it would be the Bears, but it's actually the Patriots. Mike Vrabel comes into town. Maybe not with Diana Rossetti. We'll see. What do you think about the Patriots week 1?
I love you, Slim. Maybe not with Diana Rossetti.
Yeah.
I love it because this, on a lot of levels, we're going to kick their ass. That's kind of the first thing. But they're going to come in as a distracted team. I mean, listen, I want to start off with a win in week 1. It doesn't matter the opponent. I think Chicago is a pretty good football team. I think Caleb Williams is legit. And I want the best chance to get a win in week 1 while still having a good opponent. You don't want to face the Cardinals in week 1. Jacoby Brissett. Come on, no.
Yeah.
I want to have somebody legit, and we're going to kick the Patriots' ass. But they're dealing with such a massive distraction with Vrabel. Will Mike Vrabel even be the head coach of the New England Patriots come week 1? Who knows? If this thing just keeps mounting, they keep releasing photos, yada yada, then who knows? But they're dealing with so much. They're going to be under the microscope as the season starts. So you add all of that together. Drake May, I don't think he's worth a damn. The Seahawks have not changed that much considerably, or the Patriots I have.
Yeah.
I love this for the Seahawks because I care more about winning than anything.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I think if you look at everything, I can't remember the last time the Seahawks played a Super Bowl rematch the following season. I'm trying to remember if they did after the Broncos win.
They played the Packers in week 1, and because it was, or I think it was the Packers in week 1. Ariana Grande performed,
right?
And it was a whole thing, and I think we won. And if I remember correctly, did Percy Harvin actually do something really
This
good
is the
in that
2014 season, right? That you're talking about the year after we won our first Super Bowl.
I think we opened. Correct me, because you can pull it up. I think we played the Packers, and Percy did something, and it was a pretty comfortable win. But it actually hasn't happened in the NFL.
Yeah.
A rematch since Denver, Carolina, coming off of Super Bowl 50, which was also in San Francisco, by the way. But that's the last time that's happened. So a decade later.
Well, I'm not even thinking week 1. I'm thinking just in general. Like, when did we play our Super Bowl opponent in the following season? Because you're right, we did play the Broncos in that season after we beat the Broncos in the
like week
Super Bowl.
3 or something.
It was week 3, yes,
Yeah.
and we
and that was an overtime game-winning touchdown by
How do you
Marshawn
remember
Lynch.
this?
I form up the middle, right behind Michael Robinson,
Jeez.
into the end zone. Overtime, 26-20.
Yep, 26-20.
How
do
about
you
that?
know this? What's going on?
You could honestly quiz me on any game from those 2 seasons.
Okay, then did we play after we lost the Patriots? Did we play them the next season?
After we lost the Patriots, did we play them the next season? Yes, and we beat them. That was the Cam Chancellor at the buzzer against Rob Gronkowski, where we did stop the Pats. And that was that also the game where Kristen Michael popped off, I want to say?
Okay, I'm
looking.
looking.
Another running back.
I don't see the Patriots
Gosh, I
in the
remember a
2015
primetime
schedule.
game of us in New England. Am I off on that?
I think
all of this is off the top of my head.
No, I know.
right now,
I think you have the right idea. I think it might have been the year we actually won the Super Bowl, though. Like,
Are you in We Mad Bro territory? Is that what we're talking
no, I'm just
about?
kind of thinking, like, if I remember correctly, I think the team that lost the Super Bowl has won the rematch more often than not. But we beat the Broncos and then beat them again. So maybe that was just my initial thought. But anyways, week 1 versus Patriots. I love how Softy in his reporting tweet says WNF. That's not a thing, but it's Wednesday Night Football.
It's a new thing now.
I guess it's a new thing.
I mean, the Seahawks.
Reporter Softy.
Yeah, thanks, Softy. Interestingly enough, and I actually gave him this news because I had to go back and look at it. The Seahawks are the first team in NFL history to play every day of the week except for one day. No team has ever done that in one season where the Seahawks are playing on.
Is it Tuesday?
It is Tuesday, the one day, but they're playing on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this year.
Wow. Okay. Just the NFL used to be a Sunday and Monday league, and now it's not anymore.
Did it used to be just Sundays? I know you're a child.
I am a
but
child. So.
It was just Sundays.
By the way, I was right. It was 2016, November of 2016.
So
Seahawks in New England. They won 31-24.
Yeah.
And they did have CJ Procise pop off in that game.
Okay, you're right. A backup running back. You're right. But it was the following year.
It was.
Okay. So after week 1 of this Patriots Super Bowl rematch, Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini, Seahawks looking to kick their butt once again. You got week 6 at Denver on Thursday Night Football. I think that'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
What maybe could have been and should have been the Super Bowl.
The cool thing about this is you, according to Softy, you have week 6 at Denver Thursday.
Yep.
You have week 7 Kansas City at home on Sunday.
That'll be a fun one.
And then you have week 8 home Chicago on Monday.
What is the thing about that? 3 straight weeks.
3 straight weeks. And also you get a Thursday to Sunday and then a Sunday to Monday.
Yeah.
So the extra breaks in between those primetime games, it sets up beautifully for the Seahawks in those 3 weeks.
Yeah, and 2 of those 3 are at home as well. The only one is on the road at Denver. Then you have a couple weeks off of the primetime games. Guys, by the way, this is all, I don't want to say unofficial, but this is reports from Softy, as Jackson says.
Conjecture.
He's so dialed in.
He's so dialed. He knows what's going on. Let's be completely honest. And we know that full schedule will come out later today, but we're just reacting to the games that we, let's be honest, know at this point. Week 13, Dallas, Monday Night Football, Cowboys, Seahawks. That'll be a fun one.
That's another ass kicking.
You think so?
I think so.
Everyone loves the Dallas Cowboys after the draft this year.
But I also love that we're facing Dallas later in the season, so they'll already be done.
That's true.
If it was an early season where Dallas has hope and they have hype and Skip Bayless is all popping off about the Dallas Cowboys and other ESPN personalities just who can't get enough of them.
Yeah.
This is later in the season where at that point, okay, the Eagles will probably have wrapped up the division, the Commanders, and then Dallas could be fighting for a wild card spot, but the hype around the Cowboys is going to be much lower compared to what it would have been, say, if this was a week 7 game.
Yeah. Week 15 at Philadelphia on Saturday. That's an interesting one to me. First of all, Reek Woolen revenge game. Second of all, as you mentioned, 6, 7, 8, you go 13, 15, 16. So 3 and 4 weeks after that with your primetime games. And I think the Eagles will be really good this year. And then, of course, week 16, Rams, Christmas night. This is a weird one to me. If you guys had to choose to play on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, I think this is Christmas Day, but in the evening, I think it was what Softy's saying. Which would you rather have, Jackson?
I absolutely want this Christmas Day situation.
You want Christmas Day more than Christmas Eve?
Specifically this year, because Christmas Eve falls on a Thursday, Christmas Day falls on a Friday, and then you get Saturday and Sunday off. So, I mean, listen, most people are going to have the 24th off anyway.
Yeah.
So ultimately, I want to go into the weekend of NFL games Saturday and frankly just the weekend in general.
Sure.
Coming off of this game, the beauty also is that you've finished all of your partying pretty much from Christmas Eve into Christmas morning. You have all your presents. So listen, if it's a Seahawk win, it's just your latest gift.
That's true.
But if it's a loss, and we all hope it isn't, then at least you can fall back on enjoying everything in the family time and watching the kids play with their presents, and you have things to fall back on. Where if it's Christmas Eve, you just go into Christmas morning with a bad mood if we lose.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. Jess, what do you prefer? Morning or Christmas Eve or Christmas Day?
Depends on where I am because I usually go back to New York. So this is me talking personally.
No,
and
be selfish. Let's go.
Preference. Christmas Day would be fun because I could actually get my family members.
Yeah.
We're a McIntyre clan. I could get them to stop talking.
It's funny. You work in radio and you're telling them to stop talking.
I know I'm the annoying one, but I would actually shut up for a second there. Either one would work for me. But
I prefer Thanksgiving to both.
For the players.
Oh, well, if that's an option.
Yeah. Oh, if we're throwing that in.
Thanksgiving is number one here.
For the players, I would prefer it be Christmas Eve.
Okay.
So they could have Christmas Day with their families.
Yeah, I think that's a probably good, like, you not being selfish there. Wow, you're thinking about someone other than yourself all the time.
Me?
Always. What? I know, right?
And Thanksgiving's the easy number one because that allows you to pretty much because this is for me, like Thanksgiving, you definitely have the larger group together.
Sure.
Like I split up Christmas with my family.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So Thanksgiving, you have the whole group together and there can be awkward moments. You don't want the political talk coming in.
Nope.
So the Seahawks taking over Thanksgiving is perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Oh, that's when drunk uncle comes in.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Bobby Moynihan, thank you.
Yeah.
We all have one.
We can complain about the refs instead, you know? All right. We might hear from Christian Roldan. We're waiting on schedules for him. We will either get him in the next segment or the following segment in the 1 o'clock hour. Can't wait to talk to the Sounders, one of the Sounders captains, I should say. Maybe not the captain because you still have Stephen Fry on the team. But excited to talk to Christian Roldan, possibly next segment. If not, we'll talk a little bit more Seahawks on 93.3 KJR FM. Schedule talk.
Schedule.
There's leaks coming out. There's leaks.
And there's guesses. Guesses and leaks and guesses and
things,
leaks.
gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a good point. We should clarify the leaks.
Hey, listen, we're all young. I don't think we have to talk about leaking yet.
No, not yet.
If you're a man.
Anders, we're young. We don't have to talk about leaking yet.
No, I do like it, though, because it creates more anticipation of figuring out who is right and who is wrong.
Yeah. I do want to kind of ask you one thing before we get into the full-on schedule here, because, like I said, there are some people who are saying that they have the full schedule for the Seattle Seahawks. It, of course, officially comes out at 5 p.m. later tonight. You can hear the full reaction of Softy and Dick later on 93.3 KJR FM. But Jackson, just in general, as we're kind of looking at, who the Seahawks are facing this year and, their offseason so far, I want to get your thoughts, because I think, at least for me and in my circles that I'm with Seahawks fans, there's very high expectations on this team. Understandably so. It's a Super Bowl champions. But do you think that it's unrealistic to expect the Super Bowl champions to get even better in 2026 than they were in 2025? Because I think even with the 2013 team with the Seahawks, there was still an understanding of, okay, this team's historic. Yeah. They're still going to likely take a step back, even if it's a small step back. You know what I mean? I don't get that feeling with this team.
Yeah, I think it is a little unrealistic to think that they improve in a large fashion. I think what you do is you look at what they lost, right? And you lose a Kenneth Walker, you replace him with a Jadarian Price. You lose a Boye Mafe, you replace him with a Dante Fowler.
Yeah.
Those are both minuses. You lose a Tariq Woolen, you replace him with a third-round draft pick, right? You lose a Kobe Bryant, you replace him with a second-round draft pick. You're banking on a lot of these young players from the draft, and specifically Dante Fowler, the signing, to replace established guys on the team. And I think that's a little unrealistic to think that they can have the same level. I know we ragged on Tariq Woolen a number of times, but Reek did put together, I think, a middle of the season that was very good.
Even the end, besides like that one Ram game, to be completely honest.
So I think you owe, and obviously Kenneth Walker, the run that he had, to expect that whether Sharpening comes back healthy or Price develops, to think that either of them are going to have that kind of run, I think is unrealistic. So for me, like I am not expecting a repeat Super Bowl championship. Of course I want it, but when it comes to expectations like Super Bowl or bust, I can't live in that world with how good the Rams are.
Yeah, I think the Seahawks are still a step above the Rams, and I do think that...
But it's so close.
It is close. I agree with you on that, and they got better, I will say. Yeah. But I think the Seahawks had a better draft than the Rams did, especially considering they used their first-round pick on... a quarterback. And Ian mentioned this yesterday. He has questions on the health of Matthew Stafford at this point. So you're one kind of bad play away from relying on Ty Simpson in a Super Bowl or bust year as the Rams are in right now. So I think in terms of just looking at your division, the Seahawks are still a step above the Rams. They are in the same category, but they should be a step above them. And regarding the kind of changes, because I think Dante Fowler, there's a reasonable expectation that he could be better than Boye Mafe. I'm not saying he will be, but I think he will be. To be completely
I think that
honest.
is a big hope.
Boye Mafe had 2 sacks last year.
Yeah, but Boye Mafe the previous year, I mean, you look at the career of Boye Mafe, and like Fowler is currently right now on the decline of his career. He's very much on the back end of it. I think Boye Mafe, I don't know if you can say he's on the back end of it. I think he's still in the middle of it. And Fowler can be a good role player, but I don't think he can have the impact of a Boye Mafe, especially going back to 2024.
Yeah, well, we thought DeMarcus Lawrence was in the back half of his career when we signed him.
Some resurgence with this team under Mike McDonald from certain players.
What did DeMarcus Lawrence do the year before?
Not much.
No, before we signed him.
I know. Before we signed him, he didn't. It was very Dante Fowler-ish. Yeah.
So the last year he had Dallas. He was hurt.
He was.
He had that major injury, but in those 4 games, he had. This is terrible for radio. 3 sacks in 4 games. 3 sacks in 4 games before getting hurt. That's pretty darn good numbers. And in the previous 2 years, he played 17 games in back-to-back years. I mean, yeah, he was older, but I think it's still clear to say that he was he was still a very good player.
Yeah, it's there's a lot to think about. I do think the Walker to Price probably is a downgrade, but we'll kind of talk about that a little bit more as we move on. We're hearing the music because that's the producer APD Jest letting us know that it's time to get out of here because we're going to talk to Christian
Roldan.
Roldan.
Eyes off the right way.
Yes, no, it's great. We're going to talk to Christian Roldan next segment. I'm excited for this one after a huge Sounders win, talking World Cup in less than 30 days away. All coming up next here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
From the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. The Mariners dropped Game 3 of the series against the Astros last night in Bryce Miller's season debut. Cal Raleigh's headed to the 10-day IL for the first time in his career with a right oblique strain.
Seattle Sounders with a win last night at Lumen Field, 3-2 over what was the best team in all of MLS, San Jose. Christian Roldan, Sounders midfielder, soon to be on the United States national team for the World Cup, going to join us here in a few minutes.
In the NHL, the Oilers fire their head coach Chris Knobloch after 2 Cup final runs in the last 2 years. They were eliminated in the first round this year. And the Colorado Avalanche overcome a 3-0 deficit to beat Minnesota at home in OT 4-3 and win the series.
Dave Softy Mahler is all over our NFL schedule release. So the full thing will come out at 5 p.m., but he has sent out that he believes there are 7 primetime games for the Seahawks that they'll be scheduled for. Thank you, Chopper 950. Week 1 against the Patriots, Week 6 at Denver, Week 7 against Kansas City, Week 8 against Chicago, Week 13 against Dallas, Week 15 at Philadelphia, and at home Christmas night against the LA Rams. That from Chopper 950, Dave Softy Mahler.
In golf, South Africa's Garrick Higo was penalized 2 strokes for being late to his Thursday morning tee time in the first round of the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. There's a couple of mispronunciations there, I'm sure, but it's golf. So, but he's still, even with that 2-stroke penalty, he's only 2 shots behind the lead right now. So good for him for kind of bouncing back, and even though he was late to his tee time. But you could also think about it this way. If he had showed up on time, he'd be tied for the lead. So, okay, let's get to it. We're waiting to be joined by Christian Roldan, midfielder for the Seattle Sounders. Super excited to have him on to talked about the game last night. Jackson, you were in the building. Talk about the upcoming World Cup. I think he has a really good shot to make this roster. Yeah. What about you? You think what are the chances you think he is able to, represent the U.S. men's national team in the World Cup?
I think at this moment right now it's 99, barring an injury, because there's another player who plays over in Europe, and Cardoso, Johnny Cardoso.
Johnny Cardoso, yep.
And Cardoso just got injured with a major injury earlier this week, and with that, or I guess last week, and with that injury, he was going to be battling for Christian for that, I think, final midfield spot. With his injury, I think it pretty much assures that Christian Roldan is going to be in the World Cup roster. It is interesting, Anders, before we get Christian on.
Yeah.
I just got an email that I've never gotten before.
Uh-oh.
It's
don't click any links.
I know, right? I think this is a legit email.
Report it to security.
It comes from reply@fanmail.timbers.com.
Oh my God, what?
For some reason, I don't know
You're on
why.
the Timbers fan list?
I've never gotten
I've
never gotten an email.
Farad.
Ever.
Farad as the voice of the Sounders here. You're on the Timbers email list?
This is to my work email, too.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jess.
I don't know
This
what's
is breaking
going on.
news.
I've never gotten an email.
I'm telling Christian this, by the way. I hope you know that.
I've never gotten an email from the Portland Timbers, and they just emailed me to enjoy 15% off concessions for their game coming up on May 23rd against San Jose. I would just say, Portland, why would you send this email out? Nobody wants to go watch a crap organization with a crap team who isn't in the playoffs right now.
Fair.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, geez.
He's just disgusting.
He's trying to make up for being on their list.
What
so
are
he's
the
like,
two
So
words?
I've never
The
gotten
two
this
words.
before. This is wild.
okay, that's I smell something
It's
fishy.
my
hacked.
work email too. I think I got hacked.
That smells
Somebody
something
went
fishy.
into my work email and signed up for their newsletter.
You know
Yeah.
what? If you left a laptop open, I could see
You know what?
someone in this organization.
The sales
doing that.
staff. I think I know exactly. Matthew Hobbs, I know it was you. I know my computer was open, and I know what you did.
Yeah, I see. My fishy scent is for Rich Strauss. That guy's always involved in something. That wherever there's something that we didn't expect to happen, it's a Rich Strauss thing.
I didn't know if
he's
he was
a
here
soccer
yesterday.
guy too.
Yeah, I could see that being a Rich Strauss.
Yeah.
I think somebody went up and did that for me. So now the process of unsubscribing to emails.
Oh God, I know.
Is one of the worst things to have to do in life. It's like, doing laundry, unloading the dishwasher, all those things. I think unsubscribing to emails, places that you don't want, has to be, for me, maybe the number one annoyance.
While we're waiting for Christian to get done with practice, he's probably doing some stretches right now. Got to let him get those in there. Make sure he stays healthy. We don't want him to be the next injury for both the Sounders and the U.S. men's national team. And I'm hearing we have Christian Roldan with us. Super excited to talk to a Sounders captain, a U.S. men's national team hopeful after a huge win last night. Christian Roldan, welcome. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How about yourself? Thanks for having me.
Of course, yeah, we're super excited to have you on. I got Jackson Feltz with me. I'm sure you've talked with him loads of times.
Hey, buddy.
It's probably getting tiring at this point, huh?
I think he's tired of me.
I don't know about that one. You guys had a huge win last night against San Jose, man, and they've been kind of just lighting the world on fire in the early season here in the MLS. Just talk about, kind of the up and down nature of that game and how you guys were able to pull that one out.
Yeah, I think from a neutral fan standpoint, I think it was a fun game to watch. If you're a Sounders fan, it was probably a frustrating game to watch. And if you were a San Jose fan, it was even more frustrating to watch. The back and forth, the amount of chances that we had, it was exciting. It was exciting football, but definitely stressful if you're a Sounders fan. And so, all in all, it was great to get a win against a team that's higher than us in the standings, and it gets us a lot closer to them. And so it really gives us a good chance at continuing on this home stretch and hopefully getting more results in the near future.
Christian, there was a play last night by Jesus Ferreira in the 55th minute where he picks off a ball and goes 75 yards down the field, jukes out a defender, puts it in the back of the net for a goal that gives you guys the 2-1 lead. You were on the field about 4 or 5 years ago when Joao Paulo went about 85 yards through all of Colorado's defense. He ran by, for everybody out there, this is like Marshawn Lynch Beast Mode 1.0, where he runs through 7 defenders. Christian, you remember that play. Last night, Jesus Ferreira has a similar play. It's kind of like Beastquake 2.0. Take us through watching that play last night, watching a guy essentially take over the entire field and go and score.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. I had a great view of it. I was right behind Jesus. And he did a really good job of picking off the ball. He anticipated that Roberts was going to play it down his left side, and he did a good job picking up that ball. And then he saw all this space, and to his credit, he was very direct. His mind was made up, and his skill set is all about his technical ability, his ability to play in tight spaces and in the box, being able to shift defenders back and forth, and credit to him for putting the ball in the back of the net. But what a individual goal. I mean, so proud of him because it's hard to live up to expectations, and he's doing that.
Yeah, Christian Roldan, Sounders captain, joining Anderson Hurst and Jackson Feltz here on 93.3 KJR FM. Christian, I know you talked about the kind of back and forth nature of the game and the kind of how exciting it was from the neutral yesterday. It seems like Schmetz from the outside looking in wants maybe a little bit more structured of a game sometimes, but you also were going up against one of the best offensive teams in the league. How do you balance wanting the game sometimes to, be a little bit more, like I said, structured and defensively kind of sound, but also being able to go up against one of the best offenses and kind of outduel them in that type of game? So what was the tone in the locker room last night while getting the win, but also maybe doing it in a different way than you guys normally do?
Yeah, I think structure is very important to the way we want to play. We want to impose our will. We want to control the game. And against good teams, that sometimes they'll impose their will, and at times that they'll play a little bit more open, which causes a lot more chances to happen and higher score lines. And so, it's a balance, right? Sometimes you don't want to play like the opponent. You want to stick to your own style. But at times when there's a lot of space, you just got to take advantage of it. And so in the last 2 games, there's been a lot of chances, and we just need to capitalize on those chances. But sometimes when you play teams like San Jose or Vancouver, they're trying to impose their will on us, and we have to also respect that and make sure that we're sharp in different phases of the game.
Christian, we are 29 days away from USA Paraguay in the first United States game in the World Cup. It's just us here. It's just the 3 of us. We're just hanging out. We're just talking. Any call from Mauricio Pochettino on your status with the United States roster?
I hope so. Not yet. I think the rosters will get announced later next week, and so I'm hopeful that I'm on that roster. But until then, I have to wait patiently like everybody else.
Well, Christian, when you see the injury to Johnny Cardoso happen and know that that's the kind of a similar spot that you guys are being on for the World Cup roster, what are the emotions of seeing a teammate with the United States go down, knowing it might mean a better chance of you being on the World Cup roster? How do you work with those emotions?
I mean, it's still difficult, right? Yeah. When I think of Johnny Cardoso, I think of the human side, right? This guy is so nice. He's always been so great to me. I think we've had an awesome relationship. And, yeah, we're competing. That's part of the sport. That's part of the profession that we play. But we never want to see injuries in the sport. We want to see guys healthy. We know how difficult it is to rehab. We know how difficult it is to be on the sideline. So for me, it's just devastated to see him lose his chances of going to a World Cup. And obviously, right, we're competing and I might have a better shot because of it, but I never want to see that in the sport, and I hope he has a speedy recovery.
Yeah, especially something like, when injuries happen, it's like, oh, well, there's always next year. Sometimes there isn't, first of all, but second of all, it's not next year. It's in another 4 years. So it's one of those situations where it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lot of people. So, but Christian, you mentioned kind of all the emotions regarding, the World Cup roster and everything. One more quick one for you. How do you balance that while still having 2 MLS games before the break? I'm sure there's a lot of, angst in the locker room, and there's a lot of guys that are, looking and waiting to see if they're going to be a part of this huge deal here in less than 30 days, including yourself. How do you guys continue to stay focused and finish out the last 2 games before this break?
Yeah, it's not easy, to be honest, right? There's a lot of emotions tied into going to the World Cup, and you dream of this as a kid, and now that you're, less than 30 days away, you have a bigger opportunity at stake. But I think in the back of my mind, I always say that if I play well with the Sounders, I give myself the best chance of going to the World Cup. Yep. And so it really starts with Sounders first, and I have to have that as my priority, even though, right, the dream of going to a World Cup is something that's been on my mind since I was little. And so priority is Sounders, priority is playing well here, and then that gives me the best shot of making that World Cup squad.
Christian, did you check out what happened yesterday, the news of the soccer celebration festival and the barge that's going to go on the Seattle waterfront for fans out there for the World Cup? How cool is that thing?
Yeah, I think it's so cool. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What an event being thrown by, Seattle. I think it's going to be one of the best places in the world, in the United States, to be able to watch games. I think it's a way for us to show what Seattle's all about as well. I think that this city is very much underrated around the world, and this is a great opportunity for us to show how proud we are of sports and what it means to us as a city.
Yeah, I think I just think of my experience watching World Cups from the past in my lifetime and seeing all these watch parties on TV with giant screens, and it's so cool to think that there's going to be one of those in Seattle
on a barge
on the water, and it's going to be so cool.
Oh, I'm totally going.
So excited for that one. Christian, we really appreciate you taking some time out of your day to spend some time with us. So thanks so much. Good luck in the last couple games before the World Cup break, and I hope I see you on the roster, man. Thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Much appreciated.
That's Christian Roldan from the Seattle Sounders. Excuse me, sorry. Great kind of candidness from him, speaking about how, it's easy to say, I got to focus on these two games and not even thinking about the World Cup, but it's obvious he's thinking about that, right?
Yeah.
And I love how he kind of shares that with all of us here. Let's take a quick break. We're going to come back and talk to Corbin Smith about some schedule talk with the Seattle Seahawks. There's more and more leaks coming in. I'm curious on Corbin's thoughts on what this looks like for Seattle, and we'll kind of pick his brain about his experience with these kind of things next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I'm super excited to pick his brain about the Seahawks schedule leaks, so to speak, the primetime games, who the Seahawks are playing first. Emerald City Spectrum consigliere, so to speak. Corbin Smith is joining us. Corbin, my guy, how's it going, man? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Just moments away.
Just a second, but we got him now, it sounds like. Yeah, so Corbin, what's up, man? How are you? Thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Happy schedule day.
Happy schedule day indeed. Yeah, just in general, before we get into the nitty-gritty with the schedule here, how much should Seahawks fans care about this? How much do you care about this as someone who, is covering the team every single day? I know it's great to have content, but, as someone who kind of is down in the nitty-gritty, a beat reporter, but also, writes for Emerald City Spectrum and does your Locked On Seahawks stuff as well. We know the Seahawks opponents are. This is all just about the timing of when it's all happening, and then maybe some timing of the games as well. How big of a deal is this, for the Seahawks fan as we kind of are releasing game by game all of these leaks and everything?
Any beat reporter that says that this day is overblown and that there's too much attention that's brought to it or whatever, you're in the wrong job. This is one of the holidays as an NFL beat reporter.
Yeah.
Look, I'm a nerd. I love once the games start coming out, when the leaks start coming out, I have a spreadsheet and I literally keep tabs on, okay, this team is playing that team this week, so we can eliminate them. They're not going to be playing the Seahawks this week. And, I'm a nerd. I think it's really fun. And once you get past the nitty-gritty of actually getting, once you start seeing the schedule come together, you can start to figure out, okay, what are some of the toughest stretches? Are there going to be some hot home games early on? Are there going to be some cold winter games late? How many primetime games do you get? How many of those are at home? These things matter. I laugh when there's beat reporters, like I said, to say well, why are we making such a big deal? It's just a stupid schedule. No, it's not a stupid schedule. This is significant. I think it's silly that people are trying to push back against it. You're an NFL fan. Of course we love schedule day.
Yeah, and as a fellow nerd, having you say I'm a nerd twice in one answer just warms my heart, Corbin Smith.
Nerds unite, right? I just spent my birthday night watching Star Trek. That was how I wanted to spend it, with tequila and Star Trek.
Let's go.
Corbin, hey, how's it going? It's Jackson. For what it's worth, I love the graphics that you put up, because it always says locked on and then the team we're facing, so we can lock in exactly who the opponents are. So I look at week 1 as your graphic here at Corbin Smith NFL. We're locked on the Patriots week 1. And I think Anders and I spent a bunch of time in the first hour kind of talking about the mentality going into that game specifically, being the first Super Bowl rematch in week 1 since Denver faced Carolina after Super Bowl 50. I'm really happy with it. I'm confident in it. I think it's going to be just such a dominating performance. So I am positive about seeing the Patriots, but I know there's a lot of people who aren't. What say you about Patriots week 1?
I was really hoping it was going to be the Bears, because I think that would have been, and it's not taking anything away from New England. I think New England's going to be good again this year. I don't know if they'll be good enough to get back to the Super Bowl, but I think that is a very favorable matchup for the Seahawks in week 1. I'm just kind of surprised that the league went with this, with what's going on in the media with the New England Patriots. But that kind of surprised me a little bit. I thought Roger Goodell and the company might be look, we need to try to protect the shield, but clearly they're not. They do not care. Apparently, we're going to put the two teams that were in the Super Bowl against each other. We don't care what's going on in New England with that situation. So I just look at that opening schedule. The Patriots at home, and then you play at Arizona week 2, at the Commanders week 3. You got a really good chance to go 3-0 right out of the gate before you start getting into the much harder part of the schedule once week 4 arrives.
Yeah, maybe the NFL's leaning into the chaos, so to speak, with the Mike Vrabel situation there. It's hey, more eyes on us. Let's go, even though it's already the opening game of the season.
It might be a case, Anders, they're we let you guys off on so many things. Yeah. We're not going to let it happen.
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. 7 primetime games is what's being widely reported. Are you surprised it's that many? That's the max they can have.
No, I mean, you're going to give the max to the team that just won the Super Bowl and has 95% of its roster coming back and the head coach. Like, you're going to, I made this argument on Locked On Seahawks a couple days ago. I'm like, not only do they need a bunch of primetime games, but put them in Seattle, put them in Lumen Field. And the NFL did that. The vast majority of these games are going to be at Lumen Field under the lights. And I think one of the other prevailing storylines here, I'm writing up my takeaways. The Chiefs, the Bears, both those games at home, back-to-back weeks.
Yep.
You get to welcome Ken Walker III and Kobe Bryant back in prime time to Lumen Field so they can see the banner that they helped raise. I just think it's really cool that that's how that played out.
Corbin, 2 of the last 3 games are both against the Rams. The way that I see that is it's a high risk, high reward in those 2 teams facing off so close towards the end of the season. It will also, of course, likely have massive, massive stakes. And correct me if I'm wrong also, that final game, which is the road game in Week 18, that timing is undecided yet. So that could theoretically be an 8th primetime game if that ends up going to that situation. I mean, anyway, those 2 or 3 games to end the season against the Rams, that feels like quite interesting scheduling by the league.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Nothing drives me more insane when it comes to the schedule than when the same 2 teams play twice in a 3-week span. Yeah. I know that sometimes it's unavoidable, but like, this feels like this was done on purpose. Like the NFL's like, look, not only are we going to have these 2 teams play on Christmas Day, like we're also going to, 2 weeks later with the end of the season, this is a great opportunity for them to have another feature game. And of course it would be a primetime contest. If like the NFC West is up for grabs, it's going to be just like that 49ers game in Week 18 last year.
Yep.
So no, the league is playing the money game here, having those 2 matchups in the last 3 weeks. There's definitely some method to the madness, not just a random selection with setting it up that way.
Yeah, Corbin Smith from Locked On Seahawks and Emerald City Spectrum joining us. Anderson Hurst, Jackson Fells, Jessamine McIntyre in for Ian Furness today. And if you look at just the back half of the schedule from Week 12 on, you got Niners. We all know they're going to be up there at least in challenging for the NFC West crown. The Cowboys, who everyone loves after their draft. Giants, we'll see what ends up happening. Eagles, I think, are flying under the radar. They're going to be one of the best teams in the NFC this year. Rams, Panthers, Rams is your last 3 weeks. So they're backloading a lot of the tougher teams in this schedule, Corbin. It just seems like, obviously you're playing a quote-unquote first-place schedule again this year. Or not again, for this year instead of last year where you weren't. So how important is that last half of the season going to be?
Yeah, that stretch where they have to play the Cowboys. I mean, I think the Giants, I've already said this. I believe I actually said it on our squad show. I think the Giants are going to be threatening for a playoff spot.
Wow.
I really do. I think that team is, they're kind of where the Seahawks were a few years ago in the sense that I'm like, look, you've got a lot of really good young talent on both sides of the ball. They made a coaching change that they absolutely had to. They've got John Harbaugh coming in. So, like, I don't think that is an easy game by any stretch in Week 14. And then you got that road game against the Eagles on a Saturday night. Then you have a short week Friday night playing the Rams. The Seahawks are playing every day of the week this year except Tuesday. That's just mind-boggling to me, but that's the way that the NFL is now. But yeah, even Carolina was a playoff team last year, and I think the Panthers are going to be better this year. That is the toughest stretch that they have in terms of 6 straight games on this entire schedule. You could look at Week 4 to Week 8 being equally difficult as well. We don't know what Week 9 looks like, whether that's going to be the bye or that's going to be the Cardinals' home game. Those are the only 2 options at this point, but those are the 2 stretches that are the most daunting on the schedule. But that one in the back end, having 3 out of 4 road games to close out the year, that's not the balance you were hoping for when you had more home games on the slate to begin with this year.
Corbin Smith, Locked On Seahawks, Emerald City Spectrum, joining us here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Corbin, I want to ask you the same question that Anders asked me in the last hour. Okay. Are you more of a football game on Christmas Eve night type of guy or football game on Christmas Day kind of guy?
I would rather it be. I'd rather it be during the day. It was speaking like from the family sense. I would rather hang out with my family in the evening. That's the way that I view it. My wife would view it differently. My wife would be like, "Well, she's like, I'm going to go to bed early. You can go cover your game or whatever. Like, let's open stockings in the morning and hang out with the family in the afternoon." So, everybody's got their preference. I was hoping they weren't going to have a Christmas Day game, but when you win Super Bowls, that's what happens. So
I'm wondering how that looks from a reporter aspect, where it's sort of like you send Christmas morning with your family, and like, all right, folks, it's 9:32 a.m. See ya. Got to go to Lumen Field.
Well, you see, with my family, it wouldn't be like my family like. Literally Christmas Day was like, okay, what NBA game is on or what NFL games are on? Like, we were basically like the entire day was dedicated to sports anyway.
Yeah.
That's just the way it was. My wife's family is not that way. So it's been kind of an adjustment there. Like, you have to work on Thanksgiving? Yeah. The Seahawks are playing Thanksgiving night. It is what it is. It's one of the few negatives of the job. And I'm putting quotes with it because it's still fun.
Right.
It's still fun covering games then.
So you mentioned night versus day. What about the day itself? The 24th versus the 25th? Which one of those two, you could talk from a reporter's perspective or from a fan perspective. What the Seahawks looks like they're going to have the Christmas Day game. Would you rather that than the Christmas Eve game?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Everybody's got their own differences.
For sure.
Like, honestly, Christmas Eve is more important to me. My family does more. We do cool stuff on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And honestly, traveling on Christmas Day, like, I always feel bad for the people that are working in the airports.
Yeah.
But like, actual Christmas Day travel is typically not bad. Christmas Eve is awful.
Yeah.
The day after Christmas is awful. So. That's another reason that you could make an argument. Well, it's better to have a day game because you might be able to get over to the airport in the evening and fly out.
Good call.
There's all kinds of there's pros and cons to all of these situations.
Yeah. And as we're kind of looking at the full schedule here, I know you already knew what your opponents were. I know you kind of already know, have a good idea of what your roster is going to look like. But now you can kind of see, okay, at this portion of the year, this is when the tough part of the schedule is going to be. Then you play a division game here, whatever it is. How do you see this 2026 season kind of playing out for the Seahawks now that you can kind of visualize it with the pieces of the schedule kind of putting themselves into place a little bit here? I asked Jackson earlier in the show, is it unrealistic expectations to expect Super Bowl champions to get even better in 2026 than they were in 2025 now that you kind of have the schedule and the roster with the draft and everything kind of in place?
Well, I'm making this prediction right now, Anders. I think the Seahawks start 6-0.
Whoa!
I like the way that this schedule goes because I mentioned it. You have road games against the Cardinals and Commanders week 2, week 3. I'm confident Seattle's going to get the job done in those games. Chargers are a really good team, but you get to play them at home. Mm-hmm. They've still got an offensive line. They've retooled, but we'll see if they can protect Justin Herbert. I like Seattle. I like the Seahawks beating the 49ers this time around at Lumen Field. And Denver is a good team, but I think the schedule is going to hit them this year more than it's going to hit Seattle in terms of being a team that was, top seed last year. I still have more questions with them, and I think Seattle's going to go to Denver and get the job done on Thursday Night Football. I think they start 6-0. The question's going to be, what do they do in that back half of the schedule? Because that, to me, where you have a lot of those road games against some really, really good football teams, you have the 2 games against the Rams. That's going to dictate whether they win this division or not, because you better believe you're probably going to need 13 or 14 wins to win this division again, with the Rams and the 49ers both being in the NFC West.
Yeah, Corbin, I'm with you absolutely on that front. If those 6 indeed play out like we think they will at 5 p.m. when the full schedule is released. Corbin, really quick, before we end, I haven't been able to chat with you since the draft, and I remember hosting that draft show on Saturday, and as the picks evolved, I very much kind of was just tuned. I have the page open right now that I had the page open on that Saturday. Saturday, emeraldcityspectrum.com, of your final mock draft, where you had Jadarian Price, you had a trade up in the third round for Julian Neal, and you had a trade up for Bo Stevens. Quite impressive that you nailed all three of those players. I'm most interested in Julian Neal, though, man, and how much of a one-for-one we can expect him to be at cornerback for Riq Woolen.
I think that, we got to temper expectations here because he really was a one-year starter. Now, great, his film at Arkansas is really good, and I love the physicality he plays with. I think he's a different player, so expecting him to be a one-to-one type sub for Riq Woolen, you might end up getting similar productivity in terms of how effective he is playing this defense, but he's going to do it in different ways. I think the tackling and the run defense, he is going to be an upgrade. The coverage is going to be the biggest curiosity for me. How does he handle shiftier, quicker receivers in particular? I think he's got the speed to run with guys downfield. How does he handle the guys, though, that can get in and out of their breaks really quick and create separation fast? Is he going to be able to athletically deal with those kind of receivers? That's going to be, to me, the biggest question mark and the biggest teaching point that Mike McDonald and his staff are going to have with this kid. If they can check that box off, he's got a chance to be a really good starter in time. I just don't know that he's going to be a guy that's going to play a lot of snaps on defense as a rookie.
Corbin Smith, you're the man. Really appreciate you hopping on the show today. Tell us about your work and where we can find it.
Yeah, if you check out emeraldcityspectrum.com, I'm just waiting for the last couple weeks here to get filled in. I'll have takeaways for the schedule coming up here this afternoon, and you can read all of those for just $6 a month or $60 a year, again, at emeraldcityspectrum.com.
Yeah, it's a great deal. Anyone who's looking for quality local journalism, Emerald City Spectrum, look no further than that. Also, check out the Seahawks Squad show tonight on Locked On Seahawks. We'll be doing our schedule roulette, myself, Corbin Smith, and Robert Turbin, going through the entire schedule, win or loss, what we predict. So that'll be a fun one later tonight. Corbin, thanks so much, man.
Thanks, Corbin.
Yep, thanks, guys.
All right, that's Corbin Smith. Really appreciate him hopping on. 6-0 to start the season. That'll be a decent start if that ends up being the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to kind of look overall at those weeks because from Softy putting out there week 7, Kansas City, week 8, Chicago. I mean, I'll be interested to see kind of where that bye week falls, but we're talking about a Seahawks team because we talked about the heaviness on the back end. Could we see a 9-1, 10-1 Seahawks team? I mean,
that'd be fun.
That's really maybe in the cards here, depending on where it lines up.
We'll kind of wait until like you said, the cards line up in terms of the schedule and where everything falls into place. We'll do a quick daily power play coming back. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Jumpers in the way.
Down a shot. He scores!
With Cole Everett shoots and scores! 3-1 Seattle. That one back for Newman. He scores!
This is the Daily Power Play.
The power play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
Montour off the bench. Score!
On your home for the Kraken, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
Daily Power Play here on your home of the Kraken, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I know the Kraken aren't playing right now, but man, the Stanley Cup playoffs are fun to watch. If you guys haven't caught that yet, I highly, highly, highly recommend doing so. There's at least 2 fantastic series. Sabres Canadiens, one of them. Ducks Golden Knights, the other one. There was another one that I felt like could have been a little bit better between the Wild and Avalanche. As Ian has always said, probably the 2 best teams in the NHL facing off in the second round. But the Avalanche closed that one out last night in what was a fantastic game. But I am kind of going to frame this segment to someone who doesn't watch hockey very much, and that's Jackson Phelps.
Hi there, everybody.
Hi.
I do watch Kraken when it matters.
Yeah, of course. We got to watch some Kraken when they're in it and stuff. But during this time, obviously, you got NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, beginning of MLB season. You got Sounders season starting as well.
Right.
If say that it was a pretty light night, Mariners are off, Sounders are off.
Okay.
You got NHL playoffs and NBA playoffs on. Of those two things, and if you're like, I have to be watching sports tonight, got to have something on the TV. Which one of those 2 are you more willing to partake in?
Yeah, it's NHL 10 times out of 10.
Really?
I think this comes from I think a little bit of my soccer mentality here, to be honest.
Yes.
But I think a lot of it comes out of, in soccer, one moment can change everything, right? Goals change games.
Yep.
One goal can change everything. You can win a game 1-0.
Yep.
And hockey, as we know, is obviously a lot like that. There is a little more scoring.
A little higher scoring.
Little bit more scoring.
Yeah.
But in the sense of one moment has such a dramatic change.
Yes.
Right? And the NBA, you can get a dramatic moment if a team has a 10-0 run.
Right.
But in general, if an NBA game has 2 minutes left and it's within 5, I will turn it on in that circumstance. But right now, I'm just not going to watch a full game of basketball. We don't have the Sonics. My enthusiasm for the sport isn't there yet.
Is it at an all-time low for you?
No, I wouldn't say all-time low. My all-time low would probably be, I'd say about 5 years ago.
Really?
It was post
Okay.
Cavs
Post-COVID.
Warriors.
Yeah.
Cavs Warriors was so much fun to watch in those years.
Peak.
Just back and forth.
Yes.
When was that? 14?
That was
like 2015 was the Warriors' first title. 16 was the 3-1 Warriors Cavs that they back to back. 17 Warriors won. 18 Warriors won. 19 Warriors lost.
Okay.
So yeah, it was kind of the 2015 to 2019.
So I kind of feel like that was such an amazing back and forth. Where
Well,
now,
and that was like LeBron's return to Cleveland.
Right.
That
Right.
was amazing.
LeBron versus Steph.
Yeah.
now it just kind of feels like, okay, it's gonna be. I mean, also OKC,
Boo.
that just sucks.
Yeah, it
but
does.
they
haven't lost a game yet in the playoffs. They've gone through 2 series sweeps.
I didn't need to know that information.
It's disgusting.
I didn't need that with my life.
Not even trying to pump their tires or anything. I'm just mentioning that these series are just blowouts in most cases. Now there also is one of those instances with the hockey. The Carolina Hurricanes have also not lost a game in this iteration of the playoffs. Yeah, they have swept 2 series as well. Probably the 2 teams I'm rooting for against the most and they haven't lost. It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
But I just find so much more entertainment in the NHL playoffs just because I think you said it perfectly. One moment can change everything. And I also like kind of the changing of the guard that we're seeing in the NHL. Now, I realize the Avalanche have been good for a long time, but they haven't gotten to this level in a while. We all know that the Kraken beat them a few years ago in the first round. But the Sabres, it's their first. They had the longest playoff drought over any sports team in American sports.
Cool.
And they are like the number 1 seed, and they're in a battle right now between them and the Canadiens. They play tonight. That's a 4:00 game. You got the Vegas Golden Knights, obviously, who have won a title recently and have gone to the playoffs almost every year in their existence. But then the Anaheim Ducks, who haven't been since 2019, I want to say, and they're battling them hard. I talked about in the headlines the Oilers, who had gone to back-to-back finals, got eliminated in the first round, fired their coach. Obviously, seems like a changing of the guard on that front as well. So I like seeing this new blood, so to speak, in the NHL. And every series besides any one that involves the Carolina Hurricanes has been relatively close. So I like kind of everything that goes on with that. Like I said, 2 games today, Canadian Sabres at 4, Golden Knights Ducks at 6:30. 2 great games. If you haven't checked it out, please do so. Maybe Jackson, since we got an early Mariners game today. No Sounders. Turn that on a little bit. I don't know.
Nothing going on tonight.
Exactly.
I got to catch up on Survivor,
Let's
but that's
go.
it. So,
Let's go.
okay.
Catch one
You're
of those
a
series.
Survivor guy?
I
you
am,
kidding
I am
me?
the biggest Survivor person you will
I
find.
just don't talk about it, so I don't listen when other people do.
I am
so
so
that was
insanely
fun.
obsessed with Survivor.
Yeah, I got to get me on that. Let's go.
It's
Do they have people repeats coming back?
this is season 50, Jess. 50?
No, I know.
The entire
different.
cast is repeat players, and it's
That's what I thought.
this is the peak of Survivor going on right now.
All right,
the real ones know what I'm talking
So
about.
if we get in a plane crash when you and I are on a PJ, because eventually we will get there.
You're talking about that movie with Rachel McAdams.
Yes, it was so good.
It's on my list because it just came out on streaming. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's so good.
Okay.
All right. I got 2 Survivor buffs over here that I just have no idea what's going on, but that's okay.
I saw ads. He's the Survivor buff.
Okay. Never mind.
And I
One
really
Survivor
like
buff.
the movie Send Help.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay,
I was
great.
saying if he and I are on a plane that goes down,
I wouldn't
depend
know.
on
I
him.
wouldn't. No, I couldn't play Survivor. I would not be on the show. I would do terribly. In addition to that, I couldn't survive on a deserted island. No, I'm not the person to go to for either of those things. I just watch it religiously.
Fair enough.
And if I go more than one night without watching a new episode, it will probably destroy me.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, how
It's my
about,
number 1 show. I've ranked my
I'm
100.
the person that does the things and you give notes.
There you go. I've ranked my 144 shows that I've ever seen fully. Survivor is number 1.
Wow.
That's insane.
Yep.
I'm just not a reality
How
TV
do you have
guy.
time to rank those?
Well, I've been doing it for the last now
You just-
18 years of my life.
It's just every time you watch a show, you add it to the rankings.
Exactly.
It doesn't take that much time.
It's an 18-year thing in the making. Yeah.
I honestly love that project. You need to post it again, and I know you haven't in a while.
Sure,
so
I'll post it.
I want to
Jackson
see
on radio on my on
Yeah.
my Twitter and socials. I'll post it.
Go check it out. All right, we're going to talk to Eno Saris on the other side of this break from The Athletic. Another nerd. We've been talking to a lot of nerds today, Jackson.
nerds.
I like nerds too. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now with Ian, here's Eno.
You know, we have a lot of really legendary opens for a lot of our regular guests here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I gotta say, Eno's with the picks of grips, a nerd with big league hair.
Yeah.
It might be one of my absolute favorites. So super huge thanks to Georgetown Brewing. Wish I had a Bodhisattva in my hand right now, but Eno might have one in his hand. Thank you so much, Eno Thesaurus, for joining us. Anderson Hurst, Jackson Feltz here with you, filling in for Ian Furness today. How are you, man?
Doing good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
No problem at all. We are just eagerly waiting the final of the Mariners-Astros game here in the bottom of the ninth. 2 outs, 8-3 lead for the Mariners. But until we get to that point, let's talk a little bit bigger picture stuff. We saw Bryce Miller last night make his season debut in the Mariners rotation. Just from the StatCast perspective, how did it look? We kind of, from all the things that we want to see after coming off an injury, in your eyes, how did Bryce Miller's start look?
I think the best thing was that his velo was good. It was up, and he maintained it into the start. His fastball is his best pitch, and it was so important to him. So really great to see him feeling healthy and keeping that velo up. I think some of the other stuff will fall into place. It always has with him. He's developed these pitches one by one to add to the fastball. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a wrinkle going forward that's a little different than last year.
Jackson here. Good to chat with you for the first time. I've a longtime listener. Appreciate the chance to chat. On that note, we know that the Mariners are switching to this 6-man rotation here for at least the near future with Luis Castillo, who gets the win today. Now official. The Mariners went final 8-3 win over the Astros. Luis gets his first win today. So we are now in this 6-man rotation, and it's one I'm wondering because we've had on the afternoon show with Softy and Dick, we've had Brett Boone and Bill Kruger. They've given their 2 cents on the 6-man rotations for you. And your open says a nerd, and I love a nerd who kind of gets deep into the numbers here. What do the numbers say about the positive or negative about 6-man rotations in these days?
Yeah, there's obviously a benefit to each of the pitchers in the 6-man rotation as they get that extra day of rest. And if you look historically, over the history of baseball, that benefit has been worth a small amount. So let's say, 5-10 points of ERA, right? And so that's worth something. You can add it all up and you get something, and this is all theoretical, but let's say you get like a half a win of benefit, for the team if you do that. Well, you also get a detriment. The detriment is that you're replacing some amount of starts from Logan Gilbert and Brian Wu with starts from Emerson Hancock and Luis Castillo. And you can look at the gap between them and judge that mathematically, and you get a detriment that's about the same as the positive side. So mathematically speaking, it's a wash. But that's not capturing all of it, because if you are a playoff-bound team, we know that every pitch, and this is from research that was done at Baseball Prospectus, we know that every pitch that you throw over the course of the season makes you worse.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a metaphor for living.
Yeah, that's true. One step closer to death, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
And so we know that those extra pitches make them worse in October. So if you're a team that is, has your sights set on September and October, maybe you'll take a wash because I personally thought that Logan Gilbert looked pretty tired in Toronto, that last start. And if he could be, X percent less tired the next time he's in that situation, I think you would give away a couple of regular season starts to get that,
Yep.
So I think it's a wash, but it's a wash in the direction that benefits a playoff-bound team. And so I think that's why if you look at what the Dodgers have done, they've run a secret 6-man rotation without declaring it as such. They have given all of their starters extra rest over the last few years just by calling guys up and sending guys down and giving guys extra days of rest. They don't call it a six-man, but that's what they've been doing for a while.
Yeah, that's a great point. And, for regular listeners, you've been on the six-man rotation for a long time, even before they announced it. So, and our other weekly baseball guest that we have, Joe Sheehan, calls it the Dodgers vacation, by the way. So whenever they do go on that little bit of break, and sometimes the IL stint means something, sometimes it doesn't in terms of that. But, this did just go final. So Jackson kind of mentioned it there when talking about the six-man. The Mariners win 3 of 4 in Houston. They are now 17-7 since the 2022 ALDS, when they, of course, got swept against the Astros, against Houston. So what is it like? Houston's kind of coming down really hard. It just seems like they're a much different team than years past. Obviously, they have a bunch of injuries, but I think even if you put Carlos Correa in this lineup, this team still is just not the same team as we're used to seeing them being the last few years. So what is it about Houston that is kind of really bottoming them out right now?
I mean, the overall, and I hate to say this as a nerd, so I'm biased. They've lost a lot of nerds.
Yeah, love it.
They really have. But we've seen an exodus. Ever since they've fired key people. They fired an AGM that had like a direct ear for their R&D department. Once they did that, people that were in the R&D department felt that their work wasn't getting to the general manager, wasn't being heard, wasn't being acted upon. And when they hired Dana Brown, they hired him out of scouting. So there's been this move away from R&D and towards scouting in the front office. It's had some benefits. I mean, I still like Cam Smith and think he'll be a good player. That was a decent trade that they did. They still have good scouting, and that's been a part of their DNA. But the other part of their DNA that's been there forever has been, that they are nerds, and they're one of the first teams that put, high-speed cameras in all of their bullpens and all of the minor league things. They're the first teams to leverage pitch movement, and they were the first team to say, oh, wow, high spin rate curveballs are really good. Let's go get a bunch of those guys. And they're not innovative in that way anymore. They have a little bit of residue of success, so they have some processes in place that are decent, but they aren't, innovating in a way that some of the teams that really push the boundaries are. And they used to be up there in terms of player development and innovation and R&D with the Dodgers and Yankees. I think they've been left behind, and I think there are other teams that are catching up and passing.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. A nerd saying that there's not enough nerds in a team, and that's why they're bad. That's what I got from that conversation. Yep. But with that in mind, how do you kind of classify the hierarchy in this American League? Obviously, you have New York and Tampa that kind of record-wise are separating themselves from the pack. But where do you kind of see these teams? It seems like there's way more teams at or around 500 at this point in the year, May 14th, than I can remember in at least years past. Do you see it that way as well?
Oh yeah, I mean I guess the joke right now is that the American League is bad. I don't know if I'll go that far, but it is really packed together. And then while the National League has a 30-game winner in the Braves, the American League doesn't have that yet. Even the Yankees that were kind of the class of the league were left out to a lead. They've fallen back. And so, but the flip side of that is there's a lot of really tight races. In the AL Central, first and last are 4 games apart. Even the AL West is only 7 games apart. So those are 2 of the tighter divisions in baseball. And I think it is going to lead to some real fun stuff down the stretch. I mean, fun being nail-biting and stressful as a fan, perhaps, but still fun generally, because even a team like the Astros who've fallen so far behind, or the Royals and Twins, those teams are not out of it yet. Even the Red Sox, that everyone's belly aching about the Red Sox. And, I don't think they're that terrible of a team. So I think that there's maybe been a little bit of a race to the middle in the American League, where the wild card has led teams to think, a team like the Red Sox, they're not spending like they used to.
Right.
And they used to spend to make sure they could be with the Yankees. And instead they're thinking, maybe we want to run our team like the Brewers, and we want to, not spend a lot of money and be in the wild card race every year, and maybe win the division in the great years. And So I think there's a little bit of that going on in the American League.
Saris from The Athletic joining us here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. The other big news that came out this morning, Cal Raleigh, for the first time in his career, going to the 10-day IL with the right oblique strain. Obviously, we all hope this time off and to get right is what gets him back on track. But I guess I'm kind of wondering, going into this IL stint, what the expectation should be coming out of it. And do we expect to see the old Cal Raleigh or anything like even a semblance of the 2025 Cal Raleigh, and rather than what we've seen over these last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think he'll get right. I think the shower probably helped him a little bit. But his bat speed wasn't that far down, and he wasn't that far off from having things click. I just think he lives on the razor's edge a little bit. One of the things he does more than anybody else in the league is he gets the ball furthest out in front than anybody else in the league. And so he gets it. So the ideal point for power is about 36 inches in front of your center of mass. He gets it at 36, 37 inches. So he's getting it in the ideal place for power. But the ideal place for contact is 30 inches out in front. And so if you just think about what it takes to get the ball that far out in front, it means making decisions earlier. Now, he has a great eye, and that's why it's good. But I think that when you do live out there, you live there where pop-ups can happen. And so right now he's at 60% fly balls, and he's hitting too many pop-ups. You live out there where strikeouts can happen because you pull the trigger too early, and, his strikeout rate is up. So I'm not his hitting coach, and I'm not going to tell him, you need to go the other way and let it travel. But it's an issue of timing, in other words. Like, it's an issue of a half of an inch of timing, a milliseconds of timing. So, I think, if anything, taking a break, getting right, which this is a thing that's been bothering him. He's been taking days off, and obviously it's been bothering him. So getting fully right in the body, and then maybe even just taking a few days off in terms of not swinging and not looking at pitches and just starting over a little bit, I think could be a real great benefit.
Yeah, from one 3 true outcome guy to another 3 true outcome guy in Munetaka Murakami, who the Mariners just saw as well in Chicago. Your colleague Sam Blum had a great article regarding his lower interest level than expected in his free agency. But explain to me how a guy that, is known for hitting a lot of home runs. Yes, he strikes out a lot, but he also walks a lot. In today's game, where it seems like that's as valued high as it ever has been, how did this guy get overlooked by so many teams?
My comp for him was Joey Gallo at first base, and I don't think I'm too far off. We're also getting him at perhaps a high point with a 35% strikeout rate that's been rising. He may hit 210, 200 the rest of the way. And so it may really look like Joey Gallo at first base at the end. So if you think about that, not only did Joey Gallo get, passed around a little bit, and he didn't have the longest career.
Yeah.
But he had some defensive value. So I'm just explaining why teams might have passed on him, because, it's, like teams these days are kind of sticking a guy at first.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily, like, even think about what the Mariners are doing before Naylor. Like, they were sticking guys at first,
Yep.
And so I think that's the sort of the accepted way of doing things. So they didn't think he would have this much defensive value. They didn't think and they were worried about the contact. The flip side of this is, they have missed on him, and I think it's also partially because teams want more contact. And as much as everybody's making fun of baseball for being 3 true outcomes, teams have seen what the Blue Jays did last year.
Right.
They've seen what teams like the Astros have always made: hard contact, lots of hard contact. And I think that they know, there is a piece of research out there that suggests that team strikeout rate doesn't predict that much during the regular season, but it gets a little bit more predictive of who wins in the postseason. I think that's because you're facing top-end velo, top-end stuff. By the time you get to the postseason, you're putting away all of the bad pitchers, and you're only facing the good ones, basically. And I think your ability to make contact means a little bit more of that. So teams that want to win in the postseason aren't necessarily itching to put a 35% strikeout rate guy in their lineup.
Last thing from me here, I want to go back to the Mariners and talk to you about the bullpen. We know that Matt Brash is beginning a rehab stint with Tacoma tonight. Ferrer is coming off of the paternity list as well. Specifically, I want to talk about Ferrer because as it relates to this bullpen, I mean, Anders and I were talking in a break about an hour ago about how, God, if you had Ferrer in Game 7 last year, this team may be playing in the World Series. And Ferrer was one of those guys where in the first week of the season, it was like, God, we traded Ford for this, but he's sort of come around. What are you seeing from Ferrer that can make him a high leverage lefty for not only maybe this season, but kind of the high leverage lefty that we've been wanting to see in this bullpen for a while?
Yeah, he doesn't have great natural command, I don't think. And so I think you just have to simplify things for him. And as much as you might want him to throw more sliders and breaking balls because they get more whiffs, and that's one thing, if you look at his line, you're like, oh, God, this good doesn't get more whiffs than this. I think it's because he can locate his fastballs much better than he can locate his secondaries. And so if you have a choice there where you're like, do I get more whiffs and more walks?
Yeah.
Or do I get fewer whiffs and fewer walks? And given the quality of his fastballs, I think they've settled into, hey, let's just throw a lot of these fastballs. They're really good fastballs, and you're going to keep the ball in the park, and you're going to keep those walks down. So I think that's part of it. And so, if you do live by the fastball, your strikeout rate's going to be lower, and your whip is going to be higher. Like, you're going to allow some hits. But I think they're saying, hey, those hits aren't going to be doubles and homers. And he's not going to give any free passes. So, you give a few singles every other game, that's fine. We want you. This is the version we want.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Thanks so much for hopping on with us. A nerd with big league hair. We love chatting with you. Don't worry, you'll get the first starter next week back with the Inverness. So thanks so much for hopping on with us today.
Thanks, Zeno.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, that's Zeno Saris from The Athletic. I always love talking to nerds and picking their brains. And it's crazy to think that it boils down to the Astros sucking now because they don't have enough nerds, Jackson Feltz. I love that. I'm going to use that now, all right?
That's a great way to live life.
Yeah, it is. You need more nerd in your life. I'm sure a lot of people on the text line will agree with us on that one. Speaking of, let's get to our texts and talkbacks coming up next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Listen, if you're going to go Little League, as you've called it, and I think you're right, just go full. I love it. I love it so much. It's just so absurdly stupid, but boy, it benefited Luke Raley today.
Okay. Jess, can you tell me when the camera's on me? Because we're a little delayed here. Is it on me? Because
It's on you.
Take behind the scenes. It activates based on who's talking in the mic. I'm just going to look at the camera and say, what in the name of God is this guy talking about?
It's so absurdly.
What is he talking about?
It's such an absurdly stupid stadium. I love it.
No,
It's so stupid.
There's a reason why Jose Altuve spent his entire career there. Probably gotten 100 more home runs than he would have gotten anywhere else in those stupid Crawford boxes.
It's the worst.
What is it called now?
The Crawford boxes.
The Crawford boxes, yeah. They have the garage doors out and left, but the corner. I mean, in any other place, Luke Raley's home run is kind of, frankly, it was an inch away from being caught.
Yes.
But it just happened to angle right there. It's so absurdly dumb, that stadium. I love it.
Well, it also screwed Luis Castillo, too. So, yes, you benefited from it, but it also screwed Luis Castillo because the double that took him out of the game that made him score
So it's
2 runs.
equal opportunity dumb is what you're saying.
Yes. It's. I mean, it's everywhere you play.
It's Little League.
Everywhere you play, just like when you complain about the weather when you're playing, like, oh, yeah, it's going to be wet out there today. Both teams have to deal with it, right? And sometimes, the Mariners have been known for their pitcher-friendly park.
So you don't like it?
I hate it. It's terrible. Like, there's so many pop-ups to left field that's like, oh, is that going to be a home run all of a sudden? Just because, and I say that because every batted ball in play, more nerd talk here, every batted ball in play has an expected batting average on it. And obviously, if you hit it harder and at the right angle, the expected batting average goes higher. If you hit a true home run in every single park, the expected batting average is 1,000 because it's every time you hit that ball, it goes out of the park. So it's a home run. The expected batting average on the double that Luis Castillo gave up was 100. 100. In almost every other situation, that is a pop-out, easy end of the inning.
Jess, I feel like I pressed a button.
You did.
You think you put a bee in a bonnet there, Jackson?
My God.
Did you?
That was fun.
I just still remember it as Minute Maid. So when it changed, I just...
Bring back the hill! Bring back the hill!
I don't think of it as anything different. I was there for the Super Bowl, and what was it, 2018 it must have been.
In Houston?
Well, it was in Houston, and so I still remember it as Minute Maid. But
yeah. They changed it a few years ago.
I choose not to think about the Houston Astros at all.
That's
if
good.
I don't have to.
Good call.
Yeah, I don't hate your idea of bringing back the hill because if you're going to be a Little League ballpark and have it be just the weirdest one, lean into it, I guess. But I mean, no. It's had some terrible injuries because think about a center fielder running straight out to center field. You're running, you're looking for the ball, then all of a sudden your step is like a foot higher than it normally would have been.
So ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous.
They do better jobs with the Little League fields these days. I'm sorry, guys.
360, guys, any updated rumors on Colt Emerson? Seems strange how the Mariners were so quick to pay him and the highest contract for a minor leaguer at the time, but it seems nobody's talking about him anymore. What do you think the chances are of seeing him as a Mariner this season, Ryan in Scottsdale? Ryan, it's a great question. I think they expected his development to go a little bit quicker in AAA, to be completely honest, but they're also making completely sure they don't want a Jared Kelenic situation where you bring him up and he struggles, and then you have to send him back down, and then you bring him back up, and he's you don't want that. You have to make sure he's 100% ready. The talent's there. He's still, according to MLB Pipeline, which just came out with their prospect ranking, is the 7th best prospect in baseball.
Yeah.
So everyone believes this guy is going to be a star. I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination that the Mariners did the wrong thing in extending him right away, but in terms of him contributing this year, I still think it's more likely than not. But it might be a little bit more down the road than people expected.
Only batting .257 right now with an OPS of 820. This is all only in 35 games.
Yeah, this is at AAA.
We need to see more than 35 games of Colt Emerson to kind of let him get his sea legs under him before he makes it to Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's a good one.
That's
Not
a knee
only
slapper.
are you a nerd,
I'm going to punch myself in the face for that one.
Yes, punny guy. But I would also say when it comes to that is that we've seen the Mariners be as fiscally responsible as possible.
Yes.
And that is one
The
that
word is cheap, Jess. The word is cheap.
I was going to go with fiscally responsible.
Fair enough.
And that when they make a move like that, it believes in his future, not
Yeah.
necessarily the right now.
Yes.
It is, hey, we look at this person as someone who will be with us for a long time.
Yeah.
And I don't think that should put pressure on them to bring him up immediately.
Yeah, and it's a risk reward situation, right? Because say you don't extend him, he comes up and is just as good as you expect him to be.
Yeah.
Really, really good. Kind of, I don't want to say superstar expectations, but really good MLB player. And you wait and you wait and you wait till he gets close to free agency. And the longer you wait with extending these guys, the more expensive they get. And it's what you talked about being fiscally responsible. I get it.
Hey, I didn't say it like that.
You did it, but it's a fancy word for being cheap. But also, it is responsible to do that, right?
It is.
You want to try and save as much money as you possibly can so you can spend more of it on more players, right?
Well,
But
that's the other side of the coin that we haven't seen quite
Yes,
yet.
it's true. But there are a lot of examples of teams that do this a lot. Like the Atlanta Braves are someone who notoriously extend their guys super, super early.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, we already see everything we need to see. We're going to give him an 8-year contract. So we don't even have to worry about doing that later on. Like Ronald Acuna Jr. is a $17 million player. He's one of the MVP favorites right now. So having that later down the road could be a super positive for the Mariners.
I would just wrap the Colt talk by saying the kid right now is 2 months away from turning 21.
Yeah.
You want to do 21 runs in Tacoma? That's an awesome area down there. Not only Ruston, but that little downtown area, Tacoma, they're like Wooden City, moved to a new location. Matador's down there.
Yeah.
Colt, you want to be 21 in Tacoma rather than Seattle. Trust me on that as a Tacoma resident.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Jackson, where do you live?
Yeah, I wonder where that comes from. 206, here comes the Jackson Phelps doppelganger, Patrick Reed, My Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel Double Down winner. Speaking of Jackson Phelps doppelganger, let's, Jackson, we played an impression of you, was it 2 days ago now? And you never got to hear it.
I never got to hear it.
I really want you to hear this.
Do you have it?
Yes.
Ian, Jess, Anders, Jackson, Furious Phelps here. Just got done stomaching what I could at that Howard Schultz interview or whatever the hell it was. You know, it's pretty impressive to be both a successful businessman and a failure. But old Schultz, he likes to live by the motto, por qué no los dos? I did not like it. I did not enjoy it. Sounders at 7:30.
Is that not perfect?
That's incredible.
That's so perfect.
One of the greatest things I've ever heard. Howard Schultz, you should not. Failure. That was amazing.
We honestly thought it was you sending that in.
I
Like,
honestly,
straight up.
yeah, that's a 1-for-1. Well done, whoever that is.
I mean, it's only 15 seconds. Let's just one more time.
Yeah, I need to hear it again.
Yeah.
Ian, Jess, Anders, Jackson, Furious Phelps here. Just got done stomaching what I could at that Howard Schultz interview or whatever the hell it was. You know, it's pretty impressive to be both a successful businessman and a failure. But old Schultz, he likes to live by the motto, por qué no los dos? I did not like it. I did not enjoy it. Sounders at 7:30.
We had some Sounders at 7:30 at the end is perfect.
We were wondering if you actually might have done that.
You realize why I have to talk at the speed that I do.
Oh, because of who you work with?
It's because he only allows me 10 seconds to speak before, well, the Dick's this way too. I mean, he doesn't allow anybody to speak more than 10 seconds before. No, shut it, my turn.
Oh, my God.
Well, I mean, you don't
attention
have to
span's
be
like-
defensive about it. We get it.
His attention span's 5 seconds, so.
Everybody be quiet. My turn to talk.
Speaking of, let's give him his turn to talk. Softy joins us next.
Looks like.
Are you a well done guy?
No, not at all.
No?
This is a man of taste.
No, not even close.
Okay.
I used to be a well done guy, and then I grew hair on my you-know-what. Okay? And I realized that is just ruining a great piece of meat. It's
true.
I start with medium rare and go up from there.
Okay.
Right? So I want to know, what is your medium rare? Right? And if your medium rare is just grab a piece of meat out of the refrigerator and slap it on my plate, then we can go up to medium.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I start with medium rare. But no, man, we went to El Gaucho for Dune. We'll do it again this year.
Oh, really?
Of course. Doesn't that what Ian does for you guys? Doesn't he take you guys out to dinner and all that? And
Wait,
treat
what?
you?
Are you kidding me?
Is that a
Yeah.
thing?
He's taking 2 days off because he wants to.
He's got Prime Vista at Snoqualmie.
Yeah.
He's got the beer hall.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, come on, man.
Georgetown Brewery?
Nice.
See, this is the
He hooks
difference.
us up with beer. I will say
This is
that.
the difference between Canadian and American customs. Okay, we actually give back to people in this country.
Wow.
All
Wow.
right?
Okay.
Seriously.
This is surprising. This is so much lighter, so much happier, so much more fun when I don't have to work for this guy for 3 hours after this.
Well, and I think I'll be in a much better mood because this guy's not
exactly.
around.
This is perfect.
It's going to be great. Got a producer who knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, Moger's out there working his tail
Like
off.
a
I get the ogre. The ogre. Moger the ogre.
Moger's not an ogre. Let's
He's
be honest.
absolutely an ogre. Are you kidding me? That's why his name is
nicknames.
Moger.
I
What's
guess.
wrong with you, man?
I guess.
So you have quite the information, Softy. All the sourcing, all the
Yeah,
we
I mean,
made 7 primetime games.
It's all out now. Like everybody's got it now. It's not even worth talking about. This show is going to piss off Dick beyond belief because there is now no need to even tune in at
Now,
5
I was
o'clock
going to say,
tonight.
now it's time to tune in. I want to hear
He's
Dick
going to
pissed
do the
off.
whole show going between now and 5 o'clock. Yeah, we actually yesterday, Jackson took off to go down to Lumen for the game. And we had, the minute you came on the air for Crosstalk, we had the news about the Christmas Day game that broke. And I'll be honest with you, when we do things like this, there's always a small party that's like, what if I'm wrong?
Yeah.
What if this really isn't
Well, this is like your one time of the year Jackson said that you're like reporter softy here, right?
Well, I
Quoting
texted
my sources.
Okay, so I texted this to Florio last night.
Okay.
I sent him a copy of my tweet. I made a tweet.
You made a tweet.
And I sent him a copy of it. I said, look at, we just threw this out there that we're reporting that the Seahawks are playing on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And Florio's response, in classic smart-ass Mike Florio fashion,
Middle finger.
was not, hey, thanks, I'll retweet it for you. He's like, oh, what are you, a reporter now?
Exactly what I said.
That's what he said. He said, you radio guys love to do this. If you're right, you're a hero. If you're wrong, hey, I'm not a reporter.
Jeez.
It's just what I heard. So,
Man.
yeah. We had that yesterday, and it's now been confirmed by everybody that the Seahawks are indeed playing. What do we think about the idea of playing on Christmas night at home?
it.
You
I like
like
it.
it?
I like
You
it.
like it?
Yeah.
Okay. I like it, too.
Do you like it better than Christmas Eve?
No, because Christmas Eve for us is a bigger holiday than Christmas night.
Okay. So you want it on the bigger holiday?
I would like to have it on Christmas night because for us, most of what we do family-wise is done.
Okay.
But I can see how for other people who do Christmas dinner, maybe you do a split family thing, right? You ever see Four Christmases, the movie? Right?
Vince Vaughn, great movie.
This could be a problem for a lot of people. And for them, they're going to have to make a call. What if you go to the game with your wife and get a babysitter for your kids?
On Christmas?
You're going to leave your kids. That's what I'm saying. In general, you're going to leave your kids on Christmas night.
Yeah.
Good luck finding a babysitter on Christmas night, right?
man.
So I get it. For some people, it stinks. but-
$50 an hour.
Yeah, exactly. If not more. 7 primetime games, boys, for
That's
right
a
now.
lot.
7 of them, including a Saturday game in Philadelphia.
Is there a chance that last game against the Rams could get flexed into prime time as well?
Can they do Saturday? Yeah, they can play on Saturday.
Yeah.
There's no Monday night game in Week 18, if I'm not mistaken. So they could play on Saturday. Yeah, I mean, they could have 8 primetime games when it's all said and done.
Jeez, that'll be crazy.
Good to be the champs, boys.
Yeah.
This is what happens when everybody wants a piece of your action, man.
Besides schedule talk, what do you guys coming up?
Well, Brett Boone will join us at 4 o'clock today. We'll get Brett's thoughts on Cal Raleigh hitting the IL.
Okay.
Awfully coincidental that Cal Raleigh hits the IL and Mitch Garver goes long today.
Yep.
Are we going to find out in like 10 days that we don't really need Cal, by the way?
No. But you are finding out that right now Mitch Garver gives you a better chance to win than Cal Raleigh does.
Today,
Yes,
because Cal
today.
Raleigh can't even swing.
Yes,
right,
that's what I mean,
exactly.
yeah.
Right. So, I mean, the conversation I want to have with Dick and the Ogre
about that is, how much should we criticize the Mariners for the timing on this thing?
It needed to be done 10 days ago.
It's like the Seahawks did the same thing with Torrey Horton and Julian Love, and they waited and waited and waited, and it cost them 6 games instead of 4 games. So we'll talk about that. Boone will join us. Anthony Beirudi will jump on at 6 p.m. and kind of talk about the schedule from a ticket perspective, but lots of schedule talk on the radio show.
All right. Good stuff.
You guys sound great.
Thank you.
The best part about your show today?
It's over.
Right now.
See ya. See ya.
See ya. 4 minutes ago.
And I tell you what,
and I smell smoke.
The difference between Jackson leaving for Tacoma now and
God.
leaving for Tacoma in 20
Absolutely.
minutes
Well,
could cost him an extra hour.
It's like the First Avenue South Bridge, right? You don't time it correctly, it'll take you 45 minutes to get to work. If you do, it might take you 15 minutes to get to work. But anyway, we got a lot to get to on this Thursday afternoon. We're going to do a little switcheroo with Brett Boone. Normally joins us at 5, courtesy of VenueKings.com. But the NFL schedule is going to be officially released today by everybody. It is kind of funny. And I know why they do it, because they own the week, they own the day. The NFL doesn't care how much you think you know about the NFL schedule. If they tell you it's coming out at 5 o'clock tonight, you're going to pay attention. That's the way the NFL operates, man. They have this unbelievable ability to capture your attention span, whether you like it or not. And I kind of feel bad, actually, because they announced the Christmas Day schedule today, by the way. Yesterday, you were gone to do the Storm game, but we were able to break that news right about 5:45 yesterday that the Seahawks are going to play the Rams on Christmas night at 5:15 p.m., which is the last game of the day on the Christmas schedule. And I felt kind of bad because then I saw the rest of the NFL Christmas schedule, by the way, which is awesome. And I'm like, man, the NBA used to own Christmas Day. Not anymore, they don't.
No, they took it over.
I mean, the NFL has absolutely... Dick, listen to these games. These, and again, these could stink in the end, but right now they look incredible. Christmas Eve, Texans-Eagles. Christmas triple header, Green Bay, Chicago, Buffalo, Denver, Rams, Seahawks. That's what you're dealing with on Christmas Eve and on Christmas Day. Those have the ability.
That might be the AFC and NFC championship game back to back.
Absolutely. It could with Buffalo and Denver and the Rams and Hawks. That's 4 awesome games. And then you're like, well, what's the NBA doing? Well, who cares? I mean, who actually is watching NBA basketball now on Christmas Day? Are they still doing a Christmas schedule? The NBA?
Yeah, they are.
We know?
They are.
Okay.
But I mean, you watch the NBA. Even I, the biggest NBA fan. I watched Christmas Day NBA games because that's what was on, and they usually put Steph against LeBron.
Right,
They had the best matchups.
Absolutely.
But now with the NFL, I mean, what's more important, an NFL late in the season game or an NBA game in the 6th week of the regular season?
It's week 16 in the NFL. I mean, that Rams-Seahawks game, you could argue that the Rams-Seahawks game on Christmas night is going to be the first step in deciding who wins the division.
Without question.
With the second game, by the way, we are hearing going to be on week 18, 2 weeks later, because the Seahawks are going to play the Carolina Panthers on the 3rd of January. And so on January 9th or 10th, Saturday or Sunday, the Seahawks are going to play the Rams twice in 3 weeks. I mean, it's almost like they did that with San Francisco a couple years ago.
Yep.
Remember that when they had the Niners and twice in 3 weeks or twice in 4 weeks, whatever it was. And both teams were great. So I think it's awesome that they're doing it like that. I do feel a little bad. And I wanted to get some thoughts on this on the text line at 49451. So first of all, we got a lot of leaks here that we could get to. We're going to talk about most of them. By 5 o'clock tonight, it'll be a different audience. Those people are not here with you people right now, so they'll feel kind of special.
So we'll do it again.
Thinking that they know everything coming out at 5 o'clock tonight. They're getting something exclusive at 5. I know you're an anti-leak guy, okay? But, Dick, I got to be honest with you. It's not worth fighting right now.
All right. I'm not going to fight with you.
The dream of the USS Dick Fane, no leakage, is going down.
I got my Depends on.
All right.
Fine.
It is going down with the Titanic, man. You better.
Borrowed some from my dad.
You better figure out what life raft you're going to be on. Did you really borrow some for your dad? Well, my mom's got some, too.
Because I know this is Leaks Day, man. This is NFL Leaks Day.
National
so I had to be
Diaper
prepared.
Day.
Yes.
Is exactly what it is. But we are hearing 7 primetime games for the Seahawks, including the opener on Wednesday the 9th against the Patriots. 3 consecutive primetime games, Dick, starting with the Thursday night game at Denver on the 15th of October. Follow that up with a Chiefs Sunday night game in Seattle 10 days later. And then the next Monday, the Bears come here for Monday Night Football. All right, 3 in a row. From October 15th to November 2nd, the Hawks will be on primetime 3 consecutive games. They got a Monday night game with Dallas in December. They got a Saturday game at Philadelphia in December and the Ram game on Christmas night. But I want to get some thoughts on how do we feel about the Seahawks playing on Christmas night,
right? I mean, has it ever been done, first of all, in franchise history?
No, we've had a couple. I know we've had multiple December 24th games. I remember hosting the Colts one year on December 24th.
Yes.
And that kind of, so our family does our big thing on the 24th. So we had to pull the switcheroo and do it on the 25th instead of the 24th so we could go to the game. But, for me personally, since we don't do anything really necessarily huge on the night of the 25th, it works out for us. But I know a lot of families, that's when they do their big Christmas dinner. They don't do it on the 24th. Instead, they open up packages in the morning, and then they do the whole thing at home all night, and they do a great dinner. So
Well, I think for people like that, it stinks.
Yes,
right?
I agree.
mean, for me, the dynamic is different if it's a road game. Most of us, if not, few people in the media, obviously, but nobody cares about us. Can just sit home and, do their deal, open up some gifts, have their breakfast, take a nap, have their dinner, watch the game. It might be kind of fun, actually, to have the Seahawks on the road on Christmas night. But if you've got split families and you visit, one family in the morning, one family in the afternoon, whatever, in the evening, maybe you do a Christmas dinner. I was talking to one guy today on social media that says, my wife and I go to the games and we hire a babysitter. There's no way we'll find one Christmas night to come watch the kids. And even if we do find one, we have to leave the kids on Christmas night to go to a game.
Got to pay them 3 times more to babysit.
So I do think from that perspective, it kind of stinks. I get it. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I've already told Gina that I want to go.
Is this Gina's parents' night?
No,
usually?
they come over in the morning for breakfast. We do a big breakfast at our house.
So what do you normally do the night of the
Nothing.
25th?
Pass out. For us, it's great.
She
but
should be fine, right?
She also likes to be home on Christmas night, right? It's just, enjoying the festivities and whatever.
Well,
and
tell her she can be.
Whatever's in her cup. Yeah, that'll go over well.
To the game.
Honey, I'm going to bring Dick and Jackson to the game with me. You stay home and just watch the dogs and clean up from the breakfast. Yeah, that'll go over well. I'll be sleeping at your house that night, by the way.
All right.
But for people that do that, I totally get it, right? But this is another example of what the NFL is striving for, where they want to own every single day. Was it you or Jackson? Somebody texted me and said the Seahawks are going to play on every day of the week except for Tuesday. Every day. There's a Monday game, there's a Wednesday game, there's a Thursday game, there's a Friday game, there's a Saturday game, and there's Sunday game. So they are going to own every single day except for Tuesday. I think that's the first time that's ever been done. I also think it ties a record for the most primetime games in the regular season. Now, some of these could be flexed out. Right?
Well, let's hope not.
God forbid the Seahawks are terrible or the opponents they're playing are terrible. Something could certainly happen, but this is what happens, guys. Welcome to 2013 all over again. We should go back and look in 2014 when the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. Coming off that year, how many primetime games they had in 2014? Because I bet you it was a ton, but it wasn't 7.
Yeah, I think looking at the Wednesday game, the only Wednesday game I can remember is the COVID Wednesday game.
God, I don't even remember that.
The Ravens, you and I.
We played a COVID Wednesday game?
No, we didn't. I'm just talking about the only Wednesday night NFL game that I can remember. Was you and I were at Husky Stadium.
Right.
And on a Wednesday, remember we used to do our Wednesdays for the Wednesday coaches show?
Before the coaches show, right, when Jimmy Lake went bananas,
and
right.
they played a Ravens-Steelers-like makeup game from the week before because they couldn't get enough people out of protocol, so they pushed it to Wednesday.
Right.
That's the only time I ever remember a Wednesday football game, so I know the Seahawks have never had one.
Yeah, that doesn't even count really, right? I'm looking at the 2014 Seahawks schedule, and they had one Monday night game, and it was at the Redskins.
How many Thursdays?
They won it 27-17. They had 2 Thursdays, including the opener against Green Bay. Thursday game against San Francisco, that's 3. They had one Sunday night game, so 4. Yeah, I'm only counting 4 primetime games in 2014.
Wow.
So you got 9 home games this year, Dick, and 5 of them are in prime time for the Seahawks. Opener against the Patriots, Kansas City Sunday night, Chicago Monday night, Dallas Monday night, and then the Rams on Christmas night. 5 of your 9 home games are primetime television. That's pretty cool.
It is. And I'm trying to find the weekends. Like, there are very few weekends for those that go to Husky and Seahawk games.
Right.
We have very few weekends where we have 2 day games and not even that many weekends where we have a home day game because of all the Husky weird Friday night situations. There'll be Saturday night games as well. The old days of Husky football at 12:30 on Saturday and Seahawks football at 1 o'clock on Sunday, I mean, those are completely over.
Well, I don't know what people think about this. I mean, obviously, we're coming from a very selfish perspective.
It's all about your own schedule, right? I think everybody's just like...
Which we've established, right? Yeah, it's all about what it means for us. But I'm looking at, like in October, for example, the Huskies play, and this is now we're getting even more selfish because we're just talking to the Husky and Seahawks fans out there, which is, let's face it, that's the cool kids club. The Huskies play Iowa on a Friday at Husky Stadium, and then they play the Niners on that Sunday. So there's a Saturday off there. The next week, they play Purdue on Friday at Purdue, and they play the Broncos on Thursday night. So that next weekend, the 17th and 18th, there's nothing going on. Entire weekend's open. There's a bye on Saturday, October 24th, and the Seahawks play the Chiefs on Sunday night. So nothing on Saturday, nothing on Sunday until the night game. Halloween, they're at Nebraska, the Huskies are, and then they got Sunday off with the Seahawks because they play on that Monday. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive weekends where there is at minimum an open Saturday or an open Sunday, and one of them has both days open, October 17th and 18th. So I don't know how people feel about that. Maybe they're happy because kids are playing soccer and football and they want to go watch them play and there's no game going on. I'm assuming most parents prioritize their kids over going to a Seahawks game or watching the Seahawks game. I remember playing soccer when I was a kid or playing peewee football, and parents would have their radios on the sideline for a Husky game or a Seahawks game. But there's a lot of open dates, guys, on the weekends in October. There is no Husky-Seahawks road trip this year because the real possibility was going to be the game at USC on the 3rd of October. And damn it, the Seahawks play the Chargers that weekend, but it's here. It's not down there. It's here in Seattle.
How close is Denver to Purdue?
I was thinking about that. That doesn't sound very appealing to me. To go to Denver and then to drive to West Lafayette or to fly to West Lafayette on Friday, but that probably is the closest one you've got. Huskies are at Nebraska, and then again, the Seahawks don't play until Monday against Chicago. Michigan State, November 14th, and then they're at Vegas the next day to take on Clint Kubiak and the Raiders. So, look, I mean, this is one of the bummers about the Big Ten. And I think overall the move to the Big Ten has been great, and it will be great for UW, but I do miss the Bay Area, Arizona, LA double dippers that we used to do with the Huskies and Seahawks, and I know a lot of people loved them too.
Absolutely. And this is what's amazing. This has got to be an all-time low. Right as of right now, there are only 3 home games all Seahawks season at 125.
Okay.
At 1 or 125. Just 3.
Right.
That's it.
Chargers, Giants, Arizona.
That's it.
Yeah.
And you may, and I think that's all they can have.
3 out of 9.
3 out of 9
Yeah.
are going to be at 125. The rest are going to be at night or at nighttime.
Right. They got 2 10 a.m. games on the East Coast. One at the Commanders, September 27th, and then at Carolina on January 3rd. What do we think of the idea of ending the year with 2 out of 3 against the Rams? Because, at first blush, I said I like it. It's going to be balls to the wall. Like, I want to know who the Rams are going to play in between those 2 games. The Seahawks will be at Carolina. Don't we think Carolina's kind of on the come a little bit? Right?
Yeah, but I think they're going to
be a better team.
Years worse than the Seahawks.
Right, but that feels like a bit of a trap game. Does it not? Because you got the Rams.
Between the Rams.
You got the Rams again the following week. I mean, you can't go down there and take those guys lightly. I mean, they're setting this up. So week 16 and week 18 are for the division. Yeah. I mean, they are shoving everything to the end of the year. Last year, we had more time between those 2 games.
I like it from a competitive standpoint because if you go into that game 11-4, actually 11-3 because there'll be 3 games left. If one team's 11-3, and the other team's 9-5, that 9-5 team is legit in the division race.
Absolutely.
Whereas if you're 11-3 and you've almost wrapped up the division if you've got a 2-game lead with 3 to play, but not if you're playing the Rams twice.
Right. Rams are at Tampa Bay, by the way. Didn't Carolina beat them for the division last year?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's kind of a similar game.
Very similar.
Right? Yeah. Carolina for the Seahawks at Tampa Bay.
Yeah, a
for the Rams.
nine-ish win opponent on the road.
Right. They also do play Philadelphia on the Saturday before that Ram game on Christmas, so they get an extra day. They don't have the 5-day break. They get a 6-day break, but it's on the East Coast.
What's the Rams doing?
So they're coming back late. They are going to be home against the Cowboys.
So they have 1 day extra for us.
Home against the Cowboys. I don't know when that game is. That game might be on the 19th as well.
Oh, okay,
I'm not sure if that's a Saturday or a Sunday game.
Because we don't want to go into that Rams game with one less day prep.
Well, the point is that the Rams are playing at home and the Hawks are on the East Coast. So the Hawks are going to be, unless the Rams are playing on Sunday against the Cowboys, the Hawks will be at a little bit of a disadvantage because of their travel the week before. So what do we think about the Christmas night? 49451. Your season ticket holder. I mean, really, that's kind of who we're talking to, right? Is the season or the people that have tickets. If you don't have a ticket and you're going to be home watching the game anyway, all right, whatever. Maybe you have a no TV policy on Christmas night during Christmas dinner. Maybe it's family time. I have no idea. But what do we think of the idea of the Hawks playing on Christmas night? I put a poll out, by the way, on Twitter asking people for their thoughts on that. We can get to it next, but pretty heavy in the favor of being cool with it. We'll get to all that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. What's up with the wall? Is it still not working? There was a power outage? tonight, but if you've been on Twitter all day long, you know what that's like in Twitterland. You pretty much already have all the information you know, but hey, don't tell the 5 o'clock crowd.
Well,
we want them to tune in at 5 p.m. to hear us release the schedule.
Now, it depends. Are you a Twitter follower that's more like me or a Twitter follower more like Softy?
Yeah,
Because
what does that mean? What does that mean? What are you saying, Dick?
I follow like 50 people.
Yeah.
Softy follows like 1,000
No,
people.
but the people that I follow that release the schedule news are the same people that you follow.
Yeah, but I haven't noticed like Schefter like dumping a bunch of schedule stuff out. I mean, there's been 3 or 4 like national TV games, but it's not like I mean,
you follow Warren Sharp on Twitter, by the way?
No, I haven't.
Really?
I haven't
I thought you
seen.
did.
I probably should.
Right.
He's good, but I haven't seen like here's the Seahawks schedule,
Right.
on Twitter. So I think you could probably piece it together if you went to aggregated a bunch of sites, but I've chosen not to.
I think the difference between you and me is not who we follow, it's how much time we spend on the app. I think that's the difference. Like, I have been glued to Twitter all day long. All day long.
I have not.
You've been doing other stuff, right? Like actually giving back to society. I am on Twitter all day long. I love this stuff. I think it's fabulous for the NFL. To me, it's like, I don't know how else to say it. Millen's used the same word, and I'll use it. It's like football porn, like all day long. I mean, it's the middle of May. It's baseball season. It's the NBA playoffs. It's hockey. Yet the NFL is dominating the news cycle.
Well, don't get me wrong. I love
amazing.
scheduling. I love scheduling.
Oh,
like I'm like
incredible.
There is no bigger fan of the pocket schedule than me.
Yeah.
I mean, that is.
Yeah. Well,
that's
we're going to do that.
My wheelhouse.
At 5:30 tonight, we're going to pick every game. Jackson claims he's going to run home and enjoy some free tequila given to him by Brian Schmetzer for his birthday, and then he wants to hop on with us. So I said, fine. All right, you want to jump on with us at 5:30? Jump on with us at 5:30. He'll probably be inebriated, right? So I think if you want to hear what a drunk Jackson felt sounds like, I would tune in 5:30 tonight, but we're going to go over the entire schedule at 5. Again, there's a bunch of leaks coming out. Everything that has been reported, not just by us, but by other people as well last couple of days, all of it is turning out to be accurate. The Seahawks will open the Patriots, with the Patriots, on opening day. I know Mike Wilbon a few weeks ago had said he had heard it was going to be the Bears. He's wrong. It's going to be the Patriots.
Don't you think the Bears made more sense?
It did. But you know what? Look, I mean, I think there's a couple things about the Patriot game. And Milner and I talked about this yesterday. His whole point was that he doesn't think that the NFL would put the Patriots on in the opener because of the Vrabel-Rossini stuff.
Right.
Well, we got 4 months to go between now and then. Who knows what'll happen? And that means on both sides. Like, there could be more stuff that comes out. Mike Vrabel may not be coaching the Patriots in 4 months for all we know, right? So that's number one. But then number two, I do think that from a Seahawk perspective and from a New England perspective, there's going to be a lot of chatter about the Super Bowl. There's going to be chatter about Diana and Mike. There's going to be chatter about how Drake May was neutered by the Seahawks defense in the game last year. And if you're a Patriot fan, I brought this up to Millen yesterday, Dick. If you're a Patriot fan and Drake May goes out there and struggles again against the Seahawks defense, you're like, well, what's going on here, man?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you were the second place finisher, the MVP. You almost won the damn thing. How many votes behind Stafford? Like one or two? He was like right there with Matt. It was like the tightest MVP race ever. And then he goes out and looks like a turd against the Seahawks. So if I'm a Patriot fan and he goes out there and does that again after having 9 months to recoup and recover from that game, I'm concerned.
I think it's terrible timing for the Patriots. Yes, you can use the whole revenge narrative if you want, and
Which is stupid.
And that's what they'll do. We've had all off season thinking about the Seahawks, blah, blah, blah.
I really hope Boston fans don't do that.
There was nothing
don't do that.
fluky about what the Seahawks defense did to Drake May. It wasn't like, Drake just had a bad game. No, he had no clue how to crack the code. Now,
Dick, he threw for 60 yards after 3 quarters.
He'll probably he would be more apt to have a good game against the Seahawks in week 9 or 10 than he will be in week 1, seeing ghosts of the Devin Witherspoon coming off the edge.
Well, I look at Drake May as a little bit of a paper tiger, and I say little because the guy did have a really good year last year. But then come playoff time, he kind of fell apart. The Patriots kept winning, obviously, and they got some luck with the Bo Nix injury. We all know about that against Denver, right? But he was not if you just saw Drake May play for the first time in that Super Bowl and you asked somebody watching that game, hey, of all the players out here, which one of them finished number 2 in the MVP race? Nobody would have said Drake May. Nobody. Not one person would have said Drake May. And he goes out in the playoffs, and he's got a 58% completion percentage, 82 passer rating, 4 picks, 6 touchdowns. He averages 6.5 yards a throw. I mean, he was terrible in the playoffs. Just terrible.
Well, you got to remember also, he's only 23.
I don't care. Again, he may be 23, but is he the guy that finished second in the MVP race, or is he not? And if he's the guy that finished second in the MVP race, he should look better than what he did against the Seahawks. Maybe they anointed him too early, Travis. Maybe they put him on a pedestal too early. But if I'm a Patriot fan, I'm like, all right, here's another shot to see what our guy does against the best defense in the NFL. And guys, look, the Seahawks defense just may be that good. They may have done that to anybody that they played in that game. But that's number one. And then number two, and somebody brought this up on text yesterday, Mike Vrabel and the entire Patriot football team, because you know where the sideline is. It's the opposite side of where they raise the banner. The banner is above me. I sit in the southwest corner. The banner is right above my head. Okay? Patriot sideline's over there. So they're looking west. They're going to be on the field, and they're going to see that banner get unfurled right in front of their fat, bean-eating, chowder-head faces on that sideline. How much of that do you love? If I'm the Seahawks PR staff or the Seahawks ops, game day ops, I'm making sure, boys, let's not unfurl that thing until like 2 minutes before kickoff to make sure that they're on the field.
No, there's no question. And you know, the coming into the Super Bowl, and we talked about it all Super Bowl week from San Francisco. We were like, you know, this Patriots schedule, I mean, look what they've done against the best teams. Look what Drake May has done against the best teams. And, you know, we didn't want to be overconfident, but looking back on it, we were really confident that the Seahawks were going to win and win by margin.
So, did they play a tough schedule last year or an easy schedule?
Patriots had one of the easiest schedules in 25
That's
years.
Correct. I thought you said the opposite. Sorry.
And you know, and you look at who were the elite defenses? I mean, the elite teams they played was really Buffalo was the best team that they played. And in the 2 games against Buffalo, Drake May had a combined 0 touchdowns and 1 interception in 2 games against Buffalo.
Yeah, played Baltimore, played Buffalo twice.
But Baltimore didn't have a very good defense last
year. I just think that's an angle on this. You know, the whole Rossini thing is going to be an angle on it. The whole banner going up in front of their face. It's the first time since the 2016 opener when Denver played Carolina, Dick, that we have a rematch from the Super Bowl in week number 1. And the funny thing about that game, it was 10 years ago, and it was also played in San Francisco, Levi Stadium. Super Bowl 50 between Denver and Carolina. So the last 2 times we saw a team play, 2 teams play in that stadium for the whole thing, they met again the next year. So all right, here's what we're going to do. Fun with audio next. We've been sitting on, maybe you can argue, the bigger story of the day. I don't know. You tell me. I mean, the NFL schedule release talk is going to get a lot more eyeballs and ear canals, but locally, Cal Raleigh going on the IL probably should be a bigger story, right? Brett Boone will join us at 4. We'll talk about it then. A little fun with audio next on 93.3 KJR FM.
for 98.35 or at bloomatree.com. Now, fun with audio.
All right.
Here's Softy and Dick.
There we go. On a busy Thursday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Time for a little fun with audio / hey, did you hear that? Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave? What's that, Dick?
I say we start with some PGA Championship golf there, Dick Fain. Today, South African golfer Garrick Higo was assessed a 2-stroke penalty for arriving late to his tee time at the PGA Championship. Here's what he had to say about it after his round.
So just to be 100% clear, when you walked to the tee, it was a surprise to you when they said 2-stroke penalty, you're late?
No.
It
wasn't a surprise. I was late. I mean, my caddy was yelling at me to get to the tee, so...
Oh, okay. So by the time you got there, you already knew that it was like...
I knew it was probably going to happen, yeah.
Yeah. You were with the PGA, it seemed like, for a bit just now. Were you trying to argue your case a little bit, or...?
I was just trying to get evidence. I mean, I feel like if any of you would have done the same, because it's kind of... I was there on time, but the rule is if you're 1 second late, you're late. So if you think about it, I was there on time, if you know what I mean. But
I don't quite... No. What is it when you say that you were there on time but late? What's...
Like, I was there at 7:18:30 seconds.
Okay. So you were late, pal. Right? Like, it may be mundane to you. It may be ridiculous to you. But that's the rule, right? Like, again, people look at golf differently because you're not affecting 10 other teammates or 4 other guys on the court, for example. But imagine if a special teams player who was on kickoff coverage showed up 30 seconds after kickoff. He's screwed. Or a starting guy in the NBA showed up 5 seconds after the tip. He's screwed. Dude, the game has started. You're late. Where the hell were you? So maybe you should buy a watch or get a better caddy who's going to drag your ass off the putting green and get you to the tee box. Now, we fired a 69 today, even with the 2-stroke penalty.
67.
So good for him for going out there and sucking it up. But I don't know, man. I mean, a lot of people I know think that golf rules are ridiculous. But like I've always said, man, if the NFL came out and said, you know what, starting today, players are not allowed to eat potato salad, guess what? Don't eat potato salad. You don't make the rules. They do.
Well, there's a phrase, protect the field. And that's why the rules are in place. And you're not protecting the field if you're showing up late with your 2 guys that you're teeing off with.
Right.
Right? That's affecting their preparation.
Yeah, they might be waiting for you.
Their
Exactly.
tee time. And
Right.
that's affecting their chance to score. And what was amazing to me was his incredible nonchalance at walking to the tee box.
Right.
If I've got my caddy yelling at me,
Run.
I am sprinting. But looking at Garrick Higo, I'm not sure he can sprint.
Yeah, well, he's a little chubby for sure. But a lot of guys on the PGA Tour are a little chubby. There is a way to avoid having to sprint to the tee box, and that is just get your ass there 2 minutes early, and you'll be fine. I mean, you were talking off the air about how, Dixon's, tournaments, they want them there 10 minutes early
beforehand.
to go over the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, course rules and, special, instructions and everything like that.
Yeah, but that's more etiquette, right? This is a rule. You need to be on the tee box. You need to be ready to go. There's a difference in golf between rules and etiquette. This is a rule. It's a rule. And if you break a rule, you get pinched. And he got pinched, man. So we'll see. Be curious to see how he does throughout the rest of the weekend, by the way.
Part of me wants him to lose by 1 shot.
Can you imagine?
I mean, I'm being so evil right now, but part of me wants him to lose by 1 shot.
All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick? Let's go to, how about we stay with golf, Ogre? Let's go to 6. John Rahm today, hear about this? Accidentally drilled a volunteer with a divot. He was taking a fake swing like an air swing out of frustration today at the tournament and felt pretty bad about what happened.
Thanks for reminding me of that. I got a flyer on my second shot that went long. It's not a good spot, and just out of frustration, I tried to make an air swing just over the grass, and I wasn't looking, took a divot, and unfortunately I hit a volunteer. They hit him, and unfortunately hit him in the shoulder and then the face, which I couldn't feel any worse. That's why I was there apologizing. I need to somehow track him down to give him a present, because that's unexcusable, and for something that could be completely avoidable. Whether it's my intention or not, it was just not good.
Give him a present. What do you think his present's going to be? Here's $10,000. Sorry about that.
Well, he made like $350 million from Live the last 4 years. So he can,
Give the guy a little check.
buddy.
Give him a check. Well, here's the thing. I don't know what's going on with these guys, man. We saw Sergio at the Masters. Remember that? Just annihilate the tee box with his driver. Remember that? And now John Rahm today, and this stuff with this chunky guy from South Africa, whatever the hell his name is.
Higo.
The chunkster, Higo, getting all, lazy about the clock. So, I mean, I get it from John Rahm's perspective. I appreciate what he said. He's probably petrified about it. Can you imagine if the divot had hit a guy like in the eye or something? I mean, honestly, it could have been worse. You've played golf. I've played golf where we swing a club out of frustration, and all you need is to have a nice hot day where that club flies out of your hands and hits somebody, and you're banned.
You still got a 5-iron in the Lake of Meridian, right?
No, I took it out, and it was a 60. No,
you
did?
Yeah,
it's gone. Yeah. You didn't hear about that?
You went in and got it?
I did. A couple summers ago.
That. I didn't know you went in.
Stripped naked and jumped right in. Yeah. But you got to be careful, dude. I mean, honestly, I know you get frustrated, man, and it's one of those old man yelling at cloud type of moments, but don't swing your club. Don't throw a club because something like that, he's
That's
lucky
right.
he got away with what he got away with today, right?
No, absolutely.
All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
All right, let's do 2. Travis, 2. This week on First Take, Kendrick Perkins said the NBA only cares about their superstars as Victor Wembanyama avoided a suspension after elbowing Naz Reid in the face.
Do you agree with the NBA's decision of no further punishment for Wemby?
Hell no. And as expected, the league did what I thought they were going to do. Prioritize superstardom and views over a person's well-being and his health. Anybody else, they're getting another game, another suspension. Now, I get it. We all want to see Wemby on the floor. But also, you got to hold them accountable. It's a bad look for the NBA. It shows that, basically, we don't really give a damn about the others. We care about our superstars.
So is there another example, Dick, of a lesser-known player, right? Like a B or a C level guy throwing an elbow, hitting a guy in the jaw the way Wemby did in game 4. Is that right? Second quarter, game 4, and then being suspended for game 5. Because that's how you would do it, right?
Yes.
Just go back and find me examples of other guys that did what Victor Wembanyama did and got pinched and kicked out of the next game. That's it.
I really don't think it has anything to do with being a superstar or not. I think it has to do with no priors. I mean, this to me is like when you're in a criminal court, right? Do you have priors? I mean, are you Draymond Green?
Right. Oh, God.
Like,
are you kidding me?
Those guys you suspend.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman.
You do, yes,
Right?
you don't suspend Victor Wembanyama. He's never done anything like this.
Well, look at him. He looks like a nice guy. Does he not?
He
Right?
sounds like a nice guy. He's got a great French accent.
He's skinny. He's got a nice face. Squeezes cheeks. He's in shape. He's a gentleman. He's a proper Frenchman. Why would you want to kick that guy out?
That's exactly right. And I think Mitch Johnson, his coach, O'Day alum.
That's right, JJ's son.
Did a good job of protecting him in the postgame, kind of turning the onus on the NBA.
Right.
And saying, you're not protecting this guy. What's he supposed to do?
Absolutely.
And so I really think that helped him not get a suspension, too.
Maybe. I just also wonder if that elbow had taken place in San Antonio, if they would have kicked him out in the first place, because they would have had a riot in that game. And they came back for game 5 and he was playing. All right, we're going to break. Brett Boone. Cal Raleig's on the IL. Did the M's mess up by waiting to put Cal Raleigh on the IL? We'll talk to Booney about it next.
I did not think it was gone when I hit it. I was pissed because I got a pitch to hit. Next thing you know, I hit the winning home run in game 3. I forget.
Game 4.
Come back and they came back and beat us. That was the first time we scored in the game.
That's right.
And,
That's right.
It did not hold up.
No.
I was a hero for a minute.
That was right in front of me and Neil Scott. We were sitting in the temporary press box in left field. I'm thinking to myself, that son of a bitch, Lou Piniella, is going to be right. They're going to bring it back for game 6.
Do you want to know what I said before that homer? That reliever, 0. I think it was Mendoza.
Mm-hmm.
I've had 0 success off him. But I'm trying to, I'm giving that false bravado. I pull into the dugout that inning. Buhner will back me up on this. And I said, you know what, boys? Because we had no runs. I said, somebody's got to do something. And I knew I was coming up, and I'm like, it's Mendoza. What are the chances? And I hit the homer. And I came back in there like you said. I said, of course I said it. Would you think I wasn't going to go deliver? But really, I didn't believe I was going to, and I did. All right, that's it. Good story.
Yeah. Well, like you said, that should have been the game-winning bomb, but unfortunately it wasn't. Well, Brett Boone with us, and Booney, lots to talk about, man, since you were last on. Let's start at the top. The big lead, the big story, Cal Raleigh, 10-day IL with an oblique strain. There's a lot of people that are wondering if the M's maybe screwed this up, if they should have put him on the IL maybe a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago. Take us through, first of all, that process of what leads to a guy finally either A, relenting, or B, the doctors finally saying this guy's got to go on the shelf for a while.
Well, I think it's a combo. I mean, there's so many different variables that go into that. In my day, I had much more control as a player. And I would basically tell them I'm not going on the at the time it was the DL.
Right.
And it depended your status in that clubhouse and on the field on, if you were one of the main guys on that team, you had a little more say than the 25th man on the roster. But I think it comes down today is a little different. The doctors have a little more say. And once again, it goes to the player. If you're Cal Raleigh coming off a 60-homer season and you look at the staff and say, I don't care what you say, I'm fine and I can contribute, they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think it got to a point where I think this is the first time he's been on the IL. I think he's he's a throwback. I think he's from kind of our generation of tough, you play through injuries. And I think that's what Cal was doing. He had obvious discomfort. But couple that with what he's gone through at the plate, and I think that helps you relent a little bit. I mean, if he's out there getting 2 hits a night, he's not going on the IL right now. But the fact that it's gone bad for him for a while, obviously the injury has to be contributing in some way. But I think you get to a point where going out here, I'm not feeling great. I'm going out here at 70, whatever percent you come up with. And, it's just not helping right now because I'm not getting it done. So let's get this thing right so I can have a good second half and help this team go to the postseason. So I think it's a combination. It's so many different variables that go into it. It's not just a one, oh, you're hurt, you're going on the IL. It's no, I'm fine. Yeah, I don't feel perfect, but I'm going to go out there. Oh, wait a minute. It's starting to show up in the box score that maybe this is affecting me. And you drop an 0 for 36. Now the doctors have a little more standing in the room when they say, we think you should go on the IL. You kind of get to a point where you're like, this is probably what's best for the team. So I think that's what it came down to.
Booney, let's talk Luis Castillo. He has been a topic of conversation the last couple weeks. And if you take a look at his, throw out the numbers for a second. You just take a look at how Luis has pitched and how he's looked on the mound. 2 of the last 3 outings has been a lot better than what it was before that. So your opinion on the 6-man rotation that the Mariners have decided to go to, and then also, do you see Luis coming out of it a little bit?
I do. I watched this game today. I probably watched 4 of the 6 innings. He got through 5 with just that solo home run. And then they gave up a couple, he left some runners on and they changed pitchers and it ended up being tagged to him. So he ended up giving 3 on the day. I thought he pitched pretty good. And I thought his last outing, his velocity was up. We've talked about it. It's been a location thing for him all season. It hasn't been that he's down in velo or, like everybody says, his velocity's off. There's really no metric he can look to and say, oh, he's lost, except for his pinpoint control has not been pinpoint. Therefore, you're behind in the count more than you're ahead, and you're going to get hit more. The bottom line is at the end of the day, it is about, you look at the numbers, and they are what they are. they've decided to go to a 6-man rotation. I think that's out of respect to Castillo and the body of his work.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going with a 6-man and see if he can get this thing going, because he could be an integral part of this thing going forward. That's an internal decision. On the outside, I can't really say that's right or wrong. For me, if I'm being really selfish, I want my best 5 guys out there. You know, if Kirby's pitching the way Kirby's pitching, if Gilbert's pitching the way Gilbert, I want to see him every 5th day. I don't want to see him every 6th day, and see if Louis can pick it up. But I do understand his body of work, the respect given there, and he's earned that.
Mm-hmm.
So temporarily they're going to the 6-man. I'll tell you what, if he continued to give up runs and the outings don't get Castillo-like, that thing will be a 5-man rotation real quick. But I think in the interim, in the mid, just Miller coming back. And by the way, Miller looked great. He doesn't look like he missed a beat yesterday from what I saw. So I think in the short term, 6-man, see if Louis can work it out, see what they got to work with. But I think as time goes on and wins become more and more valuable, right, I think they're going to go with the best 5 that they can.
Yeah, I wonder if we're looking at this 6-man rotation, Booney, and Brett Boone's with us, courtesy of Venue Kings, being like maybe a 2-week thing, because they're in the middle of 13 games in 13 days right now. Their next off day is not for a week, next Thursday. Then they go to Kansas City, and they can kind of reset with Hancock, Gilbert, Kirby, and Wu. And then that game on the 26th against the A's, you can decide then, is that going to be Castillo on a regular turn, or is that going to be Bryce Miller with an extra day off? I mean, I think you're right. At some point, they got to go back to a 5-man rotation. How long do you think they let this last? Like, let's say both guys end up pitching well. Like Dick asked, maybe Castillo bounces back and Bryce Miller does Bryce Miller things, and he's fine. I mean, right. At some point, don't you have to get Hancock and Gilbert and Kirby and Wu out there every 5th day?
Once again, it's a great problem to have if you got 6 guys pitching lights out. And then it's a Dan Wilson and staff decision.
But when would you do it? When? Like a week and a half, 2 weeks? How long would you let this 6-man thing roll?
As long as we start winning games and winning series, I don't put a timeline on it.
Okay.
I think they have the luxury right now, and not only for the American League West, which has been very mediocre. I mean, you've got the A's leading the division, I think 1 game over 500. Maybe today they won. There'll be 2 games over 500. So it's not like you're burying yourself in the standings. You know, you're right there. You're a game out, and you have played about as average as you can play for this team on paper. I think also you look league-wise. Look at the American League. There are 4 teams that are over 500. So this wild card, you're not falling back really in the wild card. So you have that luxury of kind of tinkering with things. And in the meantime, you can also say, hey, and it kind of spreads us out, gives each starter a little more rest in between. Maybe that'll be beneficial as we get deeper into the season, the dog days of summer. But I don't think it's a bad thing. Once again, I think there's a lot of different factors that go into it. If they were in a division where they were buried and they were 8 out right now, I think you'd have a different reaction. And they were way out of the wild card. I think, but the way that the American League is stacked up, you're right in the hunt of everything. You have the luxury right now of tinkering with this 6-man and let it work itself out.
Booney, Luke Raley is the only person in baseball with 10 home runs in less than 130 at-bats, and he's not close to 130 at-bats. He's got 112 at-bats. So do you put him in there against both sides, or you just continue this platoon and say you're only going up against righties?
Well, I think the better and better you do. I think what I think it comes down to is the games where he starts against a righty. It's a situation where there's an at-bat for Raley, and we don't need to pinch hit. Nothing's on the line. It's not a close game. It's not an important at-bat. Let him get his reps against the lefties. And then it's going to – how he performs in those at-bats, and I'm not saying whether he gets a hit, whether he doesn't, just how he looks, how he takes the at-bat, I think that will lend, with the numbers he's putting up right now, to more playing times against lefties. But I think it's going to be a wait-and-see type scenario for him. Get him the lefty at-bats when you can. They did that in Texas for Evan Carter. Whenever there wasn't a big at-bat, game on the line, 9th inning, they'd let Evan get his feet wet and see how he did against the lefties. And then you make your decisions on if he starts having good ABs against lefties, well, then his numbers, his power especially, is going to warrant more playing time for him. But I think that's how they'll go about it in the short term.
Are the Astros done as we know it? That version of the Astros that we saw for 8 or 9 years, is it over?
I think so. I mean, I've watched now, and they still have some pretty intricate, some pretty talented players out there. But as far as being that dominant run they've had in this American League West, and the way they've been the last 7-8 years, and with the pitching the way it is, and their number one, Hunter Brown, going down right around opening day, losing. Who's the lefty they lost to? The
Framber
Detroit
Valdez.
Tigers. Framber, who's having more trouble in Detroit too with drilling people, and after hitting his catcher last year, mixing him up on a sign. But he's gone. He was a huge staple in the middle of that rotation. So with all the injuries they've had, the way they've started this season, I don't see them in the short term being a factor in this division.
Julio Rodriguez had an interesting at-bat in yesterday's game at the end. He took a walk on a couple of high fastballs, and I thought the prior show, Anders and Jackson were talking about that. I mean, that's not a pitch that Julio takes last year or the year before. That's a pitch that he swings through and strikes out with the bases loaded. I mean, are you seeing some development in Julio Rodriguez, maybe patience and just being a little more Edgar Martinez-ish at the plate than he has been for the first 5 years of his career?
Well, I think, when you throw Edgar out there as a pure hitter type, I think we're in different leagues as far as controlling the strike zone. I think Julio's Julio. He's the talent. The talent is undeniable. It's obvious. He's still a young man. I mean, and what he's done, his body of work, obviously he comes in as a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, gets the huge contract, and the expectations go through the roof. I mean, they always do. And when you make that kind of money, you kind of have to expect those expectations. But you got to realize this is still a young man. I mean, what is he, 24 years old?
He's in his 5th year now, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, he's 24, 25 years old. He's still got a lot of time to learn, and he's getting better and better. He was hot. He had a rough series. He had a couple 0 for 5s against Houston, but he's still hanging in there with 7 home runs, hitting at 260. Julio's just going to get better. Julio's going to do it on Julio's time. Like I said, the skill set is undeniable. How great he's going to be is going to be time. I can't sit here and say, one day he's going to be this. He's not a Griffey where you saw he's going to hit 50 and hit 300. But that kind of potential's in there to hit 40, to hit 300, to steal 40. That's definitely in there. Whether he'll ever get to that point, time will tell. But in the meantime, you're just going to have a really good player. And I don't think you're going to see in the short term any regression from the numbers you're used to seeing him put up. It's just how good will he be?
Brett Boone, still waiting to find out how good he'll be, is with us on the radio show, courtesy of VenueKings.com. Every Wednesday. Normally at 5, but we got the NFL schedule, Booney, coming out 5 o'clock tonight. So we appreciate you being flexible. Figured you'd be fine with it. Get to happy hour earlier anyway, so what the hell. But you mentioned the A's. The A's lost today, so they're a game over, and the M's and Rangers are both a game out. I mean, I don't know, dude. There just seems to be a big difference in this division between the roster the Mariners and Rangers have versus everybody else's roster in this division. Are you going to tell me that the A's are going to hang around all year for this division title, or will this be a 2-team race between the M's and Texas?
See, I watched the A's a year ago, and I felt I had no problem when they came to town that we were going to win the series and probably sweep them. From the early action I've watched, and we're just a month and a half in, from what I've watched of the A's, they've grown up a whole lot over the winter. And they've got some really good players, especially on the offensive side. They play in a terrible ballpark where the pitching, nobody likes to pitch there. Ball flies. It's kind of, I don't know, it shouldn't be allowed in Major League Baseball. But and that starts to wear on a young pitching staff. You heard a lot of talk about Severino, their number one. He was talking in the newspapers and grumbling about, I don't like pitching at home. Well, if your staff ace sets the tone with that kind of mentality, how is that going to trickle down to the rest of them? You got the Ginn kids, got pretty good stuff. I'm trying to think of their number 2, the lefty. He's got pretty good stuff. They're pitching in a bad yard to pitch in, great yard to hit in. But I'll tell you what, I'm watching this catcher. He's the real deal. The shortstop, Miller, I think he went down. Or is it Miller or Wilson? He went down recently, but he's a hitter. The Nick Kurtz at first, it's not going to surprise me if he starts putting up Jason Giambi type numbers with the way he swings the bat. There's just good players, and they're tough. We're not even talking about Brent Rooker, who's off to a slow start, but he's been their guy in the middle lineup, has been hitting 30 every year. This is a really talented offensive team. I think offensively they can match up with the Mariners. They can match up with Texas all day long. I just think pitching wise, no, the Mariners there's a no contest when it comes to Mariners pitching versus Oakland. That's going to be the difference. I think Oakland can hang around this year and be a thorn in people's side. I don't think they're ready to go deep into the postseason, but I think when they get their new stadium and get some pitching in there, I think they're going to be a really good team. They're definitely 180-degree better team than they were a year ago.
Booney, you're the man. Great stuff. We got to run to a PGA update, but again, we appreciate the flexibility, and we'll talk next Thursday at 5, man. Thanks, bud.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
All right, Brett Boone with us on the radio show. A lot more to get to. How about right now we head to Philadelphia for a PGA Championship update with Westwood One. at Arrowhead, and then back here later in the year on Sunday Night Football. I don't remember the last time they played two teams in the preseason that they also played in the regular season, man. So, the schedule, look, on paper, it looks hard. I mean, that's what happens when you win the Super Bowl, man. Come on.
Well, the hardest to me looks like playing the Niners at home on a Sunday.
Right.
And 4 days later playing at Denver on Thursday Night Football. That's brutal. But then at least...
Then a break with the Chief game, right?
At least you get 10 days to prepare for the Chiefs, and then you get 8 days before you play Chicago. So it comes back to you a little bit on the Chiefs in Chicago. But that game, I'm already chalking up that
the Denver game.
Okay. I mean, there's going to be probably 3 or 4 games that I'll probably chalk up the losses, and that's going to be one of them.
Well, I mean, look, it'll be probably a low-scoring game because you got two great defenses, and the Seahawks just, outside of that weird game against Tampa Bay last year and the Ram game, they didn't give up points to anybody. Right? So you would think that they're going to be in every game they play. But Mariners, by the way, we'll have the official schedule for you, all of it at 5 o'clock in about a half an hour from now, courtesy of our friends at Venue Kings. Anthony Beiruti will join us as well at 6 p.m. We'll do our picks for the season at 5:28. The Mariners did win today against the Astros. They're now a game under 500 and a game back behind the A's in the American League West. And I was looking this up because I remember, like you, Dick, there was a point in time where the Astros used to own the Mariners.
Oh, absolutely.
And they would kick our ass, right? Like back before they did this balanced schedule thingamajigger back in the day, they'd play 19 games a year against each other
we'd go
in the division.
We'd go like 4-15.
They were 1-18 in 2019 against the Astros. So where's my glasses? Between 2019 and 2022, they're right here. That's what I'm talking about. Between 2019 and 2022,
He's losing his mind, Travis.
Oh, man. The Mariners were 19-48 against Houston.
Oh, God.
In the last 4 years, and that doesn't even include the next 5 games they have to play this year, they're already 32-15 in the last 47 games. I mean, it's like I'm the captain now. They have totally switched the script on the Houston Astros. Now they're the bums of the division, and the M's are on top. So, look, I mean, this is an opportunity now, guys, with the way this division is set up. I think the Mariners have, I'm not going to say they have a clear-cut better roster than Texas, but I think they have a better roster than Texas. Texas is very good, but I think when you factor in the A's, unless the A's are just sitting on something that nobody even saw coming this year, and maybe they are, this should be a 2-team race between us and the Rangers. And the Mariners should win it.
I think it's a 3-team race for maybe a couple more months. It's a 2-team race for maybe a month after that, and it's a 1-team race in the last month of the season.
Yeah, they should win it going away, shouldn't they? Come on.
They should win it going away. And what's good is, and we talked about this in 2019 when they decided to tear everything down. We said they're clearly using the Astros approach. Now, it has not netted them a World Series championship yet like it did the Astros.
Or a World Series.
No, but, I mean, it has netted us. I mean, it has netted us a consistently really good baseball
team. That's fine. Right. Yeah, I get it. But I think at some point, a consistently good baseball team is not going to be good enough. Right?
Yes.
I mean, you want titles. You want World Series championships. I mean, the only reason why a consistently good baseball team is good enough now is because they sucked for so long, right? Like when we lost our minds in 2022 when the streak ended, when Cal hit the home run against the A's, we lost our minds. We've talked about this before, you and me, because it had been 21 years. Did we have the same reaction when the Mariners made the playoffs last year as we did in 2022? Of course not.
Right.
Because they just got there 3 years earlier. So
well, look at the difference between how we felt after we won our first Super Bowl to how we felt after we won our second Super Bowl.
Totally.
Not even close.
How about when the Mariners finally finished above 500 in the early 90s? We're like, whoa, that's cool. Right, Alvin Davis, I'm not a loser. I mean, it was unbelievable how we felt. And you're exactly right, man. I was thinking about that just this morning.
It's crazy.
The amount of crap that I bought in 2013 compared to the amount of crap I bought after this title, not even close. Not even close. I got places in my house stuffed with bags of junk from 13 I didn't even know I had. I bought like maybe 3 or 4 deals, 3 or 4 things. Got my fake Lombardi. Right? That's a tradition. I got the helmet.
It's a tradition. Now, that's happened twice. It's a tradition.
Right. Got the helmet. Got a program, whatever. I suckered up and I bought the stupid ticket stub thing, right? The fake ticket
It was
stub
like
deal.
$75.
Yeah, I bought that. Whatever. But
Does
that's
it look cool? Does it look like a ticket stub?
No.
I gotta see that.
It's gigantic. It doesn't have your seat number on it.
Well, because
it's so stupid.
It's too bad because I've got pictures of the other two Super Bowls that I was at, and I've got it framed.
Right.
A picture of who I went with.
Yes.
Was my cousin in Detroit, and it was my brother in Arizona.
Cousin Eddie, right.
With Cousin Eddie.
Right.
With the ticket. And it looks really cool. And I'm like, do I just put a picture up with my brother on this one and with no ticket?
Here's the deal. Here's just what I would say. What I would say is this. I hate that they don't give you paper ticket stubs anymore. I have the ticket stub from the one-game playoff against the Angels on the old Ticketmaster
I've got one of
print,
those too. I just gotta find it.
I love that I have that. I understand that teams aren't doing it now. I understand why they're not doing it now. That's fine. But can you at least give us the option to buy one that looks exactly like it would have looked if you had continued the practice? I don't want to buy a generic one with somebody else's seat location.
Yeah.
I don't want to print up this big thing on my printer from my NetJet, my whatever, at my office at home. I want an actual ticket stub like we had 15 years ago. Just give me the option to buy a real one with my seat location on it, please. I don't care if it's $5, $10, whatever. We don't even have that opportunity, and that pisses me off.
What if there's a way that for like a big Mariners game, for example, when they retire Ichiro, when they retire Edgar, when they do if the giveaway could be a ticket stub.
But I want it with my seat numbers. That's the point.
There's got to be a way that we can.
Point.
There's got to be a way that a printer can print.
I don't want a printer. I want that same style paper.
I'm saying they give you when you walk in the gate. They give you in a little plastic sleeve a souvenir ticket, and there's got to be a way that you can have the number of your seat printed on the ticket.
Well, what if you go to will call? If you have your tickets for pickup at will call, sometimes then they'll print them out for you.
That I believe they do.
But it's like a piece of paper.
It's like it's different. It's not the same stock as they used to have back in the day.
Do you even remember the old tickets?
Yeah. I have all my
I
concert
just want a chance to just buy what we used to have.
Yeah.
And if it costs me extra, fine, it costs me extra. But none of this generic slop with somebody else's tickets and section 0, seat 0, row 0. I don't want that. I don't want it to be on this paper that you from the library. I want it to be the same style of paper with the same style of ink. Super Bowl ticket stubs, the same thing. I just want back what I used to have. Just give me that chance, please, for the love of God. We'll get a break. Testimonials, right? 49451. And then the NFL schedule. Going to be released in its entirety. Here we go at 5 o'clock right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Schedule release day. Happy schedule release day. We'll get to it in about 13 minutes. The entire Seahawks schedule is out. We'll go over the entire thing. We've already had a ton of leaks, most of them provided by us here on the radio station. But if you did not pay attention to the leaks, if you are looking around and waiting for 5 o'clock, stay tuned. We'll get to it all coming up at the top of the hour. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line is open for business. Textimonials Travis Moger in for Jackson Felch today. What do you got there, big boy?
I love the idea of a Christmas night game. We have dialed back the gift giving over the years and are making Christmas more about family time.
Yeah.
So this is a great way to bring the family together.
Surprise your kids with tickets for the game that night. How many people will be doing that, you think, on Christmas morning?
I think that you're going to be able to buy tickets for that game much more reasonably priced than you would if it was a Rams game on a Sunday afternoon in December.
Right. Well, Anthony Beiruti, the venue king, will be with us at 6 o'clock tonight, and we'll ask him, what's the market typically like? I mean, did they just start playing those Christmas Day games last year? How many years has the NFL now been doing this?
2 years. Because didn't the Raiders beat the Chiefs 2 years ago on Christmas Day? I think they upset the Chiefs 2 years ago.
Fairly recent phenomenon, right? Okay, so we'll ask him if typically tickets for home games are cheaper on Christmas Day. I'm looking at VenueKings.com right now. They've already got the Christmas Day date out for the Ram game. Get-in price is $314.
I think it's going to go down.
For the Ram game,
Don't you
right?
think?
I mean, yeah, because it's already sky high. I absolutely would think it's going to go down.
The Chiefs lost 20-14 to the Raiders on December the 25th. I believe that was the first one. That was 2 years ago. Because I remember, I was like, wow, what a crappy game to have on Christmas Day. And then we started watching. We were like, oh, this might not be a crappy game.
Get-in price. This is why it's kind of weird to check ticket prices this early when tickets are just hitting the market. Get-in price for the Patriot game right now at VenueKings.com. Give me a guess.
$275.
$467. Use code SOFTY at checkout. VenueKings.com. What do you got?
Someone should leak that Diana Rossini is raising the 12th man flag for the season opener against the Patriots.
Yeah. Mr. Funny guy over there. Somebody said that yesterday, too, on the radio show. Hey, maybe she'll just go around the NFL and be a traveling circus, and wherever the Patriots are playing, she'll raise the flag for the opposing team.
You don't seem
or
amused
raise
by
their
that
banner.
text. I was much more amused than you.
I feel really bad for her, dude. I feel bad for her. I feel bad for, I don't feel as bad for Vrabel, but I do feel bad for her knowing full well that she made her bed, okay? Literally made her bed.
Yeah.
But when you know somebody and you've worked with somebody, I think it's easier to empathize with them a little bit. And I'm sure that she is going through a living hell right now, man, because it's never going away.
Yeah.
Dude, we said weeks ago the shelf life on this story will be done. And we're sitting here a month later, and it's still getting talked about.
What's interesting is how it's flip-flopped from 90% the scrutiny on her.
Right.
To 90% the scrutiny on
right.
him.
That's right.
And now it's pretty much 50-50.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's 4 more months of this before the season starts.
Well,
Who knows?
Stuff keeps coming out.
That's exactly it. Somebody somewhere is sitting on a treasure trove of photographs and just waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. Honestly, I got pictures of the 2 of them at Disneyland. Here's the 2 of them making out at a Godfather's Pizza in Federal Way, Washington. Here's the 2 of them in the Patriot bus after a win. Some creep is sitting on that stuff. Right, what do you got, Travis? Go ahead.
I'm putting the Christmas game on the calendar tonight. Wife and 3-year-old are welcome to join me if they'd like. If not, I'm bringing a buddy.
All right, so we'll see what my wife thinks. Initial reaction, and this is, again, you don't want to put the wife on the spot ever. Got to give them time to think things through, okay? Yes. Let me process. The initial reaction is we're not going. I think I'll be able to talk her into going, but the initial reaction was no, but I think I can soften her up. I can butter her up.
I'm just fortunate that my Husky tickets and my Seahawk tickets predate my wife.
Right.
By quite a ways.
So she married into it.
I have always been grandfathered in
for everything.
Every Husky and Seahawk home game, and she has never said one peep in 19 years of marriage.
My tickets, I've had my Seahawk tickets since 99, which is before I even met Gina, my wife. But my wife is also a gigantic sports fan, used to work here at the radio station, as you guys know. The problem with my wife is that we call her postseason Gina. She won't go to anything until the playoffs start. So do I leave her at home on Christmas night?
Dude, this is a playoff game.
I can't do that.
I mean, you can convince Gina that this is a playoff game against the Rams on Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I think we're going to go. I think in the end we'll be there. All right,
if this
Travis.
was the Titans,
Yep.
I might be like,
Yeah, I think you're right. If it was anybody else besides the Rams, but this is going to be maybe the first kind of quasi-playoff game of the year that night, right? This will be equivalent to that Thursday night game at home, correct?
Yes.
All right, what's next, Travis?
Probably the best thing for the Mariners is Cal going on the IL. Let him get healthy and get out of his head so he can break out of his slump. I bet he comes back and starts dropping bombs.
Well, I mean, listen, the bar was low before he went on the IL because he wasn't playing well. He just broke an over 38 or 36 slump the other day. Look, I just wonder if the Mariners kind of played this wrong. You know, if they should have put him on the IL 10 days ago. I think it's really easy for us, all of us here, armchair doctors, to say, look at him, he was hurt. He should have been on the IL 10 days ago. Maybe he should have, but somebody somewhere, either Cal Raleigh was not being honest about the way he felt, which is possible, or B, a doctor looked at him and said, he's fine. He can play through it. So clearly they were wrong. Somebody was wrong.
I remember us last week going on the air before we had the lineup for day number 4 after Cal Raleigh initially got hurt. And we both were like, he's been out 4 days. It's a 10-day IL. Just give him the rest of the IL.
Right. Yeah, 6 days.
It's already been 4 days. Why not just give him the 10 days and then come back?
Well, if the 10 days is all he needed, right? He may need 2 weeks. He might need a month. I have no idea. So I'm hopeful this doesn't turn into something longer than that, but that's not what we do. Now we just wait. Now we wait to see how long this will last. All right, Travis, go ahead. One more. Hit it.
Softy sounds like the teacher in Charlie Brown when he talks about ticket stubs.
So good. You think people understand that? They're like under 30?
No, I don't think people under 30 understand the ticket stub thing. I mean, I got people hitting me up on Twitter. You sound like a boomer. I was like, all right, well, I'm not a boomer, first of all. I'm only 52, right? Number one.
Yeah.
And number two, if you're ripping me now for how I sound, some schmuck punk is going to rip you for how you sound in 30 years as well.
I saw that exchange.
You know what I'm talking about?
Into it this week with people.
Yeah, I'm salty, man. Don't test me.
More than usual because you've done a good job over the last year or so of just leaving that crap alone.
Don't cross me this week, boys. I'm on edge. We're going to break. The Seahawks schedule is out. We're going to go over every game.
Let's go.
Tell you what's going on next on 93.3 KJR FM.
FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on schedule release day, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
We're going to get to the NFL schedule in a matter of seconds. The Mariners, though, did get an 8-3 win today over the Houston Astros. They are now 7-1 against the Astros this year and 12-2 in their last 14 against Houston. M's coming back home for a 3-game series with the Padres starting tomorrow.
And Cal Raleigh put on the IL for the first time in his career with a strained oblique that he aggravated yesterday.
What else we got? NBA basketball, Cavaliers lead the Pistons 3-2. One win away from the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 6 in Cleveland tomorrow. And tonight, San Antonio, they're going to close out Minnesota up 3-2 with Game 6 in Minneapolis.
This story came out last night. I don't know if you had it at the end of the show last night, but the Dolphins giving running back Devon Achane a 4-year, $68 million deal with $32 million guaranteed. Do you think we can still trade for him? I guess we don't need him anymore.
Yeah, not really. I think I might have rather have Jadarian Price for the money. I don't know. What do you think?
Ooh, for the money.
Achane's more proven for sure.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that. What else we got? NHL news, the Oilers have fired their head coach, Chris Knobloch. All right, what do you say we get to it right now? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Somebody asked me if I'm ready.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you very much. I am proceeding, by the way, to give people a copy of this right here that I gave to you. Husky Seahawks schedule side by side on my Twitter account at SoftyKJR on Twitter. So that is my gift from me to you for free. All I ask is that you share it with family and friends and credit me if you try to make any money off it. All right, that's it. Here we go. The NFL schedule. Actually, the Seahawks have been promoting 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock. They put this thing out on their Twitter account a half an hour ago, okay, at 4:30. But we've had it really since last night. We told you yesterday the Hawks are playing the Rams on Christmas Day. We confirmed the Patriot opener in game number 1. But let's just roll through this so everybody knows. They will open up on Wednesday, September the 9th, against the New England Patriots at Lumen Field because the Rams and 49ers will play the next day in Sydney, Australia. After the opener against the Patriots, Dick, the Hawks go on the road, travel for back-to-back games at Arizona in week number 2. And then go to the East Coast against the Washington Commanders and Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels on the 27th of September. Then they come back home on the 4th of October. This is kind of a bummer because the Seahawks play the Chargers, but they play them in Seattle. That's the same week the Huskies are at USC. So if they were playing them down there, we could have had a double dip. But unfortunately, the Charger game is going to be here on the 4th of October. October 11th. The Seahawks will travel to Levi's Stadium, where they won the Super Bowl. First game back since to take on the Santa Clara 49ers. Then just 4 days later, a quick turnaround, Dick, as you pointed out today, the Seahawks play their second of 7 primetime games at Denver, Thursday Night Football, 5:15 on the 15th of October. Then they have 10 days off before they come back home and take on Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football on October 25th. Then they have an extra day off before they take on Caleb Williams and the Bears on Monday Night Football on the 2nd of November. So that means they got 3 consecutive primetime games at Denver Thursday Night Football, Kansas City Sunday Night Football, and the Bears here on Monday night on the 2nd of November. Then, November 8th, Arizona at Lumen Field. Then, a week later, the Hawks are at Clint Kubiak and the Raiders in Vegas at 105. Then the next week, they get their bye. Then they come back to take on the Niners in Santa Clara. I'm sorry, the game earlier was in Seattle. My fault. The game on the 29th is down there at Levi's Stadium. Then they come back home for another Monday night game against the Dallas Cowboys on December the 7th. Stay home for a game with Jackson Dart and the Giants on December 13th. Then the Hawks go to Philadelphia on a Saturday on a short week at 2 p.m. our time, by the way. All right, 2 o'clock kickoff here in Seattle, 5 o'clock out there to take on the Eagles on a Saturday on national TV. December 25th, Christmas Day, 5:15 p.m. The Rams are in Seattle on Christmas night. The very first time in franchise history the Hawks are playing on Christmas night. Then the guys go to Carolina, at Carolina on January 3rd before they come back and wrap it up on either Saturday or Sunday. We don't know what day yet. Week 18, January 9th or 10th against the LA Rams. Okay, so that's 7, Dick, for now. Primetime games. That is the most ever in franchise history, and I believe the most allowed by one team in the regular season.
Oh, so they cannot flex Rams last week of the season to prime time.
That I don't know. I don't think they can, but don't quote me on that because they've already got 7 primetime games. So that seems kind of weird, though. If the Ram Hawk game is for the NFC West Championship, they might want to put that on prime time, right? So don't quote me on that.
Okay.
They do play the Rams twice in the final 3 games of the regular season. 3 straight primetime games, 7 overall. Clint Kubiak in Vegas in November, and they open up against the Patriots. Only have 2 10 a.m. games. Remember back in the day when that was a problem? At Washington in September, and then at Carolina in January, and that's it. So they're right there. Behold, is your 2026 Seattle Seahawk schedule. What do you think?
I think overall it's good. It's a good schedule. The only one that really kind of concerned me was that quick turnaround at Denver. I think that some people might be sick of seeing the Seahawks on national television by the end of November 2nd's game because they will have seen them 3 times in 3 weeks. But I love it. It frees up our weekends. It frees up our afternoons. I mean, we already talked about that with the Huskies freeing up our Saturday afternoons, and the Seahawks are freeing up our Sunday afternoons. I cannot believe that we are only going to go to Lumen Field 3 times in the daytime.
Right.
All season.
Right. 3
times in the daytime at 125. That's crazy.
Well, I'm just looking up how many primetime games they can play. I think the answer is 7. 7 as of 2026.
Okay.
The Bills in 2023 and the Chiefs in 25 and the Rams had 7, but 7 is the most, so maybe they can change that. I don't know if there's something wacky about that, but you're right. They've only got 3 daytime games at Lumen against the Chargers, Arizona, and the Giants. Everything else is in prime time. They play every day of the week except for Tuesday. I mean, the tough stretch, obviously, if you're looking at it, I mean, look, man, that 4-game stretch where they play the Niners twice, Denver and Chicago. I mean, that's the kind of wacky thing about the Niners and Rams. Like, the Niners still won 12 games a year ago, right? They were a 12-5 team, I think, last season. So I don't know what we think they'll be this year, but, they might be, an 10-11 team again. They play them twice in 3 weeks. I'm sorry, they play They play the Niners in October, and then Denver, and then Kansas City, and then Chicago. So those are 4, maybe 5 if you include the Chargers, Dick, right? 5 consecutive games against real potential playoff teams from the 4th of October to the 2nd of November. That feels like a hell of a stretch right there.
Yeah, I think there's 3 stretches. The first one's kind of a mini stretch. When you get back-to-back road games, the good news is Seattle only has 1 set of back-to-back road games, and it's at the very beginning of the year. So
That's
they're
right.
not going
That's
to be
right.
a tired football team. So that's the one. Then obviously that stretch where you've got 49ers at Denver, Kansas City, Chicago. That is, and you threw out the Chargers as well. I mean, that's a rough stretch of games. I think you go through that 3-2 and you're feeling pretty good about yourself when you go through that type of stretch. And then at the end of the year, I mean, you close at Philly, Rams at Carolina Rams. I mean, that's got to be as tough a closing stretch as just about as there is in the NFL.
Well, this is why this is what happens when you win the Super Bowl, fellas. You're going to play good teams from the year before, and I'm seeing. I mean, look, the Patriots obviously were a playoff team. The Chargers, Niners, Denver, Kansas City should have been, but everybody got banged up.
They will be this year.
Chicago was. The Niners were. Dallas was not. Giants were not. Philadelphia was. The Rams obviously twice. And you're right, man. I mean, just to get back-to-back road games 1 time the entire year, that is amazing. I want to go back to last year's schedule. Did they have more than 1 back-to-back road combo the entire season? They had to have done that last year. Are you kidding me? To have that happen one time?
Last year. I'll look at the year before.
I'm looking at 2025, and they had back-to-back road games at the Rams and at Tennessee, and then they ended the year at Carolina and at San Francisco. So they had 2 of them last season.
They had 2 of them in 2024, and they were both near the end of the year. And in 2023, they just had 1.
1, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So maybe it's not such an oddity. But I do think that stretch from the 4th of October to the 2nd of November And then look, Arizona, some people think the Cardinals will be better than they were a year ago. I mean, we'll see. But that stretch with the Chargers, Niners, Denver, Kansas City, and Chicago, that seems to be the toughest stretch of the year. But you're right, man. At Philadelphia, here's the thing about the Christmas game. So the Christmas game is on a Friday. They play the Eagles the Saturday before, right? So the NFL gives them a little bit of a break by not having them play on Sunday. But they're still losing a day because they got to play on Friday the next week against LA. The Rams, that week that we are playing playing Carolina after the first Ram game, the Rams are playing Tampa Bay, but they're playing them at home in Los Angeles. So the Seahawks have to go to the Panthers between the two Ram games. And the Rams, I believe, have to go back home to play Tampa Bay. So they get a bit of a break there as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Rams schedule right now because this is the one that really concerns you, right? I mean,
Am I right about the Tampa thing, by the way? In LA?
Yes, it's in TB. No, at Tampa Bay, right before us.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Right.
So they got to go. So the Rams they've got a couple of back-to-back road games. They've got at Denver, at Philadelphia, week 3 and 4. And then they've got at Tampa and at Seattle at Seattle, at Tampa, week 16 and week 17. So the Rams' schedule is every bit as hard as the Seahawks. I mean, it's almost identical. There's only a couple of different teams.
I'm looking at what day is the Eagles game? It's December 19th, week 15, December 19th. Yeah, that's a national TV game, guys, on that Saturday because there's only 2 games that day. Seattle plays at Philadelphia at 2 o'clock, and the Bears play at Buffalo that night at 5:20. God, talk about 2 big, huge, fat games. That's amazing. I mean, they have done, at first glance, a great job with the schedule on Thanksgiving and on Christmas and on Christmas Eve and on Thanksgiving Eve. But the Eagle game is a 2 o'clock start. I was just texting with a buddy of mine. You don't typically think of 2 o'clock starts as a national TV game, but it's the only game going on.
Well,
at 2 o'clock.
But it's a 5 o'clock start
out there. Correct.
So it's a primetime game.
Right. It's absolute prime time out there, but it's the only game happening. So it's absolutely going to be a national TV game, Chicago, Buffalo that night. And then week 18, most of those games are TBA, right? I mean, there's a bunch of games that are eligible to be flexed, and the Seahawks and the Rams are one of them on that final Sunday. I believe they can also play on Saturday, that final weekend, too.
Yes, those are the TBA. I'm looking at the difference between home road in some of the similar games that the Seahawks and the Rams have. For example, in the NFC South, the Seahawks are at Carolina.
Right.
And they are, where's their other NFC South game?
NFC South?
Yes.
Is that
all they have?
Just Carolina.
Just Carolina. So we're at Carolina.
They've got the NFC East.
The Rams are at Tampa Bay. So kind of, that's a wash, right? And then the NFC East, the Rams are home against the Giants, at Philadelphia, at Washington, and home against Dallas. And whereas Seattle is at Philadelphia, at Washington. Those are their 2 road games. So I don't know what's a tougher road game, Dallas or Washington.
How about this Rams schedule? We talked about the big stretch for the Seahawks. Yep. Rams on the 25th of November.
Oh, this is brutal.
Green Bay. Then they come back with Kansas City. Then they're at San Francisco. Then they host the Cowboys. Then they're at the Seahawks. And then they got to go to Tampa Bay and then come back home against the Seahawks. I mean, that 7-game stretch to end the year, like compare that 7-game stretch to what the Seahawks are doing at the Niners, home against Dallas.
You got Giants.
Giants at home, at Philadelphia, Rams here, at Carolina, Rams there. I'm not saying the Hawks 7-game stretch is easy.
It's hard, but it's not ridiculous.
But that seems like, I mean, the Packers, although you're getting them in L.A., there's going to be a lot of Green Bay fans there, man, for sure. Kansas City in L.A., at the Niners. Going to be a lot of Ram fans at that game as well, but mostly Niner fans. The game where the Niners are really getting hosed is the game in Australia, because that's the game in L.A. where they would have gotten a buttload of Niner fans. Instead, they're going to Australia.
All right. Think about this, guys. Tell me which of these games there will be more Ram fans at than the opponent, okay?
Okay.
Rams home against Green Bay.
Packers.
Okay. Yep. Rams home against the Chiefs.
Probably Kansas City.
At San Francisco.
Niners.
At home against Dallas.
Cowboys.
At Seattle.
Well, no, you mean Seattle down there.
I'm talking about, I'm just going through the Rams' end of their schedule.
Right.
And my argument that I'm making is from the Week 11 bye, the Rams will not have one game the rest of the season where they will have more Rams fans in the building than their opposition, because the teams they're playing at home travel.
Right.
They play Kansas City, Green Bay, Dallas, and the Seahawks.
Right.
All four of those teams will flood SoFi.
Well, I would think that the Rams game there in Week 18, there should be a buttload of Seahawks fans at that game. Tons of fans in the game in L.A. And I'm going to try and get out there. I went to that stadium last year for the L.A. Bowl. It's unbelievable. You got to go there just to see it, to believe it. I mean, just, in your mind's eye, like all of us have been to Clement Pledge Arena. We've all sat up in the press box upstairs, and how deep that thing is. Double that. That's how deep LA's stadium is. It's like looking into a coal mine. It is like the Grand Canyon. It's unfreaking believable how deep that thing is. So I'm looking at the games, at tickets right now for the game, which could be flex. We don't know what day it is, but the get-in price, like, guys, here's the difference. Here's the difference right now between Seahawks fans and Rams fans. The get-in price right now for the Seahawks game against the Rams in Seattle on Christmas Day, and you think that's going to drop, and I agree with you, but the get-in price right now on Christmas Day for the Ram game is $278. The get-in price for the Ram game in L.A. on January 10th is $138.
It's half price. A little more, less than half price.
It's over $100 cheaper to get in the door for that Ram game. I mean, you might actually want to buy a pair of tickets now, because that Ram game could be for the NFC West Championship.
It could.
Easily.
I still think, though, that you'd be able to get any Rams game in L.A. I just feel like you're going to be able to get for a reasonable price anytime, even if it's an hour before the game.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's not going to be a problem. But, I mean, if you want to, the reason why I would buy them now is because I'm not afraid of Rams fans buying them. I'm afraid of Seahawks fans buying them.
What's cheaper, to buy a Seahawks ticket at Lumen against the Rams, or to fly to L.A. and buy a Rams ticket?
Probably fly to L.A. and buy a Rams ticket.
Because what, you get
when
down
it's
there
all said and done.
You find the right time, you get down there. Oh no,
$250.
Yeah, I was saying like $150 if you fly something. You get something well in advance.
Spirit Airlines is gone, Dick. They don't operate anymore. So
Southwest maybe.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I'm flying Southwest either, but I'm just saying that you're exactly right. That there's going to be a lot of seats available for that game. I think that's a great double dip for Seahawks fans to try and pull off if you can. I realize we got the playoffs. Hopefully, knock on wood, coming up a little bit later, and you want to save your money. But if you want to go watch a road game, man, that Week 18 game against LA, and then the Cardinal game, right? The Cardinal game in Arizona, Week 2. Week 2, September 20th. They have a bunch of fans there for that game as well. I mean, the get-in price for that game, I love the way Venue Kings does this. They're listing every single Seahawks game home and away on the same page. $93 to get in the door for the Seahawks Arizona, week number 2. But again, just to recap, everything you heard yesterday, accurate. We nailed it. Patriots in the opener is confirmed. Seahawks then go to Arizona, Washington, week 2 and 3. Home against the Chargers in week 4. Niners in week 5 in Seattle. Week 6, they're on the road for a Thursday night game against Denver. Come back here for a Sunday night game against Mahomes in Kansas City. And then stay home for a Monday game against Chicago. So 3 straight primetime games. Then they got Arizona here in Seattle. That's 3 home games in a row, by the way. That's another point. October 25th through November 8th, they play 3 straight games at Lumen Field. The Hawks are going to be in Denver on October the 15th. And they're not going to play another road game for a month until the 15th of November. How about that? They'll be home for a month, man. That is awesome. At the Raiders in Vegas on the 15th of November, then a bye at San Francisco. So if you include the bye from the game against the Chargers on October the 4th to before they leave for San Francisco on November 28th, they only have 2 road games.
Yeah, that's
at
interesting.
Denver and at the Raiders. That's a month and a half.
I'm also looking at, we only have 1 weekend all fall where we go to a Husky game and a Seahawks game on a Saturday and a Sunday.
Right.
One weekend. That's Penn State and Arizona.
Right.
That's it. All the rest of the weekends, you either
You
have.
mean home games you're talking about?
I'm talking about home games.
Gotcha.
There's all the other weekends, it's either Friday. There's one week with a Friday, Sunday.
Or their home road.
Or their home road.
Right.
Or there's none. Yeah. Or you have a weekend with no football.
Minnesota at the Commanders. USC there. Chargers here. Iowa's on a Friday. Niners are on a Sunday. So there's no Saturday game. You're right. The only back-to-back Husky Stadium one day, Lumen the next day is Penn State on the 7th and Arizona on the 8th. So then they get the bye. They go to the Niners in late November. Cowboy game Monday night on December 7th. December 13th, the Giants are here at Philadelphia on a Saturday, and another national TV game at 2 o'clock our time. One of two games that day. Rams on Christmas night at 5:15 at Carolina the next week on the 3rd, and then TBD against the Rams where they end the year in L.A. They could end the regular season and the playoffs in the same stadium because Super Bowl 61 is at SoFi Stadium.
And then once again, we can leave stuff in the locker room to pick up in the Super Bowl.
100%. We will get a break. We'll get a PGA Championship update from Philadelphia, and then we're going to get Jackson Feltz involved and go game by game. Pick them all. Next on 93.3 KJR FM. prediction for what the season's going to look like. So Jackson went home at 3 o'clock. He went home to open up a bottle of tequila that Schmetzer gave him for his birthday.
Right.
So I don't know if putting him on the air is a good idea anyway right
I think it's
now.
a hell of an idea.
Okay, I agree. And then second of all, he's having a hard time connecting on the other end. So we can't wait around forever for Jackson. So either A, we skip him altogether. B, we wait for Jackson to be ready to jump on the air. I say maybe we give him like one more minute here, right?
Let's add 2 + 2 here. Drunk Jackson.
That's right.
Trying to connect.
I
Like,
don't know.
that's the issue.
I can't get the right button. Or B.
Are we surprised?
Or C. What am I on? C or B or D? We put the ogre on the air, and the ogre makes the selections for
fine with
Jackson, and whatever the ogre picks, that's going to be Jackson's.
But you know, we're going to never hear the air. Who
cares?
Jackson's going to be complaining all when we bring up, hey, where do we have the Seahawks after week number 7? And Jackson will play it, and it'll be Travis's voice who'll be like, yeah, I didn't get a chance to do this. What are you doing over there?
I got an email today or a text from a buddy of mine who was watching the YouTube stream and said that Anders was putzing around with a microphone all day long, and now it's all flaccid. Now it needs like a Viagra, right?
Oh my God! Well,
So,
just
yeah.
turn that little
I'm
knob.
just not going to. I already did. I'm not going to touch it. All right. I'm just going to have to do this the whole show. It's going to irritate the hell out of me. Yes, it will. But I'll deal with it. So anyway, is he connected yet? By the way,
no.
He's not there. Okay.
Not yet.
Craps out.
All right.
Jackson.
Let's just do it ourselves. All right.
You
so
lose.
Give me a little NFL theme if you can. Again, Travis. If you have a different one than what you played at 5 o'clock, that's great. If not, not a big deal. So let's go over the entire Seahawks schedule. I am going to have you, Travis, make a selection, win or lose, and that is going to be good enough for Jackson. All right, that will stand as his selection. He wants to go on Twitter and whine about it, bitch about it, whatever. You know what? If it was that important to you, you should have been here.
Yeah.
All right, if it was that important
learn
to
how
you.
to fix your computer.
Exactly. Or you should have thought about this. This is like that South African guy. What's his name? The golfer? What's the dude's name?
Garrick Higo.
Garrick Higgy. Is that right? Or Higo?
We have Jackson.
We
have Jackson.
While we're getting Jackson on, do you notice something
In
about
the
that
nick of
Raiders
time.
schedule on TV, Softy? You notice something about that?
What do I notice about it? It's gone now,
Okay.
so no, nothing.
4. Listen.
How's my level? Check.
Shut up, Jackson.
Oh, hi.
4.
Travis, turn him off. Talk to him
come
off the
on.
air.
All right.
Come on, dude.
The Raiders have 4 separate back-to-back road games.
Wow, that's what
4
happens.
of them. That's what happens when you're the Raiders. They
also
don't give
have
a crap.
0 primetime games. They are one of 5 teams in the NFL with 0 primetime games. The Titans, the Raiders, the Cardinals, the Dolphins, and Cousin Evan and the Jets have 0 primetime games this year. All right, is he ready? My God. The fact that we're sitting around waiting for your drunk ass to come on the air and give us your picks for the 2026 schedule.
OnSip wasn't working.
Unbelievable. All right, man. Well, whatever. All right, here we go. All right, you ready? This
Let's do it.
This is the official. Boy, he's hosed.
One glass.
Let's do it.
One glass.
It's like
only one glass.
It's like what you told
One
me when I
glass was it a pint?
glass, yeah.
It's like when you told me to stay home after my colonoscopy when I was like, hey,
That's
how you
right.
doing?
I think you should stay home. Really?
It's really
Yeah.
good tequila.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Jesus
Really
Christ,
good.
Jackson.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
All right, let's get into it. Here we go.
right.
This is the official record. We'll just go kind of a snake draft here, but I'll forget what order we're in, so feel free, anybody,
Who's
to jump in.
keeping this?
I've got
scores?
it. I got it right here. Jackson, you can write it down, too, if you're not too hammered.
Travis can do it.
see?
I'm in no position to write that thing
because
down.
he's not hammered like you are. Patriots opener. Let's go. Jackson, what do you think?
Win. Big
Win. Okay. Dick?
Yeah, drubbing.
All right. I agree with you. I think it's going to be embarrassing. Blood will be spilled in the opener against the Patriots. At Arizona, week number 2.
Big win.
Okay.
Win. They're terrible. Jacoby Brissett.
I'm talking myself into something shocking
Jacoby
happening.
Brissett against Mike McDonald's defense.
They might lose 6-3. Who knows? All right, they win the game. At the Commanders.
Third straight blowout.
Okay.
I'll go with a loss on that one.
All right.
Oh.
Just a back-to-back road games. Washington's good. We embarrassed them last year there.
They were good 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Last year they stunk.
Yeah, last year.
Wasn't it Jaden Daniels got hurt in the game
Yes,
against us?
Yes, he did.
How do we know that he isn't RG3 part 2?
Could be. He could be. And if he is, we'll win that game. But I'll just call for a loss right now.
I don't see it. They're going to win the game.
Okay.
Seahawks 3-0. Chargers at home. Dick?
Win.
Jackson?
Close win.
I like how you added close win. Like, we should give you credit if it is a close win.
I just don't think it's like, because I mean, blowout.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
that this is a blowout.
Yeah, I think at some point the Chargers are going to be really good under Jim Harbaugh. And this might be the year that it actually happens. I'm going to say that's a loss at home. They're going to be 3-1 after a loss to Justin Herbert and his hot girlfriend and the LA Chargers. 49ers, Lumen Field, October the 11th. Jackson?
We're back to blowouts. This is a blowout win.
Okay.
Yeah, McCaffrey's not hurt for the season yet, so it'll be close, but we win that one.
I don't see a blowout. I agree with you. It's a win, but I see maybe like a 23-20 type game, something like that. Hawks win. They're 4-1. Okay. What do we got? At Denver, Thursday night football. Dick?
I think that might be the toughest game of the season. I'm going to go loss there.
Okay. Jackson?
Yeah, I'm with him. I think that's the first loss.
I think the Seahawks are going to win that game. It's going to be the Jadarian Price breakout game. Sam Darnold is going to have a hell of a time unleashing the football, but sneaky Jadarian Price will step up and run for his first 100-yard game as a Seahawk, and the Hawks will win it 17-13 in comeback fashion.
Are they 6-0 now in your?
They are 5-1.
Oh, 5-1.
5-1.
That's right. Yeah,
Jackson's got him 5-1. I've got him 5-1. You got him 4-2.
Okay.
Kansas City Sunday night football. Jackson.
That's a win.
Okay, Dick?
Yeah, the extra time's going to help there. We got 10 days, so I'm taking the win.
Okay. I also agree it's a win. Mahomes should be back ready to roll by then, but I just don't see the Chiefs having the firepower to get by the Hawk defense. I love the Andy Reid, Mike McDonald chess game matchup, and I always take the defensive coordinator. So give me the Hawks. All right, Bears, Monday Night Football. What a statement opportunity for Chicago. A young Caleb Williams in year 3 now, is that right? Coming into Lumen Field on Monday night, trying to back up the progress he made a year ago with a big opportunity against Mike McDonald and the Hawks defense on Monday night in Seattle. Dick, what do you think?
The narrative after this game on our show Tuesday will be what's wrong with the Hawks as they drop to 5-3 on the season with a loss to the Bears.
Wow.
But
Dickie.
just a narrative. Just a narrative. You'll see what happens next.
All right. Dick, Jackson?
This is a very, very close win, but I think we get it done on Monday night.
Okay. I'm looking at the Bears. They play the Patriots at home on Thursday night the week before. So just like the Hawks have the extra few days to get ready for Kansas City, the Bears will have an extra few days to get ready for the Seahawks before that Monday night game. And I think I'm sorry, it's the Patriots. I said Patriots, right?
Yep.
Thursday night football against the Patriots. I think the extra couple of days will prove to be helpful for Chicago. I think Caleb Williams will be like a Rubik's Cube on the ground that the Seahawks defense just can't figure out. This will be their version of the Baker Mayfield game from last year, and they will lose the game.
Okay.
I agree with Dick Fain. You said win, right, Jackson?
I did.
Okay. Arizona at home the following weekend.
Drubbing.
Yeah, blowout.
They'll be pissed after losing to Chicago.
Yeah, they're not losing
They're
twice
gonna
in a
beat
row.
them like 38-6.
At Clint Kubiak and the Raiders the following week.
Win.
Jackson?
Big win.
That's right. Dick?
Win.
Okay. I agree. It'll be a win. I think this will be a game where Mike McDonald will have to show mercy on Clint Kubiak because he's his buddy. It'll be out of control. Offense, terrible. Mendoza, by that time, will have started 6 or 7 games and have been benched already because he's not ready to play.
Yes.
And they got to put the old man Cousins back in. He's awful.
Which they shouldn't start the rookie in the first place.
This will be
only bad franchises do that.
This will be a 37-3 game at halftime, and they'll win 40-3 because they'll just call off the dogs.
Love it.
Big win for the Hawks.
Love it.
Bye, and then at the Niners, November 29th. Dick?
By then, McCaffrey and the rest of the old people will be hurt, and we win that game.
Is that the new nickname for the Niners?
The old people.
Like the Three Amigos,
Yeah.
the Purple People Eaters, McCaffrey and the old people. Two shows,
they
7 and 9.
They brought in Mike Evans. Like, way to continue the narrative, Niners.
And they re-signed Trent Williams, who's 50 years old. So win?
Dick?
Yeah, Mike McDonald coming off of a bye, no chance of loss here.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Good point.
That's also the first time back at Levi's since the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll do it again down there. All right, Dallas, Monday Night Football at home the following week.
Win. They will come to play in that one against the Cowboys.
Jackson?
Yeah, Dallas is going to be out of it at that point, so that's a win.
See, I disagree. I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to be good this year.
Okay.
Dak Prescott was actually pretty damn good last year, but nobody talked about it because the Cowboys stunk. I think it's a loss.
Whoa.
I think it's a loss to Dak Prescott on Monday Night Football. Giants at home the following week in Jackson Dart. I'm going to say they win that game. They'll be pissed off after the Monday night loss. Dick?
Remember when I said we'd have that Tuesday show with the What's Wrong with the Seahawks when they're 5-3?
Right.
They're now 10-3 after a 5-game winning streak, and nothing's wrong with the Seahawks.
Right. Dick's got them winning. Jackson?
I think it's a win.
Okay. How buzzed are you right now?
A little.
Okay.
Tequila does it to me too. That probably does it quicker than anything else.
I'm not a big tequila guy. I can't handle my tequila. Ask my wife about the Ohio State show.
Oh boy,
from 20 years ago.
All right.
At Philadelphia, 2:00 in Philly. So it's there's only 2 games that day, Jackson. We looked it up.
Okay.
The Hawks will be the only game being played. So that's a national TV game at Philadelphia, 5:00 their time, 2:00 our time.
Yeah, under the lights in Philly. That's.
Yeah.
Is this my second loss? I think it's my second loss for the team. Yeah, I'm going loss.
Okay, loss. Dick?
Yeah, I think the winning streak comes to an end in this.
Okay. I think it's going to be a win. I don't see the Eagles Eagles offense having enough creativity to beat Mike McDonald.
That's fair.
I think it'll be an easy shutdown for the Hawk defense. Hawk offense may struggle, but I see a
it's a low scoring
17-10 type of game in Philadelphia, but the Hawks get her done. Here we go. Rams on Christmas night in Seattle. Santa Claus, Hanukkah Harry, we're all hanging out together. Jimmy's is doing a special Christmas dinner before the game. Head over there, have some eggnog and enjoy yourself. A little ham, a little turkey, mashed potatoes, whatever you need, gravy, and then go over to Lumen Field and watch the Hawks and Rams in what will be at that point the biggest game of the year so far for both teams. Dick?
Think I'll get a comp day for doing that post-game show on Christmas night?
Nope. I think you'll tell Rich Moore you're not going to work that day. And you'll take the night off.
That's an even better idea.
Jackson Phelps will fill in for you.
I love it.
I'll do it.
Rams, the Seahawks beat the Rams in that game.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Jackson?
Jason Myers from 61 yards.
61 yards in
Seattle.
No, it's perfect weather.
The game is in Seattle, right?
It's 47 degrees and clear skies. Global warming is helping us, and Jason Myers hits from 61.
Wow.
Seahawks win it on Christmas night.
So he makes up for the missed field goal in LA last year.
Yep. Exactly.
He's missed 2 game winners against the Rams in the last 3 years.
He'll hit this one.
Yeah.
So that means then, if you got them winning the Ram game,
I know.
That means that they are then riding a 3-game winning streak against the Rams. Going back to the game last year, and then the playoff game, and then this game.
Yep.
See, I think they split with the Rams.
I agree.
But I think they're going to lose this one on Christmas night at Carolina the following week.
Coming off of a big emotional win at home, I think this is the weird, why did they lose this game, and they drop Panthers away.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I've got the opposite. I got them refocused. I got them refocused and winning the Carolina game after losing to the Rams the week before. Jackson's got a big fat L.
I just remember watching this game the same week last year after Christmas, and everybody was talking about how it's a new and improved Bryce Young, and he looked like a 4th grader against the Seahawks.
Well, did they not go 7-10 last year? The Panthers?
Yeah.
Or were they 8-9?
8-9, I think, and they snuck in.
But they were doing. Remember, they were doing better, and we were, and there was like, Bryce Young could give the Seahawks problems, and he was. I think he threw for like 70 yards in the game.
Yeah,
Go back and look at how many.
I'm looking at it.
How many yards did he throw for in that game?
I'm looking at it. Just told you.
I think this is the Sam Darnold 3-interception game. And we're all worried about him going towards the playoffs.
Bryce Young was 14 for 24 for 54 yards.
and a passer rating of 45.8. The reason why people all said the Panthers were better is because they were comparing it to the Panthers they saw the year before.
Yeah, that's true.
In context, they were better. But Jackson's right. Darnold wasn't that good either in that game.
He wasn't.
18 to 27, $147. So make your pick, Dick.
That's a win.
Okay.
Over the Carolina Panthers.
All right.
You got to score to win, and Carolina won't score.
At the Rams, final game of the regular season. Jackson?
I think we lose 3 of our last 4 games and stumble into the playoffs. I have this as a loss. After an amazing first 14 weeks, I think we lose 3 of the last 4 and we fall in the final.
Are they going to be? So they're wild card then in your mind?
No, I think they win the division barely, but because they split with the Rams. But I think they have a good enough division record because we sweep the Niners and Cardinals. So, but it is hairy, and we are very nervous going into the playoffs.
So if you've got them losing to the Rams and going 13-4, then you must have the Rams going 12-3. Or 12-5.
I mean,
sorry.
I haven't done the whole Rams.
Well, if you think they win the division, then they got to go 12-5.
I mean, you could win the tiebreaker, right? Because it's
head to head,
NFC, right? So
division games. Yeah, right.
1-1,
okay.
so,
all right. All right. So Jackson's got them going 13-4, losing to the Rams in the final, but still winning the division. Dick, you've got them up until the Ram game 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got them at 12-4 heading into the Ram game.
I just don't think we sweep the Rams. I just think
I agree.
They got one more good year left in them.
Yep.
So I'm going to say loss, 12-5, and it might. I don't know for sure. I got to look at the Rams schedule to determine whether I think it costs us the division or not, or if we could still win with a 12-5 tiebreaker.
Well, that's a pretty significant deal. Didn't you say yesterday about the Hawk winning percentage in their home playoff games is ridiculous?
It's ridiculous.
So the difference between 12-5 and 13-4 and division champs that are wild card could be one and done or win the whole thing.
And the Hawks' record as road teams in the playoffs is terrible.
Okay, so I got them winning at the Rams in the final game of the regular season. We're going to go. There's going to be 40,000 Seahawks fans down there in the final game of the regular season in L.A., and they're going to win, and they're going to win it, and they're going to win the division in L.A. They're going to go from winning the Super Bowl on the Niners Stadium to winning the NFC West on the Rams field the following year. And then the Seahawks come back 4 weeks later, 5 weeks later with the bye, and they play in the same stadium, and they win the Super Bowl. They win the division and the Super Bowl at SoFi Stadium in the same season.
And we
13-4.
We get to spend a week on the beach in Santa Monica.
Really nice. Hermosa Beach, Huntington Beach.
We spent a week on the beach in Northern California. What was the name of that
Pacifica
beach?
Pacifica. That was really cool.
Had a Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can't beat that.
And it was 70 degrees there.
It was
I couldn't
awesome.
believe it.
That's fun.
I do agree. I think we win. I think we go back to back, and maybe it's the tequila talking, but I think we could get the whole darn thing for the second time.
Well, let's just finish that. I got him winning the entire thing. Jackson's got him winning the entire thing. You got him going 12-5. Both of us have 13-4. How does the year end, Dick?
I don't think we win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But
do they make it? If they make it, they're going to win it.
Yes,
I think. But you tell me.
No, I'm going to give it to the Rams.
Okay.
I'm going to give the Rams the division and give it to the Rams.
Okay.
Then I hope I'm wrong.
All right. That's it. 13-4 for
you know what?
us.
Last year I had the Rams beating Seattle in a tiebreak in the division, and everything worked out well. So let's repeat history.
Well, Dick the Doubter just doesn't believe.
Dick the Doubter.
All right, Jackson, go back and ruin your liver some more. Enjoy it. Have fun. Jackson Feltz, all 5.2 blood alcohol level of them, joining us on the radio show with his predictions. How do you think it's going to go? 49451. Shoot us a text now, and then Anthony Bayruti, the venue king, talk some tickets with us at 6 on 93.3 KJR FM. Seahawks coming up next segment. What is that Christmas Day game against the Rams going to look like? The Dallas game, the Bear game on Monday night. How about the road games in places like L.A. and San Francisco? We'll get to all that. By the way, the Seahawk-Ram game at the end of the year, Dick, we have confirmed in Week 18 is one of the games that is eligible to be flexed, and that means the Rams game against the Seahawks could be on the final Saturday or the final Sunday of the regular season. There are a bunch of games that are eligible for that. The Hawk-Ram game is one. Jets-Bills is another. Browns-Bengals, Chargers-Denver, Lions-Packers, Jaguars-Colts. These are all potential like division championship or games that could impact the division. Raiders-Chiefs, Bears-Vikings. I think almost all of them. Yeah, I think every single one, as a matter of fact. I could read the whole schedule if you want.
Well, there was only one game that jumped out as a possible division championship.
Chargers-Denver.
Chargers-Denver.
Yeah, Chargers-Denver. I mean, Lions-Packers potentially as well is on that list. But here's the point. They could flex it to Saturday. And remember last year, that's what happened to the Seahawks and Niners. It was on a Saturday.
Right.
Right down there. That's the 13-3 game when Kenny Walker had that big run on 3rd and long. So the point is that if that does happen and they play on Saturday and there's just the 2 games, those will be both standalone games, which means an 8th primetime game for the Seahawks.
That's incredible.
8
Half the season.
Potential games could be in prime time for the Hawks. What about tickets for those games? Do we buy them now? Do we buy them later? What's the market like for that Christmas night game in Seattle against the Rams? Anthony Beirudi will join next. right, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Softy Dick with Jackson Jackson. Now Travis Moger in for Jackson Feltz. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. As cold as the Rockies.
How dumb can I be? Look at an injury report, Jackson.
All right, the Seahawk update is the schedule is officially out. It's done. We've been teasing it all day. Now we know for sure. The Hawks will open up against the Patriots on game number 1, Christmas Day in Seattle. 5:15 against the Rams on Christmas night. And the Hawks have right now 7 prime time games, including 2 Monday night games at home against Dallas and Chicago, the Christmas night game against the Rams, and a Sunday night game in Seattle against Kansas City.
Good news, bad news for the Mariners today. Good news, they win. Yay. Big blows, 3-run shot by Luke Raley. Bad news, Cal Raleigh put on the IL. Boo. For the first time in his career, strained oblique he aggravated yesterday.
NBA basketball, we got 2 games tomorrow. Pistons, Cavaliers, and Spurs and Minnesota. That was my fault. I thought the Spurs and Minnesota game was tonight. I was wrong. San Antonio will look to take care of the T-Wolves tomorrow, and the Cavaliers look to take care of the Pistons tomorrow as well in Cleveland.
We have a 7-way tie for first place in the first round of the PGA Championship. 7 guys shoot a 3 under 67, including a guy named Scotty Scheffler. Now, Dave, there would have been an 8-way tie at 67.
Right.
But Garrick Higel from South Africa, received a 2-shot penalty this morning for arriving 30 seconds late to his tee time. So instead of his 67 that he shot, it's a 69.
He said he was on time, though. All right, let's do it. Joining us right now on the radio program, he is the Venue King from VenueKings.com. Seahawks schedule is officially out, and we thought only one man to go to find out about ticket prices this year, our friend Anthony Beiruti from VenueKings.com. Anthony, how are you, man? What's going on?
Great to have the band back together again, boys.
Yes.
Do it again.
Well, absolutely. Let's do it again. We got 7 primetime games, including a Christmas night game against the Rams. How about that? 5:15, first time ever in Seahawks history. I'm looking at the ticket prices right now on the website. They're just kind of hitting the market now, and they're a little bit kind of hard to read. But let's start with that Christmas night game. Dick thinks the price will go down eventually dramatically, right? On
just
the Christmas night game.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do those games traditionally do well, or do they not do so well because people want to stay home?
So right now on VenueKings.com, you can get a ticket right in the middle, upper level for $248, which is not a crazy price. We are Super Bowl champions, don't forget. And so that ticket is very in demand. If the Rams and the Seahawks are as good as they were last year, that game will have a lot of implications at the end of the season. You should be able to see that. Historically, when the Christmas game started, like let's call it 10 years ago when they started getting really popular, the market used to tank. As we've seen people kind of get used to it and get into the groove, they've actually held pretty good the last few years. So that $250 price tag is actually very reasonable in my opinion.
Wow.
Anthony, will the Patriots game be the most expensive just because it's the first game of the season? Or you've got Kansas City coming in on Sunday night. You got Chicago and Caleb Williams coming in. You got the Cowboys coming in on Monday night. Will any of those games approach the price of that opener against the Patriots?
So right now, your Cowboys game, we've got a 4-pack under $400, so $362 for the Cowboys game. Cowboys will be the second biggest game of the year. They're always a big deal. I think you'll probably see those prices come down a little bit, but again, reigning champions, people are on it right now.
Yeah.
The home opener, though, that's a $500 ticket, and there's really no way around that one. That one's going to be $500 when the team lists their tickets for sale, which I believe is either today or tomorrow.
Right.
The second the team lists them, you're going to see those blue dots, and they're going to be very expensive. So I wouldn't be surprised if the market stays high because you're just not going to be able to get a cheap ticket for that game.
You think it'll be $500 to get in the door for the Patriot game?
That's what it is right now. I mean, listen, you can see it. It could definitely go down a little bit. It could go up a little bit.
Yeah.
The 49ers game we had about 3 years ago, that was about a $550 get-in. It started at $200 and rose all the way to $550. So this still is not the most expensive ticket in the history of Seattle, but it's right there for sure. It's a big game. Don't get me wrong. And it's going to be expensive, but it'll be a hell of a good time, though.
No doubt. I love the way you guys do the website. Anthony Beiruti is with us because when you search Seahawks, you get all 17 games, right? Home and away on the same page, which is really smart because you know how much Seahawks fans like to travel. And I'm staring at that Week 18 game, Anthony, at L.A., where I'm actually nervous about ticket prices because I think that Hawk fans may drive them up, not Rams fans.
Yes.
And the game is in L.A., and right now it's $120 to get in the door. I mean, I don't know, man. What do you think? That Week 18 game in L.A., going to be a buttload of Hawk fans down there, man.
Supply and demand is a thing. So in Seattle, tickets are very rare. They're hard to get. They're very difficult to acquire. Different story down in Los Angeles. A lot of inventory will hit the market early. You're going to get good deals now. If both teams win, that game will be more expensive, dramatically more expensive probably. It is a nice date, too, January 10th. You could see that ticket go to a $200 ticket. That is a very reasonable $121 to get in the building there. And if you were planning on going to that game, I would highly suggest booking those early and taking advantage of that very reasonable price right now.
Well, we're taking a look at what the Rams have down the stretch at home, Anthony. And this is a serious question. I want to ask you, do you think there will be more Rams fans in any one of their last 4 home games or road teams? And I'll tell you who they're playing. Packers, Chiefs, Cowboys, Seahawks. Will they outdraw any of the road fans in those 4 games?
No, absolutely not.
It's unbelievable, man. So they will not play. Technically, they will not play a home field advantage game like in the last 8 weeks of the season. It's incredible.
It's not the Chargers. The Chargers at home, there is no Chargers fans, so that's not a thing. There is a few Rams fans, so they'll probably try to rally the troops on that one. But you're definitely right. There is going to be a lot of people from out of town going to those games, including, let me tell you, a heck of a lot of Seahawks fans.
Yeah. Well, look, we've gone from, and Anthony Beiruti from Venue Kings with us on the air. Seahawks schedule's out. We're talking about ticket prices and week by week. That was it last year or 2 years ago? It was 2 years ago. We had the big conversation about where the hell are all these fans coming from, right? Remember that? When was the Buffalo game? Was that last year or 2 years ago, the Buffalo game at home?
Yeah, it was a monster game.
Does that still feel like kind of a problem in Seattle, Anthony? That there's too many visiting fans buying tickets for these games, too many people invading Lumen Field, or does it feel like maybe those days are kind of over for you?
Yeah, less season ticket holders than you ever had before. The team doesn't give out that many. They like to put them for sale themselves. So you'll see a lot of blue dots coming up in the next little bit here. So that allows people from out of town to get tickets. The team not selling them to season ticket holders and instead putting them on sale to the general public. That gets them, that ticket can go to anybody. And so that's what ends up happening, whereas a season ticket holder may hold on to it themselves and go to the games. But no, I think the team was not very good a couple of years ago. And so people were kind of selling low. Now, you're going to get a very excited group of fans. They're all happy to be back on the bandwagon. They got very high energy crowds coming to Seahawks Stadium. I think you're going to see a Seahawks takeover at Seahawks Stadium over the next calendar year.
Well, talking about other fans invading stadiums, they have decided to put, with the Mariners' blessing, the Toronto Blue Jays on our nation's birthday.
Oh, God.
July 3rd,
I was in a good mood, dude.
and 5th.
I was in a good mood, Dick.
What type of prices are those tickets going to be, and what do you think the Seattle-Toronto rematch of the ALCS is going to look like percentage-wise, Blue Jay fans to Mariner fans in that series?
Yeah, so I do have a lot of respect for the Seattle Seahawks ownership group trying to win. They take it seriously. Winning is very important to them, so they would never do something like this. The Mariners, I'm on a different story. They actually don't care about winning, and so you will see a ton. They want this Vancouver people. They want the Toronto people. They want everybody to come to the game and pay the money. They actually don't even care if a Seattle Mariner fan is at the game. So that game right now is $67. That's probably the low. It probably goes up. July 4th weekend, unbelievable. It could be very easily $100 get-in. I don't see how it doesn't, to be honest with you. You can get lowers right behind home plate, actually, for $127 on our site right now. That is a great. I may even buy those and raise the price on them, to be honest with you. That is a great deal for
I love it. He's going to buy his. He's going to buy his now and then raise
buy them myself and raise them. I don't even know what people are doing.
Yeah,
that is a good deal.
I'm looking at section 127, $140 to sit right behind home plate. That's a ripoff, man. You're getting robbed blind if somebody buys those tickets off you. All right, dude.
Yeah.
Listen, great stuff.
Hold on, I got 2 games I want to talk about real quick.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You want to see a Seahawk takeover? I'm going to tell you 2 Seahawk takeovers that people will travel, and it'll be a monster.
Let me guess.
For a great
I
time.
know one.
Let me guess. Arizona and San Francisco.
Oh, Raiders.
Ah, damn it. Anthony?
Arizona game for sure.
Yes.
That'll be like you'll have more Seahawk fans at that game September 20th than there will be. And then I think Denver Broncos. People love to go to Denver for a nice Seahawks game. I think that's going to be a huge takeover Thursday night. I know it's during the week, but I think people will make it into a weekend, or they'll just ditch work and not even show up.
So you think there'll be more Seahawks fans in Denver than there will be in San Francisco or Vegas?
I mean, listen, those will be big games, but those are later on in the season. Anything can happen. I think you're going to see the Denver Broncos game is going to be a full corporate takeover of Seattle Seahawks fans, big time.
I love it.
Let's do the show there, Dave.
All right, fine. Well, we got Purdue the next day, so whatever. Or is it Iowa? Whatever game it is, Purdue. I got to work. That's my point. All right, Anthony, great stuff. Appreciate this. And why Venue Kings? Lots of places to go to buy tickets. Why Venue Kings?
You know, people always complain, I bought tickets on this website and they don't return my emails. They don't pick up the phone. They don't even speak English when I call them. That's not a problem at Venue Kings. You go on our website, you buy something, you have any questions, we're here to help. We got our phone number right on the website. Very easy to find. There's no service fees. You got cash back on your purchase, so you get a little discount for your next deal.
Yep.
We're a local company. We're trying to help you guys out, and we're always doing fun stuff in Seattle. So we're here to help, and we want to get you to these games, and there's no better place than VenueKings.com.
And I tell people, if you got a problem with Anthony, with the service, you call me, and I'll get you in touch with him directly. I'll give you his freaking cell phone number. We've done that a couple times, by the way. Anthony is taking care of it every time. All right, dude, you're the man. Great stuff. We'll talk soon, bud.
Thanks, man.
Have a great day.
All right, Anthony Beiruti, VenueKings.com, says the Denver game and the Arizona game are going to be full-fledged Seahawk takeovers on the road. We're going to break. Brett Boone, what's going on with Cal Raleigh next?